Chapter 1 SSS Level Talent, Many Children, Many Blessings. The first middle school of Qingqing City, Great Xia Kingdom. The playground was packed with students, their young faces filled with tension and excitement, and the sound of them whispering to each other could be heard from the crowd. I didn't expect the awakening ceremony to come so soon. I regret not working hard to cultivate during these 3 years of high school. I've only awakened one D-level talent so far. If only I could awaken an A-level talent, I could go straight to the Martial Arts Alliance. I heard you can earn 100,000 Great Xia coins a month, which is equivalent to my parents' annual salary. Don't get your hopes up. An A-level talent? Nobody at our school has produced a genius like that in 5 years. Will Subai awaken an A-level talent? I came to the classroom at 6 o'clock once and saw Subai already cultivating. On the platform, a tall, handsome young man stared intently at the black awakening stone, his heart pounding uncontrollably. Subai clenched his fists tightly, forcibly suppressing the excitement in his heart. He is a time traveler who has been in this world of myriad races for 3 years. Humans, as well as demons, monsters, and even elves. In this world, martial prowess reigns supreme. The talent awakening ceremony at the age of 18 determines whether a person can become a martial artist. Subai, begin the test. The tester's words were like a thunderclap, instantly silencing the boiling playground. He looked at Subai, his voice still tinged with coldness. Now place your hand on the awakening stone. Qingqing City is just a small place, and the highest talent awakened so far is only a level. He doesn't have high hopes for the young man in front of him. Subai took a deep breath and took a step forward. He slowly raised his right hand, his palm covering the cool surface of the awakening stone. A cool sensation traveled from his fingertips into Subai's body. The next moment, he felt everything go black, as if his consciousness had been pulled away, plunging him into an endless void. Everyone's eyes were glued to Subai's every move, and some even forgot to breathe. Buzz! A dazzling golden light burst forth from the black awakening stone and shot straight into the sky. The teachers and students in the front row who were close to each other all closed their eyes and exclaimed in surprise. What dazzling golden light! When Xu Feng awakened his B-level talent just now, the light was less than half of what it used to be. Did you pay attention in class? The brighter the light, the higher the awakened talent. Could it be that Subai is about to awaken an A-level talent? A level. Qingqing City hasn't seen an A-level talent in 30 years. The last one was Xian Yizi, who has now become a level 7 martial artist. The playground erupted in excitement, with students blushing with excitement. Talent levels are divided into 7 levels, S, A, B, C, D, E, and F. Each level difference results in a world of difference in future achievements. What's this student's name? Is he about to awaken an A-level talent? At the very front of the stage, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline suddenly stood up, his voice trembling with barely suppressed excitement. Principal, this is Subai, a student from Class 7. He has been diligently cultivating every day for the past 3 years. After that, everyone's gaze turned to an inconspicuous middle-aged man in the corner. This middle-aged man was naturally Subai's homeroom teacher, Li Jianfei. He seemed oblivious to the others' voices, his eyes behind his glasses fixed on Subai, who was undergoing the test, a silly grin playing on his lips. Old Li is going to be rich this time. Yes, an A-level talent. The other teachers around them cast envious and jealous glances their way. Being able to mentor a student with a level talent not only earns a huge bonus but also a direct promotion, ensuring a meteoric rise in their career. Unbeknownst to everyone, a pale blue fluorescent interface slowly emerged in Subai's mind. System binding in progress 10%, 20%. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the SSS level talent, Many Children, Many Blessings. System? SSS level talent? Subai never expected that he would awaken the system at this time and obtain an SSS level talent. Those who awakened S-level talents are now the backbone of the human race. What will SSS level talents bring them? Subai could hardly believe it. Not to mention he also awakened a system, but the name of this talent feels weird? The host will receive a system reward after forming a partnership with a woman who scores 90 or higher. At the same time, the host can obtain the partner's talent and cultivation boost, and their offspring also have a very high probability of obtaining a Super S-level talent. The higher the partner score, the greater the rewards the host will receive. What? This is such a ripoff? Subai's words were still stuck in his throat when he was plunged into an endless feeling of falling. The intense weightlessness made his consciousness sink and he suddenly opened his eyes. At that very moment, the golden light during the awakening ceremony vanished without a trace, and several large golden characters appeared on the testing instrument. Subai, awakening S-rank talent. What the crowd didn't know was that S-level talent wasn't Subai's limit, but rather the limit of the testing equipment. The first tester to recover was stunned for 2 seconds before shouting, "Subai has awakened an S-level talent." His voice cracked slightly from excitement, but no one seemed to care. S-rank talent. I've actually witnessed the emergence of an S-rank talent. Subai is my good brother, I've even treated him to a meal. Immediately contact the Martial Arts Alliance. All martial artists at Qingqing No. 1 Middle School must be on high alert. We cannot allow any accidents to happen to an S-class superhuman here. The principal made a decisive decision and gave a firm order to the teachers around him. But Subai on the podium wore an expression of utter despair. This system is absolutely terrible. Despite possessing SSS-level talent, he is unable to cultivate on his own and can only enhance his strength by connecting to the system and receiving cultivation boosts. But finding a partner who scores above 90 is not easy. He just used the system to search the playground, but he couldn't find a single girl who scored above 90. There were very few girls who scored above 80 points. The highest scorer was Li Jiejia, but when Subai thought of her arrogant attitude towards everyone, his heart sank heavily. If 85 points is already like this, how difficult would it be to beat someone who scores above 90 points? He was an orphan, penniless, and the reason he worked so hard was simply to find a young and beautiful girl after he achieved success. But now, we're stuck right at the first step. Then, why not just hand the system over to the Great Xia Kingdom? With the help of the Great Xia Kingdom, the speed of finding a partner will definitely be greatly accelerated. He only needs to focus on focus on improving his cultivation. Congratulations, host, on receiving the newcomer gift pack. True Dragon Elixir, S-rank potion, can raise the level of talents below S-rank by 1 level. Chapter 2, The Great Xia Dynasty's Talent Shortage, and the Helpless Big Shots. It was like a system delivering a pillow when you're sleepy. Before Subai could even think of how to prove the system's existence, it directly gifted him a big present. As we all know, talent cannot be improved through hard work. If someone awakens an F-level talent, then no matter how many cultivation resources they are given later, they will not be able to become a high-level martial artist. What's even more frustrating is that, perhaps due to limitations of this world, martial artists with high talent levels find it extremely difficult to have offspring. Even if they have children, they may not necessarily inherit their parents' extraordinary talents. He believed that as long as he handed over the True Dragon liquid to the higher-ups of the Great Xia dynasty, they would do everything in their power to find him a partner. As for using him for research, there's no need to think about it anymore. The higher-ups of the Great Xia Kingdom will only nurture him and treat him like a national treasure, fearing that he might cause even the slightest problem. Subai, this is an official member of the Martial Arts Alliance. Subai looked up and saw the principal walking over with a smile. Next to him was a middle-aged man in uniform, with a badge belonging to the Martial Arts Alliance hanging on his chest. Behind them were school leaders and teachers. His homeroom teacher, Li Jiansheng, stood in the crowd and gave him a thumbs up. Subai, I am Zhong Chang, a staff member of the Martial Arts Alliance. I will now take you to the headquarters of the Martial Arts Alliance. Zhong Chang looked at Subai with admiration in his eyes and handed his work certificate to Subai. Subai glanced at it briefly and then handed the certificate back. Just kidding, what kind of place is the Martial Arts Alliance? That was the highest level martial arts organization directly under the jurisdiction of the Great Xia Kingdom, and also the true power center of the Great Xia. Throughout the entire Great Xia territory, martial artists bowed down before the Alliance emblem who would dare to impersonate it? This is a colossal creature that can make the entire battlefield of myriad races tremble with just a stomp of its foot. With no worries, Subai wasted no time and, under Zhong Cheng's arrangement, boarded a special car heading to the Martial Arts Alliance headquarters. Half an hour later, the car stopped in front of a building. This is a 10-story building located in the center of Yanjing City. The entire building is covered with a layer of extremely sturdy obsidian. The words Great Xia Martial Arts Alliance were prominently displayed at the top of the building. Martial Arts Alliance, top floor conference room. A heavy sandalwood table sits in the center. 5 powerful figures sat upright on either side, their backs straight and their eyes as calm as an ancient well. The air seemed to be stagnant under the pressure of an invisible force. You could hear a pin drop in the entire venue. These 5 individuals are all top-tier experts of the human race. They can cause a stir among all races with a stomp of their feet. Unless there is a major event, they would never appear at the same time. Seated at the head of the table was a middle-aged man with a cold gaze. He was none other than Li Pujuan, the minister of the Martial Arts Alliance. He was a level 13 martial artist. Apart from the few top experts of the human race who never left the mountain, he was the most powerful being in the top combat force among all races. But at this moment, his brows were slightly furrowed, and his eyes were filled with helplessness. This year, only 10 S-level warriors have awakened. If this continues, how can our human race achieve victory in the upcoming war of all races? As he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room became even more oppressive. Among the myriad races, the human race was not powerful at the beginning, and even survival was once a problem. Fortunately, the top geniuses among the human race relied on their fists to keep the human race going. Currently, there are occasional minor frictions between the various races, but no large-scale war has broken out. Even a 3-year-old knows that beneath the calm surface of the sea, undercurrents surge and powerful storms lurk. Each ethnic group is secretly developing and accumulating its own strength. Those races from the depths of the universe have no mercy. If all of them die in battle and there is no one to take their place, the fate of humanity is predictable. Bang! A tall, rugged-looking martial artist slammed his hand on the table, and instantly, cracks appeared on the heavy marble table. If we develop slowly, we'll be completely outmatched. It's better to start a war now. My warhammer hasn't tasted the blood of an alien race in a long time. His words were incredibly persuasive, and a glint of light flashed in the eyes of everyone present as they stared intently at Li Pujuan. Xiong Biao, sit down. Li Pujuan gave a low shout, his voice not loud, but carrying an undeniable pressure. He glanced at the crowd, rubbing his temples helplessly. He longed to directly suppress the alien race, but the life and death of the entire human race rested on his shoulders. Just then, from the corner, an elderly man with white hair and eyebrows slowly spoke, his voice low but each word clear. There are only 2 paths before us. Alternatively, we can devote all our resources to cultivating a new generation of warriors, betting that they can shoulder the responsibility of humanity before the Great War. Or, we can only hope that those few patriarchs who are in seclusion will break out of their seclusion. As soon as he finished speaking, the conference room fell silent again, with only heavy breathing echoing in the air. Those ancestors were the strongest beings of the human race. They are currently in seclusion, and will not emerge unless there is a life or death crisis for humanity. Martial artists are divided into 13 levels. A level 13 martial artist is already the most powerful being in the world. As for those above level 13, they only exist in legends. Currently, those ancient ancestors of the human race are in seclusion. They are already at the peak of level 13 martial artists, and their only wish is to break through to the highest realm before they die, so as to protect the Great Xia for another 1,000 years. However, everyone knew in their hearts that this was almost an impossible task. Talent also determines the upper limit. Unless someone with talent surpassing S level emerges, it is highly likely that it will just be a waste of time. Now we should concentrate our efforts on training new martial artists. If they are not able to shoulder the responsibility before our time is up, we old guys will fight for the human race with our last breath. Li Pujuan spoke calmly, breaking the silence in the conference hall. The resolute tone in his voice inevitably brought a sense of sorrow to everyone's hearts. If it really comes to that, can the human race continue to exist? He paused for a moment, then continued, You should have already heard the news that a new S-level martial artist has awakened in Qingqing City. This martial artist is quite special. The tests did not reveal his specific talents. Let me see if this kid is suitable for my fighting style, and see if he can inherit my mantle. Xiong Biao's rough voice rang out. You've already lured away many promising talents, so give this one to me. My swordsmanship cannot be lost to posterity. The taciturn sword saint, who never parted from his sword, frowned and spoke. I feel that we should have more talents in setting up formations and refining pills. My old bones can't hold on for much longer. The old doctor's voice rang out slowly, filled with an unwavering determination. Every time, these people would fight tooth and nail for a good prospect. Just then, there was a knock on the door. My lord, Subai requests an audience. Chapter 3 Subai, the Hope of Humanity? After leading Subai to the door of the top-floor conference room, Zhong Chang left. He had already explained everything he needed to say to Subai on the way. Please come in. Upon hearing this sound, Subai pushed open the heavy door, lifted his right foot, and stepped inside. As soon as he entered the hall, he felt 5 powerful auras locking onto him, but the force was very gentle and showed no intention of harming him. He looked up at the 5 martial artists sitting upright in their seats, and he understood. This is the top-tier combat power of the Great Xia Kingdom. You're Subai? Li Pujuan, sitting in the main seat, narrowed his eyes slightly, looked Subai up and down, and then spoke in a low voice. He had already read Subai's resume. It was very clean. Both his parents were martial artists who disappeared during the battle on the battlefield of 10,000 races. I studied hard for 3 years of high school, all in an effort to awaken my talent, and I have no bad records. This is a sharp blade, the kind of sharp blade that the Great Xia Kingdom needs. Yes. Subai answered neither humbly nor arrogantly, his back ramrod straight, without a trace of flattery. The people present nodded in approval. Subai remained so calm in the face of so many top experts, which showed a composure that far surpassed that of his peers. They couldn't help but think more highly of him. Kid, what talent have you awakened? Xiong Biao couldn't wait to ask, as everyone present wanted to know the answer. My awakened talent is rather unique. Subai spoke neither humbly nor arrogantly, then glanced meaningfully at Li Pujuan in the main seat, the implication being simple: whether the people here could be trusted. Speak freely. Within the Great Xia territory, no one dares to cause trouble here. Li Pujuan's voice wasn't loud, but his tone carried an undeniable confidence. You're worried about this? Don't worry, this is the top force of the Great Xia Kingdom. Everyone couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing, but Subai had piqued their curiosity. I awakened the Super S-level talent of many children, many blessings, and at the same time, I also awakened the system. Next, Subai briefly introduced the system's functions, but he didn't mention the transmigrator's identity at all. After he finished speaking, the entire conference room fell into a deathly silence. You could hear a pin drop. The group of top experts present exchanged bewildered glances, a hint of surprise flashing in their eyes, followed by a strong sense of absurdity, as if they had heard the most outrageous joke of their lives. Bang! Xiong Zhan slammed his hand on the table and said unhappily, I think you've awakened the nonsense system. He originally thought that the human race had gained a promising talent, but he never expected that such a person would emerge, leaving him in awe. Subai felt a powerful aura pressing down on him, and his bones creaked as if he were being held down by an invisible hand. His body shrunk uncontrollably by half a meter, and his knees trembled uncontrollably, almost causing him to kneel down on the spot. This is the power of a top expert. Even a mere aura is enough to overwhelm him. The white-haired old man frowned slightly, his tone stern. Subai, are you kidding us old folks? Li Pujuan waved his arm without making a sound, and the overwhelming pressure receded like a tide. Subai instantly felt much more relaxed. He quickly moved his stiff body to gradually regain feeling in his numb limbs, and his back was covered in a cold sweat. He had anticipated this outcome. I have a potion here given to me by the system, called True Dragon Liquid. With a thought, a bottle of pure white potion with faint dragon patterns appeared out of thin air in his palm, surrounded by wisps of pure spiritual energy. The moment they appeared, the air in the entire conference room seemed to become fresher. How did this bottle appear? I didn't see it clearly. Li Pujuan narrowed his eyes slightly. When this bottle of potion appeared, he had a guess in his mind that Subai was most likely to have awakened a divine talent. This conceptual talent is extremely special, containing a powerful force that other talents do not possess. If that's the case, then what he just mentioned about the system and the talent of having many children in good fortune doesn't seem to be nonsense. What kind of medicine is this? The white-haired old man's eyes lit up, and his earlier displeasure vanished without a trace. He keenly sensed the extraordinary nature of the potion, and a terrifying suspicion arose in his mind: the potion might not even have originated from this world. This is True Dragon Liquid, which can enhance talents below S rank. Subai answered truthfully, and looking at everyone's expressions, he sighed almost imperceptibly. As for the effect, we'll know once we try it. What? What kind of joke are you making now? If levels could be increased, S rank human warriors would be everywhere. A powerful aura swept across Subai's palm, carrying the True Dragon Liquid out and landing steadily in the white-haired old man's hand. The old apothecary couldn't wait to open the bottle, and instantly an extremely rich spiritual energy burst out from it. Master Yao, what kind of medicine is this? All eyes turned to the white-haired old man with a blank expression, and they couldn't help but ask him questions. The old alchemist is recognized by the human race as a top alchemist. He has devoted his life to the art of medicine and has seen countless rare and precious herbs and elixirs. How could he be so shocked by a bottle of medicine that he lost his composure? This scene instantly piqued the curiosity of everyone present, their eyes fixed on the bottle of True Dragon Liquid, and even their breathing became slightly lighter. This is at least an S-grade potion. He closed the bottle cap, but a powerful spiritual energy still lingered in the air. His expression was somewhat dazed, and his tone was full of disbelief. But where in this world is there anyone who can really create such a potion? The potions are also divided into 7 grades: S, A, B, C, D, E, and F. Even the most skilled potion maker can only create grade A potions. Not to mention, the human race's alchemy skills are unparalleled in this world. An S-level potion? Does such a person exist in this world? Or is this really something given by the system? Could this potion really increase talent level? This is simply unbelievable. Li Pujuan had begun to believe Su Bai's words to some extent. Suppressing his excitement, he calmly instructed through the communicator, "Call Zhou Qing over." Receive. Zhou Cheng is a martial artist who has awakened the B-grade talent, the Vajrabhati. If he could truly improve. The group exchanged glances, their eyes filled with anticipation. That would mean that the human race could mass-produce S-level talent warriors through Su Bai if the system were to also give Su Bai some items that transcend this world. How powerful will the human race become? Su Bai will also become an absolute strategic weapon for the human race. Chapter 4: The effects of the True Dragon Liquid shocked the high-ranking officials of Great Xia. Not long after, a resolute-looking martial artist was brought into the conference room. This was Zhou Qing, and at this moment, a rare look of confusion appeared on his face. He had been cultivating when he was suddenly brought to the conference room on the top floor. Seeing the 10 supreme human experts seated there, he immediately tensed up, his expression becoming much more nervous. "Greetings, leaders." Li Pujuan waved his hand and said, "There's a potion here that might raise your talent by 1 level, or it might have other adverse effects. Would you like to try it?" After saying that, he used his true energy to send out the True Dragon Liquid in his hand, which landed steadily in Zhou Qing's hand. "I do." Without hesitation, Zhou Qing opened the True Dragon Liquid and poured it all into his mouth. Opportunities don't come around all the time. He knew perfectly well that this bottle of pills might even put him in mortal danger, but as an ordinary person, he had no better choice. Guts. As the True Dragon Liquid entered his body, Zhou Qing's body trembled, and an indescribable energy erupted within him. Subconsciously, Zhou Qing activated his innate Vajrabhati, and his skin turned dark gold in an instant, revealing bulging muscles and winding veins beneath. Ah! With a painful roar, many cracks appeared on his skin. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, a surge of immense vitality erupted from his body once more, and his skin gradually turned a dark gold under the influence of this energy. The changes were not over yet. With a surge of golden energy rushing towards the heavens, Zhou Qing's skin finally returned to its normal color. But his skin is now noticeably tougher than before. This is an A-level talent, immortal. Xiang Zhan, who specializes in enhancement talents, had a bright look in his eyes, his tone filled with disbelief. This True Dragon Liquid really can enhance talent. How is this possible? What do you mean it's impossible? Didn't Zhou Qing's talent evolve from the Vajrabhati to immortality? Zhou Qing looked at his arms, his eyes filled with surprise. He could clearly feel the immense power within his body. "Zhou Qing, you may leave. Remember, nothing about today's events can be revealed." Li Pujuan said firmly, "If the news of improving talent gets out, countless people will go crazy. Su Bai's strength is not strong enough yet, and we absolutely cannot let anyone know." "Yes." Zhou Qing said this solemnly before leaving the conference hall. Before leaving, he glanced gratefully at Su Bai. Although he was honest and simple, he was not stupid. He easily guessed that Su Bai was the one who had brought out the True Dragon Liquid. "Su Bai, from now on you will be a key figure in the Great Xia Kingdom's training program. Your safety and needs will be the highest priority for the Great Xia Martial Arts Alliance." Li Pujuan spoke earnestly, and the weight of his words was self-evident. However, no one present raised any questions. Su Bai's appearance can be considered a turning point for the human race. At this moment, the white-haired old man who had been silent suddenly stepped forward, his voice tinged with urgency, and asked politely, "Young friend Su Bai, next time, will your system reward you with True Dragon Liquid again?" "I don't know either, but the system said that the higher the partner's score, the richer the rewards will be." Su Bai thought for a moment and then spoke. "Is there an even more generous reward?" This bold idea uncontrollably arose in everyone's minds. "A partner needs to be at least 90 points, right?" Li Pujuan asked again. "This matter is of utmost importance, there can be no mistakes." "Right." Su Bai nodded. "The system has a rating function that will automatically score women." "Good." Li Pujuan stood up, his tone filled with an unyielding will. "Pass down the order, mobilize all intelligence networks and action groups of the Alliance, spare no expense, and select the most outstanding women in the entire Great Xia to choose a partner for Su Bai." Xiong Zhan slapped his thigh, making the roof vibrate. He spat as he spoke, who cares if she's a widow or married? Daughters of noble families, saintesses of reclusive sex, dig them all out. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room was stunned. Subai's face instantly darkened, and his lips twitched wildly. He had awakened the many children, many blessings system, not the Chow Chow system. Xiongzhan. Shut the hell up. Li Pujuan was both annoyed and amused. He rarely swore, so he kicked Xiongzhan in the butt and laughed. Do you want to throw the Great Xia into chaos? In order to develop its power, the Great Xia has just loosened its control over those large families and hidden clans. If they dare to directly storm into their homes and snatch people, there will probably be chaos. The old doctor added a sentence afterward, his tone full of resentment, and Subai confirmed that he had not misheard. They were all dedicated to the Great Xia, but those families had their own ulterior motives. Subai's affairs couldn't be revealed in advance. They couldn't very well tell them that they were borrowing their daughter to help the human race get rewards, could they? What's wrong? Xiongzhan was still unconvinced. The martial arts alliance faces so much pressure every day, and these so-called families are still scheming for their own petty gains. I feel exhausted just thinking about them. Though his words were rough, they were true, and Xiongzhan's words instantly won everyone's approval. Yes, now that we have Subai, why would we care about the opinions of those families? We are a law enforcement agency. Yes. Rob the saintess, rob the rich girl. Subai, you should go back and rest first. Master Yao, aren't you from Medicine King Valley? Do you have any suitable candidates over there? Don't keep it a secret. I have absolutely no selfish motives. I left Medicine King Valley long ago. The old doctor's face turned red from holding back his words. It seems that these powerful figures all have some kind of story behind them, Subai thought to himself. However, with the power of the Martial Arts Alliance, finding outstanding female talents would be a piece of cake. Li Pujuan turned his head, his tone instantly softening. Leave the matter of finding a partner to us, we guarantee to pick the most suitable one for you. As he spoke, he looked at the white-haired old man stroking his beard beside him. Elder Yao, prepare a few doses of top-grade body tempering potions for Subai. The future of Great Xia rests entirely on his shoulders. The old doctor's eyes lit up, and he patted his chest, guaranteeing it in a loud voice. Don't worry. My potion will guarantee that Brother Subai won't even be out of breath after 20 rounds in one night. Is your medicine legitimate? Looking at this group of top experts who were talking nonsense with a straight face, Subai couldn't help but find it a little funny. However, this feeling of being valued also stirred within him an impulse to sacrifice himself for his country. A scholar will die for one who understands him. Subai, will never fail the Great Xia. After saying that, Subai strode out of the conference room lobby. As the young figure disappeared through the door, the powerful figures in the conference hall were deeply moved. These are the flowers of the Great Xia. If everyone had Subai's awareness, how could we worry about the destruction of foreign tribes and the prosperity of the human race? I just hope this flower won't wither prematurely. They've all been there. Subai is still too young. Chapter 5, Mobilizing the Power of the Great Xia Dynasty to Find a High-Scoring Partner for Subai. The Martial Arts Alliance's execution capabilities are terrifying, especially after Li Pujuan issued the order to find female prodigies. The entire Alliance's intelligence network and action groups sprang into action, gathering information on outstanding women from the Great Xia Kingdom and surrounding ethnic groups. This was a secret mission, and everyone was puzzled as to why they were searching for female martial artists who were outstanding in appearance, figure, and talent, but they still obediently carried it out. In just 3 days, a large amount of information on female prodigies had been sent to the headquarters of the Martial Arts Alliance. It was still the same familiar conference room. 10 human powerhouses sat around the conference table, looking at the 3D image in the center, nodding slightly, and occasionally marveling at the talents awakened by these female prodigies. The women in these videos are all exceptionally beautiful, including blondes with blue eyes, and even some with animal ears who are demons. Wang Simu from the hidden Wang family is quite good. His S-level talent, Everlasting Youth, is worthy of Subai. The white-haired old man nodded as he looked at the image before him, and then spoke. The Wang family is not easy to deal with. Other families are proposing marriage to the Wang family, wanting to marry Wang Simu, but has old man Wang ever given a second glance to any of them? Clad in white, the swordsman, whose sword was never far from his side, moved his hand lightly in front of him. The virtual image in front of him changed rapidly. His brows furrowed slightly, and finally his eyes lit up. He stopped what he was doing and spoke calmly. This female swordsman from the Cherry Blossom country is quite something. She's Yusuji Yakaina, with the S-rank talent snowflakes falling to earth. Most importantly, she's from the cherry blossom country, which is perfect for giving these little cherry blossoms a good talking to. Upon hearing the sword god's words, the group of martial artists nodded in agreement. There are three settlements of the human race: the Great Xia Kingdom, the Free Kingdom, and the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Just like the demon race is not a monolithic entity, there is no shortage of competition between the three kingdoms. The Sakura Kingdom faced a catastrophic crisis hundreds of years ago. If it weren't for the intervention of the Great Xia dynasty, it would have long since faded into the dust of history. But now, he secretly harbors a wolfish ambition to turn against his benefactor. Xiongbiao's tone was playful as he rubbed his hands together and chuckled, "Then I think we should just marry off all those outstanding women like Xiao Yinghua to Su Bai. I think several of them are quite good, but it would be hard on Su Bai. I think it's a good idea. I'll see how arrogant Sakura will be then. Don't just focus on the human race, these demon race kids are all incredibly talented." A voice rang out from the crowd, and everyone rushed forward. The one who spoke was none other than the Beast King. Seeing everyone looking at him, the Beast King only hesitated for a moment before continuing. "These demon girls are all orphans who fled to the Great Xia after their defeat. The internal war among the demon race was even more brutal than that among the human race. The losers were enslaved as a whole. They survived entirely because of their extraordinary talents." There was a hint of emotion in his voice. If it weren't for the Great Xia saving him back then, he would probably be a pile of bones by now. Ji Yao. Thanks to the Beast King, many people noticed the holographic image in the center, which was a white-haired, blue-eyed girl whose curvaceous figure could not be concealed even by her combat suit. This nine-tailed fox girl is quite something. Her bloodline has reverted to its ancestral form, and she has even awakened the S-rank mental talent nightmare. The talents of the demon race are manifested in their bloodline. The stronger the talent. I think these graduates from the Holy Martial Academy are quite good. Don't limit your vision too much. Martial artists from the United States are also worth considering. There are many mixed-race martial artists with particularly strong talents. Everyone spoke freely, expressing their opinions. If others saw this scene, they probably wouldn't believe it was real. These 10 top human experts were currently racking their brains trying to find a partner for Su Bai. Li Pujuan tapped the table lightly, and the conference room fell silent instantly. Everyone turned to look at the person in the head seat before he slowly spoke. "Call Su Bai over and let him make his selections." After a pause, he said with some helplessness, "I wonder if these people can reach the system's standard of 90 points. Upon hearing Li Pujuan's words, everyone frowned slightly, revealing troubled expressions. Up to now, they can only guess what criteria were used to score those 90 points. "Now, call Su Bai over." The hot-tempered Xiongzhan shouted at the guards outside. At this moment, on the top floor of the Martial Arts Alliance building, in a spacious room, this is a place where only level 9 martial artists of the Martial Arts Alliance are qualified to live. Su Bai, dressed in silk pajamas, lay comfortably on the large bed, staring intently at her phone, her fingers constantly swiping across the screen. On the local page, young women of various styles are energetically twisting their waists and shaking their hips, with suggestive expressions on their faces. As expected of Yan Jing, Su Bai swallowed hard and sighed from the bottom of his heart. Just then, a typical sweet girl appeared in Su Bai's line of sight. The girl's smile made Su Bai smile knowingly as well. Name, Xia Xiaoju. Identity, sophomore at Yenching University of Science and Technology. Talent, rank B in flow elemental type, allows the user to control the direction of wind over a large area centered on themselves. The user can construct extremely fine but extremely powerful airflow channels at will, using the airflow to propel blades, making them indestructible. Size, D+. Number of links, 688. Rating, 86. What? Upon seeing the final number of links column, Su Bai's eyes widened in shock, and he nearly spat out his cola. The number of links truly astonished him. He is still a virgin. Unexpectedly, even the sweet girls are playboys. Without a second thought, Su Bai moved on to check out the other girls. Name, Ding Masheng. Identity, a 2 employee of the Yenjing Martial Arts Alliance. Talent, B-rank sound aura elemental type, enhances the user's ability to perceive sound when activated. It acts like a human radar, and also deals damage using sound waves. Size, C+. Number of links, 156. Rating, 88. Name, Xiao Xinjian. Position, CEO of Colon Technology Company, Limited. Talent, Grade B evolution accelerated brain processing, extremely strong memory. Size, B+. Number of links, 69. Rating, 87. These women, swaying and bouncing, showcasing their refined lifestyles, are all goddesses to male otaku. Yenjing Martial Arts University is one of the top 10 martial arts schools in the Great Xia Dynasty. Kellen Technology Cinema Company is a company closely cooperating with the Martial Arts Alliance. However, according to the system, it couldn't find even one score above 90. It seems that the rating is affected by many factors, such as the number of links, talent level, and even the size of the lightning bolt. In addition, video software also has beauty filters, and of course, many of these people may have used technology. Subai tossed his phone aside, stared blankly at the empty ceiling, and thought to himself with a sense of boredom. I didn't expect it to be so difficult to get a score of 90. I wonder how many high-quality girls the Martial Arts Alliance has found here. Bite. Subai's phone rang, and he quickly opened it to see a message from Li Pujuan. Subai, come to the conference room. Chapter 6 Goddess with a score of 90 or higher. After walking a few steps, Subai returned to the conference room lobby. The moment his figure appeared at the conference room door, the previously noisy conference room fell silent almost instantly. The group of powerful figures who had been discussing the matter just moments before fell silent, turned to look at Subai, their eyes filled with admiration, and their faces all revealed gentle smiles, completely devoid of their usual unapproachable and imposing demeanor. The old man who was closest to the door stroked his beard, waved to Subai, and said in a concerned voice, Subai, you're here. How have you been resting these past 2 days? Before Subai could answer, Xiong Zhan waved his hand and pointed towards the center of the conference room, his gruff voice seemingly echoing in Subai's ears. Take a look at these people, see if there's anyone you like. If there is, we'll find a way to marry them for you. These powerful figures were so enthusiastic that Subai felt a little uncomfortable. Each of them was someone who could shake the human race with a stomp of their foot. At this moment, however, she seemed like an elder who was deeply concerned about his marriage, and the expectation in her eyes seemed to be tangible. Subai shook his head helplessly, but the corners of his mouth involuntarily turned up slightly. It felt really good to be valued like this. He bowed slightly and said from the bottom of his heart, Thank you for your trouble, seniors. What kind of talk are you giving me, child? Yes, it's us old guys who have suddenly handed over the future of Great Xia to you. Quickly check if these prodigies meet the requirements. Subai then turned his gaze to the elegant 3D images in the center of the conference room, and his attention was immediately captivated. White. Big. Only those two words remained in Subai's mind. These female prodigies were presented to Subai in a completely vivid 3D image. Compared to these women, those who pose provocatively on video apps can only be described as vulgar and common. Seeing Subai's serious expression, everyone exchanged smiles, nodded with satisfaction, and their hearts couldn't help but beat a little faster. Subai, take a look, do any of these women have a rating of 90 or higher? Li Pujuan whispered a reminder from the side, feeling a little uneasy himself. Who knew what the system's scoring criteria were? The others didn't dare to breathe, their eyes filled with a mixture of tension and anticipation, fearing that these women wouldn't meet the system's requirements. Without Li Pujuan needing to speak, Subai had already used the system to determine the ratings of these women. Name, Wang Simu. Identity, heiress of a hidden royal family, outstanding graduate of the Holy Martial Academy. Talent, S-rank Myriad Woods return to origin wood type talent, grants the holder continuous internal energy, extremely long lifespan, eternal youth, and exceptionally strong perception of rare and precious materials. Height, 168 centimeters. Size, D+. Number of links, 0. Rating, 95. As expected of a prodigy from a hidden family, he is not only powerful but also morally upright. Subai nodded in satisfaction. There were indeed some powerful families in this world. These powerful families have a long history and great strength, and some even possess exclusive cultivation sites. Ordinary people have no chance to come into contact with it normally. These prodigies selected by the Martial Arts Alliance are all top-notch in terms of both talent and background. Name, Yusuji Yakaina. Identity, daughter of the Sakura Yakuza Hanshin Sokai. Talent, S-rank Snowfall in the Mortal World Sword Dao talent. When activating Sword Intent, invisible snowblades will appear around the body, falling like snowflakes in the sky with the sword's momentum. Touching them will injure, cutting them will shatter them. The trajectory of the sword moves is like snowflakes dancing, unpredictable and difficult for the enemy to predict. Height, 167 centimeters. Size, C+. Number of links, 0. Rating, 96. There are Japanese girls too? Subai raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, before returning to calm. The Great Xia Kingdom is unparalleled among humans, so getting the Sakura girl to attend the meeting is no problem at all. After all, the Sakura Kingdom, like in the previous life, is an extremely power-hungry nation. As for why the Great Xia dynasty was so powerful, it was not due to luck at all. At a critical juncture where countless races coexisted and the world was undergoing profound changes, while other nations were still struggling to cope, the Great Xia Kingdom directly invoked its 5,000-year-old heritage. Any cultivation method from an ancient sect or the legacy of a historical hero can leave behind the top cultivation methods that researchers from other countries have worked tirelessly to develop. Guan Xingjun, the hegemon king of Western Chu, the white-robed god of war. As names flashed through his mind, Subai's heart surged with excitement, and his eyes burned with intense passion. Taking a deep breath, Subai suppressed these thoughts and continued to examine the prodigy before him. Suddenly, a figure entered Subai's line of sight, instantly captivating his gaze. This girl looks like she jumped right out of an anime. Her silver hair cascaded like moonlight, and her blue eyes were like frozen ice in the deep sea. Although they were captivating peach blossom eyes, her gaze carried an extreme sadness that was both cold and aloof. Her figure was curvaceous, and her heavy, snow-white breasts were so alluring that it was impossible to look away. Name, Ji Yao. Identity, Holy Maiden of the Snow Fox clan. Note, the clan is on the verge of extinction, and the surviving members are seeking refuge in the Great Xia Kingdom. Talent, 1 ES level Nightmare Mental Talent, can directly invade the target's mental sea, weave a realistic nightmare dream, forcibly tamper with cognition, and interfere with thinking logic. The pain endured in the illusion will manifest as real mental damage. If one is killed in the illusion, their consciousness will shatter and their soul will be destroyed in reality, achieving true obliteration of consciousness. 2. Nine-tailed fox with ancestral bloodline. Nine-tailed fox, an ancient divine beast. Height, 171 centimeters. Size, E+. Number of links, 0. Rating, 98. Goodness. This seemingly adorable anime girl is actually incredibly powerful. Subai couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Mental type talents were an extremely overpowered existence. The system's design dictates that the higher the female rating, the greater the rewards. Subai made his decision in his mind almost instantly: this is the girl. He swore it had nothing to do with the size of the girl. Seeing Subai sometimes grinning foolishly and sometimes frowning, Lipatian and his group looked at each other, their eyes filled with worry that was almost tangible. Could it be that none of these people meet the system's requirements? The Martial Arts Alliance is still too inefficient. After half a day, they only managed to find some of the most outstanding young women from minor factions. Doesn't the Great Xia dynasty still have some ancient families? Doesn't the United States still have several major arms dealers? It's also time to give the White Tiger clan and Merfolk clan, who are adjacent to the Great Xia, a good talking to. As their eyes met, they understood each other's thoughts. They were determined to raise Subai, who had an innocent background, before they died. This is the future hope of the Great Xia Kingdom, and we are willing to risk alienating other forces. Cough cough. After clearing his throat, Li Pujuan cautiously moved closer to Subai, his tone full of uncertainty. Subai, are any of these women rated 90 points or higher? Chapter 7. Ji Yao, 98 points. As soon as Li Pujuan finished speaking, the group of powerful figures felt their hearts leap into their throats. The room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Someone even swallowed hard. Subai slowly turned his head, his gaze sweeping over the tense faces of the crowd, a sense of absurdity welling up inside him. 90 points? That Snow Fox clan's holy maiden is almost perfect. He took a deep breath and said firmly, these prodigies all have very high scores, some even close to perfect. His tone revealed an undisguised excitement. These words struck like a thunderbolt. After a brief moment of astonishment, the tense expressions on everyone's faces relaxed, replaced by overwhelming joy. Perfect score? Who got such a high score? If Subai becomes partners with a perfect score genius, should the system reward him with 2 bottles of True Dragon Elixir? 2 bottles of True Dragon Liquid can create 2 S-rank talents. Xiongzhan took a large stride forward, his massive body displaying a surprising agility, appearing before Subai like a ghost. He gripped Subai's shoulders tightly with both hands and shook him excitedly. Subai, tell me, which score is so high? I'll grab her right now and make her your wife. Subai felt as if his body was about to fall apart, and he managed to say with difficulty, Senior Xiong, please be gentle. I am only a level 1 martial artist. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Xiongzhan then realized that he was too excited. He quickly let go of Subai, scratched his head embarrassedly, and his eyes still showed undisguised excitement. "It's her, Ji Yao." Subai rubbed his shoulder, raised his right hand with difficulty, and pointed precisely at the white-haired, blue-eyed figure in the 3D image. "She has the highest score, the system gave her 98 points. Ha ha." As soon as Subai finished speaking, a hearty and somewhat rough laugh erupted from the crowd. The towering man strode out, his bulging muscles filling out his combat suit. He had shoulder-length black curly hair, a stubble beard, and an untamed wildness deep in his eyes. His skin had a healthy bronze hue, and when he grinned, his two scimitar-like fangs flashed with a cold light, which was particularly captivating. Beast King, Aoli. A level 12 peak martial artist, a hybrid of human and burning sky lion. I knew this girl was good, and now even the system agrees with me. After saying that, without looking at the reactions of the crowd, he turned to Subai, patted his chest, and assured him, "With me on the Snowfox clan side, there will be absolutely no problem." His words were not exaggerated at all. Aoli deserves much credit for the Snowfox clan being incorporated into the Great Xia dynasty. If it weren't for Aoli, the Snowfox clan would probably have been wiped out by the Wanjun wild bear. This barbaric race was not as merciful as the Great Xia. Male snowfoxes were conscripted for corvée labor, while females were taken as slaves or even used as tools for sexual gratification. You should know that the women of the Snowfox clan are famously beautiful. "Alright, Aoli, then I'll leave this matter to you." Li Pujuan waved his hand and immediately gave the order, "If you need the cooperation of the Martial Arts Alliance, just go ahead and raise the issue. Remember, you must not reveal a single word about Subai's talent." At this point, his tone suddenly became much more serious. "Rest assured." Aoli nodded, his tone full of confidence. He looked at Li Pujuan and said, "If the Snowfox clan knows what's good for them, that's fine. If they don't." He paused, a faint aura of authority emanating from him, and his tone became more forceful. "Then don't blame me for being impolite. It seems that this matter has been settled." Subai felt as if he were dreaming, with a sense of unreality and disorientation. "Thankfully, I submitted the system to the university, otherwise, finding a partner with a score of 90 or higher would have taken forever." "Good." Li Pujuan was overjoyed. "Then let Elder Yao go with you, which will also show our sincerity." He turned his head and glanced at Subai. "As for Subai, you don't need to come alone. If you want to travel, you must tell me, and I will arrange for someone to protect you secretly. Remember, your life is more precious than any of ours." The southern border of the Great Xia dynasty, the Jueyuan Mountains. The Green Mountains stretch endlessly, appearing and disappearing in the clouds, like a fairyland. This place is home to many demon clans, among which the Sun Yuan Black Dragon clan is relatively numerous, mainly active in the Jishui Pool. In addition, there is the Kengi Jaguar clan. Just then, a deafening roar shattered the silence, and accompanied by a powerful crash of waves, a spaceship tore through the clouds and appeared among the mountains. The airship was entirely black, shaped like a falcon, with a row of white lettering on its hull that read, "Great Xia Martial Arts Alliance." The interior is spacious, and there are two people sitting in the back seats. An elderly man with white hair sat upright, his spirit was high, and his eyes were calm and still as he quietly looked out the window without any expression. On the other side, in a seat, sat a burly man with a wild and rugged appearance. His muscles bulged as if they were about to burst out of his combat suit. He leaned back lazily in his seat, looking out the window with a bored expression. Within the mountains, numerous figures moved about, all of them being demons. Although it was a mountain range, the actions of these demons seemed to be unaffected at all. Even on steep cliffs, they moved as if on flat ground, their steps swift and agile. Those with less courage even headed straight for the depths of the dense forest. A moment later, the demons who had been frozen in place seemed to recognize that this was the Martial Alliance's airship. Their tense bodies relaxed a lot, and some even slowly bowed to the back of the airship to express their welcome. These demons seemed to be living quite comfortably in the Jueyuan Mountains. Upon seeing this scene, the Beast King's lips unconsciously curled up, revealing two sharp tiger fangs. Most of these demon races were wiped out in the Battle of 10,000 Races. If it weren't for the Great Xia taking them in, they would probably be lying dead everywhere by now. Of course, the Great Xia dynasty wouldn't take them in for nothing. They were all registered in the Great Xia dynasty, abided by the rules of the Great Xia dynasty, enjoyed the same rights as citizens of the Great Xia dynasty, and also had to bear the same obligations. Their mission is to guard this border and prevent other ethnic groups from taking advantage of the Jueyuan Mountains to sneak into the heart of the Great Xia. After all, they were a different race, so the Great Xia dynasty had a backup plan. An elite army was stationed deep in the mountains year-round, not only to assist in defense but also to keep an eye on the movements of these demons. The old herbalist stroked his long, white beard, looked at the peaceful scene below the mountain, nodded with satisfaction, and spoke with a tone full of emotion. In a war among all races, it is the common people who suffer the most. Now that we have Subai, it's time to put an end to this farce. Chapter 8, The Proposal, Ji Xian's Shock. Clan leader, the Great Xia Martial Arts Alliance has arrived. In the deep pool, Jing Yi, the leader of the Tsang Yuan tribe, sat cross-legged at the bottom, cultivating. The water around him swirled with his breathing, forming a whirlpool. Upon hearing the voice, he abruptly opened his eyes, a flicker of panic in them. The next moment, he immediately stopped cultivating, and the surrounding vortex exploded in an instant. What's the Martial Arts Alliance doing here? Without a moment to think, he stood up and kicked off with his right foot, bursting out of the pool like a water arrow, creating a large splash. Upon landing, he took the clothes handed to him by his subordinates, casually draped them over his shoulders, and hurried towards the council hall. Clan leader, the Martial Arts Alliance has arrived. On the cliff, the leader of the sky-piercing leopard clan, Swift Fong, was resting and cultivating among the trees. Upon hearing this sound, he took a deep breath and concealed his aura. Without hesitation, he also strode quickly toward the council hall. The urgent shouts, as if they had grown wings, spread throughout the entire Jueyuan mountain range. Rift Mountain Sun Clan, Howling Moon Wolf Clan. Every tribal leader here, regardless of rank, felt a chill run down their spines and hurried towards the council hall of the Abyss Mountains. Outside the council hall in the Jueyuan Mountains, a squad of human warriors in combat gear was already waiting at the entrance of the hall. They were the human team sent to manage these demon races. The leader was a middle-aged man with a resolute face, carrying a black tang sword on his back, exuding a faintly intimidating aura. Li Yi, a martial artist at the 12th realm. He frowned slightly, a hint of doubt in his eyes. He had learned of the arrival of the Great Xia Martial Arts Alliance a day earlier. What alarmed him even more was that this mission was top secret, and all he had to do was wait quietly. Many demon leaders arrived late, and after a brief greeting to Li Yi, they stood on either side of him, quietly waiting for the arrival of the Martial Arts Alliance members. Brother Yi, what brings the leaders of the Martial Arts Alliance here this time? A demon leader with dragon horns on his head approached Li Yi and cautiously asked, his tone full of unease. He was none other than Jing Yi, the leader of the Tsang Yuan clan. At this moment, where could one find the domineering aura of a demon clan leader? The other demon leaders also perked up their ears, their eyes filled with tension. Life here can be described as comfortable. The cruelty of the battlefield of all races is still deeply rooted in their hearts, and they never want to experience the hardships of that time again. If they are truly driven out of Great Xia, it won't be long before they are completely devoured and exploited by other races. Li Yi frowned slightly, paused for a moment, and then said, specifically, I'm not too sure either. I'm not quite sure. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, the hearts of all the demon leaders quickened. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with trepidation. In the midst of anxious waiting, a tremendous roar was heard. Everyone looked up and saw a massive, sky-covering spaceship appear in mid-air, pressing down like a mountain and completely obscuring the sky. The ground was covered in a thick shadow, and so was the hearts of everyone. On the ship's hull, the four large characters Martial Arts Alliance reflected a dazzling light in the sunlight. Boom! With a tremendous gust of air, the spaceship landed steadily on the ground, bringing with it a powerful shockwave that blew the surrounding bushes about and scattered birds in the forest. The blast of air ruffled everyone's hair, and they instinctively closed their eyes. When they opened them again, they saw the cabin door open and two people slowly walking out of the cabin. The first person was a burly figure, exuding an aura of dominance that looked down upon the world. He was none other than the Beast King, a top-tier expert who was a hybrid of human and demon races. Beside him stood a white-haired, seemingly kind old man, who made all the demons gasp and their souls nearly leave their bodies. Old Medicine Master. As a top human martial artist, he not only possesses unfathomable cultivation, reaching the peak of the 13th realm, but his alchemy and array formation skills are also superb and unparalleled. How come two top martial artists have arrived at the same time? Could it be that the Jueyuan Mountains are about to undergo a major upheaval? Upon seeing the two people, everyone froze on the spot, feeling only the booming sound swirling in their ears, their minds going blank, and their heads buzzing. Beast King, Elder Yao. Li Yi was the first to react, taking a step forward and jogging to meet him. You are welcome. The Beast King frowned slightly. He had always been carefree and disliked such deliberate etiquette. In comparison, Subai was the one who suited his taste the most. He glanced at the demon chieftain behind Li Yi and asked, Are all the demon chieftains here? Li Yi respectfully replied, reporting to the Beast King, the 7 demon leaders of the Jueyuan mountain range are all here. The Beast King nodded slightly, his gaze already searching for the Snow Fox clan chief. A short while later, he spotted Ji Xian, the Snow Fox clan chief, at the back of the crowd. Okay, let's talk in the lobby. Inside the hall, the Beast King and the Medicine Elders sat in the main seats, with Li Yi and a group of warriors standing behind them, while the other demon leaders sat in the seats on either side. Their expressions were very complex, showing curiosity, doubt, and even a hint of fear. They were already considering all sorts of possibilities in their minds, wondering what could possibly have led these 2 lords of the Great Xia dynasty to come to their remote place. The Beast King and the Medicine Elder exchanged a glance and slowly said, "Since everyone is here, I'll get straight to the point. We have indeed come here to ask you for a favor." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire hall fell into an eerie silence. Li Yi's eyes widened suddenly as he looked at the 2 adults in front of him with disbelief, a strong sense of curiosity rising in his heart. The demon leaders below were even more bewildered. They simply couldn't understand why these 2 lords of the Great Xia dynasty needed their help. Seeing the somewhat serious atmosphere, the Beast King couldn't help but find it amusing, so he simply cut to the chase and said, "We've come to propose marriage." Proposing marriage? The demons were stunned. The Martial Alliance had sent out such a large force, only to come here just to propose marriage. Right. The Beast King stood up, looked at Ji Xian at the back of the crowd, and said solemnly, "Elder Ji Xian, on behalf of the Great Xia, I propose marriage to you, asking that our clan's prodigy marry the Snow Fox clan's holy maiden, Ji Yao." The moment those words were spoken, the entire room fell into a deathly silence. Even the howling mountain wind seemed to freeze. The demons stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg in their mouths, and all turned to look at Ji Xian, whose face was deathly pale. Upon hearing this, Ji Xian froze on the spot, his expression turning into a bitter smile. It turns out, they had their eyes on his daughter, Ji Yao. His bitter smile grew increasingly unpleasant. If the Beast King and the Medicine Master went together, then just how prestigious was the person behind them? He wouldn't even dare to think about it. Just imagine, how could such a noble human prodigy possibly marry a refugee from their Snow Fox clan? Chapter 9: An Irresistible Dowry. So that's how it is. After a moment of realization, everyone's expressions became somewhat amused. What they were thinking was similar to what Ji Xian was thinking. This isn't a marriage proposal at all, they're probably here to take hostages. Ji Yao might end up as a plaything for that human prodigy. Elder Ji Xian, this is a good thing. It is truly an honor for our demon race to be able to marry the great Xia Tianjiao. Elder Ji Xian, I truly envy you for having such a wonderful daughter. They breathed a sigh of relief, their eyes filled with mockery and a hint of pity as they looked at Ji Xian. Fortunately, they didn't have any daughters, or if they did, they would already be married, so De Xia naturally wouldn't consider them. Indeed, the tallest tree in the forest will surely be felled by the wind. The more arrogant Ji Xian was before, the more pathetic he became now. All the jealousy he had felt before had vanished. In particular, Jing Yi, the leader of the Zhan Yuan clan, looked at Ji Xian with a mocking gaze. Seeing the frozen smile on Ji Xian's face, he felt a sense of vengeful pleasure. Ha ha! Ji Xian, you finally met your match? A few days ago, I humbly approached you with betrothal gifts to propose marriage, but you refused outright without any room for negotiation. Now look what happened. Ji Yao went to Great Xia, but she only became that prodigy's plaything. How dare you look down on my son, Jinglin? He cursed inwardly, feeling incredibly relieved. Ji Xian gave a bitter smile, his heart filled with mixed feelings. As the chief of the Snow Fox clan, he had failed to protect his people, and as a father, he was powerless to even protect his only daughter. His expression was noticed by the observant old apothecary, who shook his head helplessly, patted the Beast King, and reminded him. Beast King, bring out the betrothal gifts. Upon hearing this, the Beast King slapped his head, flipped his hand, and 3 dark gold storage rings appeared in his palm. Upon seeing these 3 storage rings, everyone's gaze was immediately fixed on them. After all, they were once a powerful ruler, and with just one glance, they could tell that these storage rings were of extraordinary quality. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the Beast King flicked his wrist, and the ring, enveloped in his energy, was steadily delivered to Ji Xian. Ji Xian took a deep breath, hesitated for only a moment, and then took it. They were just 3 storage rings, but they felt incredibly heavy. Open it and take a look. The Beast King's cheerful voice rang out, carrying an irresistible magic. As the representative of Great Xia, he would naturally not do anything that would invite criticism. The betrothal gifts in these 3 rings were all carefully selected by him, and he spared no expense in choosing them. However, compared to the female prodigy who scored 98 points, these achievements seem insignificant. Well. With a barely audible sigh, Ji Xian resignedly opened one of the storage rings. The moment his senses detected the items inside, he froze on the spot. Seeing his reaction, the expressions on the faces of the other demon clan leaders also changed. Could it be that Great Xia was really willing to spend a lot of money? How could that be? To put it bluntly, these people are just here to beg for food. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Ji Xian moved his mind, and a pill radiating golden light appeared in his hand. Instantly, the entire hall was filled with the oppressive aura of a potential real estate development, and all the Yao clan elders felt an urge to boil over in their bloodline power. At this moment, the way they looked at the pills was like a bachelor who had been single for decades seeing a stunningly beautiful naked woman. Their eyes were filled with naked desire. Is this pill for me? Ji Xian was trembling all over. He looked at the Beast King in disbelief, his tone filled with surprise. That's natural. The Beast King's voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears with exceptional clarity. This is a pill refined by Elder Yao. The raw material is the inner core of an 11th level peak demon king. As the Beast King finished speaking, the jealousy in everyone's eyes almost became tangible. No wonder, no wonder. It turns out that this pill was made from the inner core of a level 11 peak demon king. Among them, the strongest, Jingyu, was only at the level 10 peak. A level 11 peak demon king is an existence they can only dream of. If they had that strength, how could they have fallen to the point of relying on the Great Xia? They naturally couldn't consume this inner core directly, but after being refined by the old medicine master, this pill could not only be consumed directly. The remaining medicinal power will continue to nourish them, and may even allow their cultivation speed to advance by leaps and bounds. If it weren't for the presence of the Beast King and the medicine master, some of them would probably have already tried to snatch it. How could Ji Xian be so lucky? Just having a good daughter is enough for him to have such a great opportunity. The jealousy in everyone's eyes was almost tangible. Ji Xian naturally sensed their gazes. He swallowed hard, and with a thought, he put the pill back into his storage ring. Ji Xian thanks you both, sirs. Ji Xian's eyes were a little red. He bent down, clasped his hands in a fist salute to the two of them, and spoke respectfully. Currently, he is only a level 10 martial artist. If he takes this pill, his strength will likely increase dramatically, and revenge will seem to be within reach. Thinking of this, a powerful fighting spirit burst forth in his already despairing heart, his posture straightened up considerably, and his demeanor underwent a dramatic change in an instant. Seeing Ji Xian's reaction, the two exchanged a smile. The Beast King cleared his throat and continued, "This is only one of the betrothal gifts. There are 2 other betrothal gifts that are no less valuable than this pill." Hiss. As the Beast King finished speaking, the entire arena fell silent, save for a collective gasp. Xia, what a grand gesture. Ji Xian's heart raced uncontrollably. He swallowed hard, forcing himself to calm down, and discreetly slipped the 3 rings into his pocket. A common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. He had no intention of taking out those 2 treasures again. He had seen the looks in the eyes of the other demon kings. Now, he has made up his mind about one thing: he wants to take this opportunity to tie himself to the Great Xia. It's tough on Ji Yao, but in this chaotic world, marrying the pride of the Great Xia is ultimately a good choice. Thank you, sirs. I, Ji Xian, will live as a person of Great Xia and die as a ghost of Great Xia. I will go through fire and water without hesitation. His expression was serious, his tone earnest, and every word he spoke resonated deeply with everyone. That old fox. The demon kings cursed inwardly, fearing that the other demon kings would snatch these treasures from him. In fact, he didn't need to say these things. These demon kings wouldn't dare to act rashly. Even the peak level 11 demon kings were refined into pills. Their strength was truly insignificant. Chapter 10: Ji Yao's Choice. Ice Soul Peak. This is the highest peak in the Jueyuan Mountains. It is covered with ice and snow all year round. From a distance, it is a vast expanse of white. The strong winds howl, carrying ice shards. Not to mention human footprints, even cold-resistant birds and beasts dare not approach easily. Snowfox Valley is hidden in the sheltered valley of these icy peaks. At the entrance, 2 snowfox guards, clad in heavy leather armor, stood alertly with their ears perked up, their snow-white spears propped up against the snow. They had just rubbed their hands together when they caught a glimpse of a dark figure darting out of the snowstorm. Who? The guard on the left gave a low shout, and the 2 men instantly straightened up, their spears pointing straight ahead with a whoosh, their hair standing on end in alertness. The figure ran incredibly fast, snowflakes flying behind its feet, and heavy breathing could be heard even through the cold wind. It was about to reach the pass, but showed no sign of slowing down. "It's me!" A familiar voice came from inside, and the two guards instantly breathed a sigh of relief. The newcomer was Ji Xian, who was breathing heavily. His breath was cold and condensed into fine frost as soon as it drifted out. "Guard the entrance strictly and report any incidents immediately." After saying that, he rushed into Ice Soul Peak without looking back. I wonder what Ji Yao's reaction was after she found out about this. Ji Xian sighed deeply, his heart filled with helplessness and heartache. His wife died early, and Ji Yao became independent at a young age. Later, when the Snow Fox clan was almost wiped out by the Bear clan, Ji Yao followed him as they wandered and fled. Having finally been taken in by the Great Xia, life had settled down. Not long ago, Ji Yao awakened her S-level talent, and life finally had hope again. I never expected this to happen again today. Before he knew it, he had arrived at Ji Yao's room. Bang bang bang. After taking a deep breath, Ji Xian gently knocked on the door. "Please come in." A clear, cold voice came out, and Ji Xian forced a smile and gently pushed open the door. The room wasn't large, and there wasn't much furniture, but it was very clean, even spotless. In the middle is a metal bunk bed. A white-haired, blue-eyed girl was sitting cross-legged on the bed. She had clearly just finished cultivating, and there was a fine layer of sweat on her forehead. The girl raised her head, and upon recognizing Ji Xian, she quickly stood up, bowed, and her clear, cold voice rang out, "Father." Ji Xian nodded slightly, but the forced smile didn't last long. His brows were filled with conflict, and he couldn't bring himself to say the words. The sensible Ji Yao keenly noticed Ji Xian's unusual behavior. Recalling the news that the Great Xia Martial Arts Alliance had arrived, her heart sank, and she tentatively asked, "Has something happened, father?" "Well." With a heavy sigh, Ji Xian briefly recounted the events. The cold wind howled fiercely, and the flames inside the fireplace flickered slowly. Ji Yao sat to the side, listening quietly with her eyes lowered, her face expressionless. But when she heard that one of the 3 betrothal gifts sent by the Great Xia dynasty was a pill refined from the inner core of an 11th level peak demon king, she suddenly looked up, her gaze fixed on Ji Xian, her tone filled with undisguised shock and disbelief. "Father, is the Great Xia really willing to pay such a high price?" "That's right." Ji Xian nodded solemnly, then reached into his robes and pulled out 3 shimmering storage rings. "I haven't had time to open the other 2 rings yet." "Open it and take a look, father." Ji Yao spoke lightly, her eyes sparkling with barely concealed anticipation. She knew in her heart how precious this pill was. With this pill, father's strength will definitely reach a new level. So, preserving the clan is definitely not a big problem. This is a deep pain in my father's heart. This is just one aspect of the betrothal gift, what about the others? Looking at her like this, Ji Xian seemed to see again the little girl with pigtails who used to tiptoe and run behind him all the time. His eyes welled up slightly, and he quickly lowered his head, secretly sniffed, and replied in a hoarse voice, "Okay, father, I'll open it right away." As soon as he finished speaking, he probed his consciousness into the storage ring. Buzz! A soft buzzing sound rang out, and in the next instant, a long spear, pure white and exuding a chilling aura, appeared in his palm. The air around us seemed to freeze. The father and daughter felt a sudden jolt in their minds. The power of their bloodline seemed to be summoned by something, and it began to circulate rapidly and uncontrollably. Streams of heat instantly swept through their limbs and bones. A near S-rank weapon, the Ice Soul Snow Spear. The two exclaimed simultaneously, their eyes filled with shock and ecstasy, their heartbeats even slowing down. This is a legendary weapon belonging to the Snow Fox clan. However, this weapon has not reappeared in the world for many years. Unexpectedly, it was sent back by the Great Xia dynasty as a betrothal gift today. Taking a deep breath, Ji Xian took out the last betrothal gift from the last storage ring. It was a smooth, white jade tube, with the characters of the Great Xia Kingdom engraved on its surface. A near S-rank formation, the Frost Abyss Solidification Barrier. Upon seeing these words, Ji Xian's breath hitched. It was actually an array. The reason why the Great Xia dynasty is so powerful is not only because it has many experts, but also because the formations that have been passed down for thousands of years have played a very important role. Many demons paid a huge price, only to obtain some low-level formations from the Great Xia. Unexpectedly, he was fortunate enough to obtain a near S-level formation today. Taking a deep breath, Ji Xian forced himself to calm down. Holding the jade tube in his hand, the information about the Frosty Abyss Solid Clan Barrier appeared in his mind. The next moment, his eyes widened in shock. Once this formation is complete, it can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to sustain itself. Even more terrifying is that this formation can actually withstand a full-force attack from a level 13 expert. In addition, this formation can gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In other words, with this thing, the Snowfox clan essentially possesses a mobile cultivation paradise. I never expected that the Great Xia would invest so much. Ji Xian's body trembled slightly. It was all because of Yaoer. He turned his head, his eyes filled with hesitation and heartache. After a long silence, he finally struggled to speak. The Great Xia is indeed very sincere, Yaoer. If you don't want to marry that Great Xia prodigy, that's fine too. Ji Xian's tone was complicated. It wasn't that easy to just refuse to marry. No matter how benevolent the Great Xia dynasty was, they certainly wouldn't be able to stay here. In severe cases, they might even face annihilation. But he was also a father. If everything depended on sacrificing his only daughter, then so be it. Before Ji Xian could finish speaking, Ji Yao interrupted him with a firm voice. "Father, I am willing to marry." She paused, her eyes slightly reddening, her voice trembling with emotion. "But father, please take good care of yourself." Chapter 11: Su Bai's First Wedding. The Great Xia Martial Arts Alliance, on a spaceship. Ji Yao looked out the window and watched the Jueyuan Mountains become increasingly blurry until they disappeared completely from sight. Her fingers gently traced the windowpane, and a sense of melancholy arose in her heart. With the betrothal gifts from the Great Xia dynasty, I believe my father will be able to protect the Snowfox clan. In the seat in front, the Beast King was fast asleep, his head tilted to one side. The old apothecary stroked his white beard, turned around, and saw Ji Yao with vacant eyes. He shook his head helplessly and said gently, "You can come back anytime you want in the future." The old doctor's voice interrupted Ji Yao's thoughts. She turned her head sharply and nodded somewhat shyly. This old man is a level 13 martial artist, the pinnacle of combat power in this world, and also an excellent alchemist. This was the first time she had been so close to such a powerful person, all because of the human prodigy who was about to become her husband. The spaceship was moving very fast, and the surrounding scenery underwent a dramatic transformation. Ji Yao looked at the scene outside the window with a surprised expression, her eyes filled with curiosity. "Is this the Great Xia dynasty?" She couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. The towering buildings and bustling traffic outside the window, the prosperous scene of the capital of Daxia, left her speechless. Shortly after, the airship roared as it slowed down and landed steadily on the helipad on the top floor of a skyscraper. Phew, that was a really good sleep. The deafening roar woke the Beast King. He stretched, his skeleton cracking and popping. After recognizing the familiar surroundings, he rubbed his eyes and grinned, finally home. Perfect ending. The hatch opened, and Ji Yao gripped the hem of her clothes tightly as she cautiously followed the Beast King and the old doctor out of the spaceship, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Far from her homeland, she married into the human race, and what the future held. Will things really get better? Thinking of this, a bitter smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. "Welcome back, both of you." Three figures were already waiting on the tarmac. They were Li Pujuan, Xiong Zhan, and the Sword Saint. They were supposed to be in the conference hall, but somehow they all ended up on the roof. The three of them turned their gazes past the Beast King and the Medicine Master, landing on Ji Yao. The corners of their mouths curled up in unison, their eyes filled with anticipation. "This little girl is so pretty. Su Bai will definitely like her. It's just a matter of how much of a surprise this little girl can bring to Daxia." The three of them stroked their chins, pondering their next move. Ji Yao also happened to look up, her gaze meeting Li Pujuan's deep eyes. The leader, Li Pujuan, had a cold and stern expression, like a block of ice that had stood for 10,000 years, but at this moment, there was an unconcealable smile in his eyes. The warrior to his left was nearly 2 meters tall, as burly as a small mountain, and even more robust than the demon warriors. The swordsman on the right is dressed in white, carrying a long sword on his back. He has a gentle face, but his body is surrounded by a sharp sword aura. The aura emanating from the three of them was even stronger than that of the Beast King and the Medicine Master. Ji Yao's heart skipped a beat, and her pupils contracted sharply. These three are clearly the renowned human races Li Pujuan, Xiong Zhan, and Sword Saint. They are all peak level 13 martial artists. Any one of them could make all races tremble with a single move. A strong sense of unreality instantly overwhelmed her, and her head was buzzing. Who exactly is the person she's going to marry? Could it be that some ancient monster who has lived for hundreds or thousands of years is the reason the three pillars of the human race would personally come to greet him? The moment this thought crossed Ji Yao's mind, she felt a chill run through her body, the light in her eyes dimmed instantly, and a thick gloom settled over her heart. Take Ji Yao to prepare for the wedding. Li Pujuan gave a concise and efficient explanation, and Ji Yao, who was feeling uneasy, was led away. Turning his head, Li Pujuan looked at the Beast King and the Medicine Elder, his tone full of emotion. Thank you both for your hard work. Nothing. The Beast King waved his hand dismissively and said, I just took a trip to the Abyss Mountains and presented the betrothal gifts. Those demon kings were so eager to go back and give birth to a daughter to send to me. Before going, he had imagined that the demons would be dissatisfied, so he would show his strength slightly to intimidate everyone, but the whole process went smoothly. Upon hearing this, Li Pujuan and the others couldn't help but laugh, even the usually aloof Sword Saint's lips curled up slightly. Ultimately, the mission went so smoothly because of the powerful national strength of the Great Xia dynasty. The Medicine King stroked his beard and smiled easily. I'm really looking forward to seeing how much of a surprise Su Bai will bring us this time. At this moment, in the spacious and luxurious room, Su Bai lay sprawled on the bed, fast asleep. He had tried cultivating these past few days, but after nearly burning his dantian to the point of fuming, and still seeing no increase in his strength, he realized that the system was right. He really couldn't improve his strength through cultivation on his own. As an outstanding student who had worked hard for 3 years, Su Bai was initially quite unaccustomed to it. After a brief period of grief, he accepted the tragic reality. It seems I have no choice but to find another way to serve my country. Just as Su Bai was dreaming of the crucial moment when he was showing off his skills on the battlefield of all races, the door was pushed open with a bang. He opened his eyes abruptly, turned over, and looked up at the direction of the door. Accompanied by a series of hurried footsteps, several martial artists filed in, their faces filled with anxiety. My lord, wake up! Your wedding is in just 1 hour. Upon hearing this news, the senior martial artists of the Martial Arts Alliance were also bewildered, but with their exceptional execution skills, they did not express any doubts and immediately took action. It must be said that planning a wedding is quite interesting compared to dangerous and repetitive tasks. Ah! Su Bai blinked, his eyes still glazed over from just waking up. A few seconds later, he realized what was happening and slapped his thigh. Could it be? Ji Yao has already arrived? In less than half an hour, Su Bai changed into an expensive suit and, surrounded by a group of awkward-looking martial artists dressed in bright red best man suits, arrived at the banquet hall on the top floor. As soon as Su Bai pushed open the door, he was shocked by the scene before him. The banquet hall was spacious and bright, and had been carefully decorated to create a warm and inviting wedding venue. A red silk ribbon with gilded trim hangs high from the dome, and valuable crystal ornaments gleam. Each window frame is adorned with a gold-stamped double happiness character. The melodious wedding symphony echoed in the hall. A group of warriors who usually carried machetes to slay monsters were now busily setting up tables and chairs, some pulling ribbons, others arranging flowers, all working up a sweat. Seeing this scene, Su Bai felt a surge of warmth in his heart. The headquarters of the Great Xia Martial Arts Alliance was actually transformed into a wedding venue just for him. Seeing Su Bai enter, Li Pujuan walked over, patted Su Bai's shoulder, and brought Su Bai back to reality. Su Bai, we should have given you a grander wedding, but due to your special circumstances, we will simply hold the wedding within the Martial Arts Alliance. His tone was somewhat ashamed. After all, Su Bai was the future hope of the human race. He paused and continued, don't worry, when you are strong enough that you don't have to be careful of those petty villains, the Great Xia will hold a grand wedding for you. Chapter 12 Turn off the lights. Why turn off the lights? In the dressing room, 2 female martial artists were carefully dressing up Ji Yao. They frequently undertake various missions, so disguise is something that comes easily to them. In the mirror, Ji Yao's enchanting face needed no embellishment. Her skin was fair and flawless, and her eyes seemed to speak volumes, captivating and perfect. Even though she looked sullen, it didn't ruin the beauty. Instead, it added to her pitiful and delicate appearance. The 2 female martial artists who were applying her makeup couldn't help but sigh as they looked at her face. All right, your makeup is done. Now you can head to the wedding, a female martial artist reminded her. Ji Yao nodded slightly and replied softly, as if she had accepted her fate. Guided by the female warrior, she wore a pure white, trailing wedding dress with layers upon layers of skirt, and with light steps, she slowly stepped onto the red carpet leading to the wedding venue. At the end of the red carpet was the ceremony platform. With each step she took, her heart sank a little deeper. Even though she had made many mental preparations, the thought of possibly spending the rest of her life with an old man still made her feel depressed, as if she were buried in a gloom. The wedding was not very lively, with only a few core members of the Martial Arts Alliance present, but the atmosphere was very solemn. When I saw that figure at the end of the ceremonial platform in the distance, I was struck dumb as if by lightning. The imagined old man did not appear. Instead, a young and upright figure appeared, who also seemed quite handsome. That figure was none other than Su Bai. He was tall and straight, and his well-tailored suit perfectly accentuated his physique. This is the person I'm going to marry? Ji Yao's pupils contracted sharply, and a storm raged in her heart. She mechanically took steps forward, her previous resistance and frustration instantly replaced by immense shock. After taking a few more steps, the face became clearer. It was handsome, but without any feminine features, and the jawline had just the right amount of strength. A pair of dark eyes were gazing at her with deep affection, making her face flush slightly. She lowered her head shyly, but a greater question arose in her mind. Why did this human prodigy choose to marry me? The wedding did not last long. Under the slightly meaningful gazes of everyone, Su Bai reached out and took Ji Yao's slightly cool hand, leading her back to the room that had already been decorated. Looking at this anime girl who was even more beautiful than a 3D image, Su Bai felt a surge of excitement. We've made a fortune. Back in her room, Ji Yao pursed her lips, her face flushed, and stood helplessly by the door, her small hands clutching the hem of her skirt, tying the fabric in her hands into knots. Sit on the bed. Su Bai took 2 steps forward and placed his hands on Ji Yao's shoulders. He clearly felt the delicate body beneath his fingertips stiffen suddenly, but she still obediently moved her feet and sat on the edge of the bed. Seeing the puzzled look on Ji Yao's face, Su Bai knew she had many questions. After all, she hadn't seen her husband until the wedding. He took a sip of tea before slowly saying, "Ask your questions quickly, I'll give you 5 minutes. Ah? Ji Yao raised her head, her watery eyes looking at Su Bai. When she saw Su Bai's mischievous grin, her voice was full of confusion. Why only 5 minutes? Seeing her dazed expression, Su Bai felt a little amused. He put down his teacup and said matter-of-factly, I have to get down to business in 5 minutes. You. Ji Yao's cheeks were so red they looked like they were about to bleed. She raised her hand to point at Su Bai, but she gave up halfway and resignedly lowered her arm. A woman should follow her husband wherever he goes, whether he's a chicken or a dog. Moreover, Su Bai was much better than she had expected. He was young and handsome, not some old and decrepit human nobleman. What more could she ask for? After a moment of silence, she finally asked the question that had been lingering in her mind, why do you want to marry me? With your status, marrying a human prodigy should be a piece of cake. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Bai said directly, because you are beautiful, I fell in love with you at first sight. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Yao's ears turned pink, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. Why is this person so direct? Isn't the great Xia dynasty always reserved and introverted? She simply stopped asking these questions and sat quietly on the bed, ready to face Su Bai's wanton behavior. Su Bai plopped down next to Ji Yao, feeling the girl's soft body, and slowly stretched out his hands, speaking softly. However, there's something I need to tell you beforehand, I won't only marry you. Can you accept that? Ji Yao paused slightly, but quickly regained her composure and said nonchalantly, this is your business, it has nothing to do with me. Seeing how understanding his first wife was, Su Bai's smile deepened. Wait, turn off the lights. Why turn off the lights? Question mark. On the very night of Su Bai's wedding, in the easternmost part of the world, on the turbulent sea. Fleets stood on the sea like steel behemoths, with human soldiers lined up above them, their eyes blazing with fighting spirit. At the very front of the fleet, a towering figure stood proudly amidst the waves, a trident in his hand gleaming coldly. He is none other than the sea god Poming, one of the 6 top martial artists of the great Xia dynasty. A level 13 martial artist who awakened an S-rank water-type talent, 9-headed serpent. Opposite them was a group of humanoid monsters with horns on their heads. This was the Trench Clan, the newest tribe to occupy this sea area. They had just defeated the merfolk here and were now preparing to seize the opportunity to completely occupy this sea area. Sea King, leave this sea area. You humans can't handle it. The leader of the Trench tribe revealed a hint of arrogant confidence in his eyes. No matter how strong the Sea King was, he was still just a human. Whether you can seize the opportunity or not, you'll know once you try. Poming snorted coldly, his 5 fingers suddenly clenched, and the surrounding seawater surged back, with towering columns of water rising straight into the sky. To the horrified gaze of the merfolk, the towering water columns suddenly twisted and transformed into 9 lifelike water dragons. Its scales were clearly visible, and it roared menacingly at the alien race opposite, the sound waves shaking the sea. Run! We are no match for them. Poming sneered, trying to leave? The voice was like a death knell. The next moment, he swept his arm horizontally, and the trident flashed with blue light. 9 water dragons, carrying a bone-chilling cold, roared down. Wherever it passed, even the air froze, and icebergs instantly formed on the sea surface. The screams abruptly ceased, and all the alien races were frozen into ice sculptures, still in their fleeing postures, their faces frozen with extreme fear. Anyone who trespasses on the territory of the Great Xia shall die. Chapter 13 Sea King, God of War, we've been holding the border, what are you doing? Aquaman's voice echoed across the inky black sea as he cast a long, drawn-out glance at the trembling demons in the distance. He snorted dismissively and returned to the fleet from the sea as if walking on flat ground. Isn't he human? Why does he possess such powerful water-based abilities? This is the Sea King, a top expert of the Great Xia dynasty. The Trench tribe is completely finished now. It's better for humans to control this sea area than for the Trench clan, at least we can still live. Watching the departing Great Xia fleet, the various tribes inhabiting this sea area whispered among themselves. Meanwhile, Paming had already returned to the command room. The room was spacious and bright, with a very modern feel. Paming leaned back in his chair, and a guard had already prepared tea for him behind him. He raised his hand, opened the Martial Arts Alliance's encrypted channel, and tapped his finger to check the latest updates. Suddenly, his expression changed, his eyes filled with disbelief, and an extremely terrifying pressure emanated from his body. With a loud bang, Aquaman slammed his hand heavily on the table, instantly shattering it into pieces and turning it into a pile of scrap metal. What are Li Pujuan and his gang up on? They've mobilized most of the Martial Arts Alliance's forces to search the world for top female prodigies from various races? The guards behind him had never seen the Sea King lose his temper like this before. At this moment, their faces were ashen, their bodies slightly hunched, and they didn't dare to utter a sound. Call. Paming took a deep breath, his chest heaving violently, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart. However, the slight twitching of his facial muscles still betrayed his inner rage. In terms of seniority, only Elder Yao is older than him in the entire Great Xia Martial Arts Alliance. But in order to protect the Great Xia, he still came to the easternmost part of the Great Xia without hesitation to protect it. On the surface, the Great Xia dynasty has 7 level 13 martial artists. 5 martial artists were stationed at the Martial Arts Alliance headquarters, while he and the God of War, Tianqing, guarded the border of the Great Xia dynasty year-round. One guards the easternmost sea, the other guards the northern wilderness. Mobilize the forces of the Great Xia dynasty to search for the female prodigy. Neptune muttered to himself, his brows furrowing even deeper. This is definitely not something that Li Pujuan can decide alone. Could there be some hidden story behind this? Thinking of this, Aquaman calmed down considerably, and the terrifying pressure completely disappeared. Turning his head, he said calmly, "Prepare a spaceship for me. It's been a long time since I've been back to headquarters." Buzz. Amidst the roar of machinery and the sound of waves tearing through the air, a deep blue spaceship, enveloped in a strong wind, landed steadily on the airfield atop the Martial Arts Alliance headquarters. The sound of the spaceship landing was like a thunderclap, shaking the entire platform and causing gravel to tumble down from the cracks in the ground. The hatch opened, and Paming slowly emerged. Looking at the familiar headquarters of the Martial Arts Alliance, he was filled with a mix of emotions. Suddenly, a deafening roar of a spaceship interrupted his thoughts. Paming subconsciously looked up and saw a jet-black spaceship land steadily beside him with a powerful roar. Is this the Tianqing spaceship? Looking at the spaceship not far away, Paming narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. Sure enough, the hatch popped open, and a middle-aged man carrying a giant axe slowly walked out. His figure was as imposing as a mountain, and the giant axe on his back emitted a chilling light. His battle-hardened aura was almost tangible. It was Tianqing, the God of War who guarded the northern border. Upon seeing Paming, Tianqing's eyes lit up, a slight smile appeared on his lips, and the gloom on his face dissipated considerably. He quickly walked up to Paming and said, "Neptune, could it be that you've also returned because of recent events?" Paming frowned and sighed deeply. "Alas, it's because I heard that the Martial Arts Alliance actually sent out most of its spies to search for young female prodigies in Daxia." "What's this?" Tianqing's eyes widened, his tone filled with excitement. Just a few days ago, the Beast King and the Elder of Medicine, under Li Potion's orders, led 3 nearest grade treasures to the Jueyuan Mountains to propose marriage. At this point, Tianqing even gritted his teeth. As a level 13 martial artist, the weapon in his hand was only quasi-S grade. Paming's eyes widened instantly, his tone filled with disbelief. 3 nearest grade treasures, just given away like that? Yes. Tianqing shook his head, his brows furrowing slightly. Perhaps there are some hidden reasons. I came back this time to see what exactly happened. Paming nodded slightly, his expression solemn. I hope Li Pujuan and the others can provide a reasonable explanation. In the conference hall, Li Padian and his companions sat upright around the conference table, their faces beaming with joy and their eyes filled with anticipation. By now, Su Bai has probably finished his business, right? Xiang Zhan was extremely excited, rubbing his hands together, his eyes filled with anticipation. The others also looked excited. The Beast King put down his teacup and asked, I wonder what kind of reward the system will give this time. It would be great if you could give me another bottle of True Dragon liquid. The old doctor shook his head, his tone filled with regret and guilt. Last time, in order to verify the effects of the True Dragon liquid, we wasted the opportunity to obtain an S-level talent. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone shook their heads in regret. With the resources of the Martial Arts Alliance, an S-level talent can at least become a level 12 martial artist in the future. We can't be blamed for this. After all, the system is such an incredible thing. Just then, Li Pujuan spoke up, breaking the oppressive atmosphere. However, this can be considered a lesson. From now on, we must do our utmost to cultivate Su Bai. Yes. That's right. His words were met with agreement from everyone, and the atmosphere became much more relaxed. At this moment, Su Bai had become a treasure in everyone's hearts. My lord, the Sea King and the God of War have arrived. A voice came from outside the door. Why are Aquaman and the God of War here? Could something have happened in the eastern pole or the northern border? Everyone turned to look at the gate with surprise, and began to whisper among themselves. Please let them in. Li Pujuan waved his hand and spoke. The door opened, and with heavy footsteps, two familiar figures appeared in everyone's sight. However, the serious expressions on their faces startled everyone, inevitably reminding them of some unpleasant things. Neptune, God of War, why are you back? Li Padian glanced at the two of them, a hint of doubt appearing in his eyes. The two walked straight to the round table, pulled out chairs with a whoosh, and plopped down heavily, the chair legs hitting the ground with a dull thud, filled with suppressed anger. Paming cleared his throat and spoke first. Can't we come back? Has the Martial Arts Alliance become a tool for you to find partners? Tianqing added, I'm offering 3 quasi-S grade items and weapons as a betrothal gift in order to marry a holy maiden of the Snowfox clan. Chapter 14 System? Generous rewards. After they finished speaking, an eerie silence fell over the room. Xiang Zhan paused for a moment, then burst into a rough laugh. The old doctor stroked his beard and shook his head helplessly. The Beast King tapped his fingers lightly on the table, a playful look on his face. The Sword Saint in the last row was suppressing a laugh, his face turning slightly red. Seeing everyone's reaction, Paming and Tianxing exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of doubt in each other's eyes. What are they doing? It's not what you think. Li Pujuan shook his head helplessly, revealing a look of bewilderment. He never expected that this matter would cause such a big uproar. To prevent Su Bai's secret from being discovered by those with ulterior motives, the martial artists and the Martial Alliance who were on missions only knew to gather information about female prodigies. But no one knows the purpose of this matter. It's no wonder that the Sea King and the God of War had a misunderstanding. What's going on? Paming asked, and judging from everyone's reactions, he vaguely sensed that there must be some misunderstanding. Tianxing picked up his teacup, took a sip, but kept glancing in Li Pujuan's direction out of the corner of his eye. How should I explain this to both of you? Li Pujuan, on the contrary, revealed a smiling expression, thought for a moment, and then recounted Su Bai's story in detail. When the system was mentioned, Paming and the other man showed strange expressions when they heard that the True Dragon liquid had upgraded Zhou Qing's talent from B level to A level. They both froze on the spot. After he finished speaking, the entire conference room became extremely quiet again. Seeing the two dumbfounded people, Li Pujuan was not in a hurry. This matter was indeed too unbelievable. You mean? Su Bai has awakened the talent of many children, many blessings, and can receive system rewards as long as he marries a woman who scores 90 points? After a long while, Paming finally spoke, as if talking to himself, or as if seeking confirmation from everyone. His brows furrowed into the shape of the Chinese character river. He knew the meaning of each character individually, but when put together, he just couldn't understand it. System? Tianxing rolled his eyes at Li Padian, and a questioning voice rang out, how could such a thing possibly exist in this world? Right. Paming's expression was agitated, and his tone carried a hint of anger at being deceived. There's a limit to how much you can lie. If talents could be upgraded, why would S-rank talents be so scarce? After he finished speaking, no one knew how to respond for a moment. If they hadn't witnessed Zhou Qing's talent improve from B level to A level, their reaction would have been exactly the same as Haiwang's. The old apothecary stroked his beard and said, "That's indeed the case. The potion is at least S grade." He was also somewhat helpless. That bottle of medicine was indeed a unique item, unless Su Bai could produce it again. Hearing the old doctor's words, a deep sense of sorrow welled up in the hearts of the two. It's over. Heaven is going to destroy my great Xia. I initially thought it was Li Padian acting on his own, but looking at the five of them, it's clear they were in cahoots and had been conspiring together for a long time. You wouldn't believe me even if I told you? Xiongzhan could no longer hold back. His rough laughter echoed throughout the hall, his tone full of amusement. If it were me, I wouldn't believe it either. But if I hadn't seen Zhou Qing with my own eyes how he used Su Bai's system rewards to go from B level to A level, I would never have believed that such a good thing existed in this world. The Beast King shook his head helplessly, his gaze sweeping across the outside of the hall, his tone resolute. Su Bai should be here soon. He's probably finished his business. Once the system distributes the rewards, he'll definitely come over as soon as possible. When the time comes, you'll see for yourselves and then you'll believe it. He calculated the time Su Bai and that prodigy's union should have ended by now. Once the system reward arrived, given Su Bai's personality, he would definitely rush to the alliance to report immediately. Right. The Sword Saint couldn't help but chime in, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. On the other side, Su Bai slowly opened his eyes, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and felt a smooth, delicate soft body clinging tightly to his body, the warm and tender touch striking his heart. Turning his head, he saw Ji Yao fast asleep. The girl was curled up, tightly hugging his right arm, her delicate body pressed against his, and even one of her legs was wrapped around him. She lay quietly, like a beautiful porcelain doll, her soft, long silver hair neatly spread on the pillow, not messy at all. Her small nostrils twitched slightly as she breathed evenly, her breath gently brushing against Su Bai's neck, making him feel ticklish. Thinking of the scene from last night, Su Bai felt a surge of desire, and a ball of evil fire ignited in his dantian. Last night, Ji Yao, who possessed peak level 2 strength, was utterly defeated and begged for mercy under his fierce offensive. Just as he was about to spar with Ji Yao again, the system notification sounded. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing your first connection. 1. Congratulations, host, on receiving the cultivation boost. You are now a level 2 martial artist. 2. Congratulations, host, on receiving a talent boost. A new SS level talent, Myriad Manifestations, has been added in advanced version of the S level talent, Nightmare, which allows mind manipulation. 3. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 3 bottles of True Dragon Liquid Effect, can increase the level of talents below S rank. 4. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the S rank weapon, Sky-Splitting Tiger Soul Axe. 5. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the S level formation, Mysterious Water Sealing Heaven Formation. Hearing the series of system notifications, Su Bai felt his blood boiling. The rewards were so generous it was like a dream. He looked down at Ji Yao, who was sleeping soundly in his arms, a hint of tenderness flashing in his eyes, his movements as gentle as if afraid of shattering a bubble. He carefully pinched her jade-like legs wrapped around his waist. His fingertips touched her delicate and smooth skin, and a surge of heat rose in his heart. He suppressed his excitement and slowly moved her legs away. Then, he held his breath and gently pried open Ji Yao's fingers that were wrapped around his right arm with his fingertips, his large, well-defined hand touching her soft little hand. He slowly pulled his arm away from her embrace, one finger at a time, afraid that the slightest force would wake her. Finally, he turned slightly to the side, supporting himself on the edge of the bed with one hand, and with the other hand he gently pushed the delicate body pressed against him to the side, his movements as slow as if he were handling a fragile treasure. Only when the two had created some distance between them did he breathe a sigh of relief, slowly lift the blanket on one side, and tiptoe to his feet. Su Bai jumped out of bed and stretched, making a crackling sound like popping beans. He took a deep breath and suddenly threw a punch into the air, accompanied by a whistling wind, containing the powerful strength of a level 2 martial artist. However, Su Bai overlooked one thing: his strength had increased too quickly, and he hadn't yet adapted to this power. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. Good heavens! Steadying himself, Su Bai glanced at his right fist with lingering fear, his eyes filled with undisguised joy. Is this the strength of a level 2 martial artist? Chapter 15, Inventorying the Rewards. You are Su Bai? Even with S-level talent and tireless training, it would take at least 3 months to advance from level 1 to level 2. This is even with all resources and talent maxed out. From this perspective, as long as his wife provides enough, becoming the best in the world doesn't seem like a difficult task for him. Now we have another SS level mental talent. Mental talent is extremely rare among all races, let alone SS level talent. Currently, the highest known talent level among all races is S rank. There are also 3 bottles of True Dragon Liquid. These are for 3 S-level talent martial artists. There is also an S-level 9 Tribulations Earth-Shaking Axe. Subai looked at the battle axe standing quietly in the system space and muttered to himself, I might as well give this axe away. S-rank cultivation technique, mysterious water sealing heaven formation. It can draw upon the vast ocean to create towering waves that can cover 1,000 miles of sea. When the array is activated, the sea will capsize and ships will shatter. Sea monsters that touch it will be torn to dust. It can also imprison the spiritual energy of the sea, causing the enemy cultivator's combat power to plummet by 30%. Subai looked at the introduction and read it aloud. This technique is quite good. The easternmost point of the Great Xia dynasty is right next to the sea. If we have this formation, the soldiers on the border will definitely have an easier time. It should be noted that even quasi-S-level cultivation techniques are extremely rare in this world, and there are only 3 S-level formations in the entire myriad races. This reward is still quite generous. It's time to hand it all over to Great Xia. Turning back, Subai took a deep look at Jiao, who was still fast asleep, then quietly put on her clothes and left the room. Only after Subai gently closed the door did Jiao open her eyes, which had been dozing, and look in the direction Subai had left. Her mind involuntarily recalled the absurd scene from the previous night. Subai, where did you learn so many tricks? Not only on the bed, but also on the table and in front of the sink. She still can't bear to think about the face in the mirror. She subconsciously looked up and scanned her surroundings. Clothes were scattered on the ground, her skirt was strewn everywhere, and even her underwear was nowhere to be found. Looking down at myself, I saw that one of my socks was still hanging loosely on my foot. The other foot was exposed to the air, and the tips of the round, white toes still had a faint blush, as if the warmth of last night was still lingering. She quickly wrapped herself in the blanket, her pretty face flushed, and she shyly spat out, "Pa. You hypocrite!" Leaving the room, Subai headed straight for the conference hall. Pushing open the door, he keenly noticed 2 unfamiliar faces inside. One of them was wearing blue armor and had a serious expression, while the other was a burly warrior, about the same size as the Beast King. Subai, your strength has improved? Upon seeing Subai, Li Padian smiled gently, his breath brushing against Subai's body. The next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief as he asked. Paming and Tian Sheng, who were standing to the side, changed their expressions. They had never seen Li Padian show such an expression before. In my memory, Li Padian always seemed to have a stern face, looking like he had unfulfilled ambitions. Could it be that Subai is his illegitimate son? A bold idea emerged in their minds. That makes sense. Yes, Chairman Li. Subai nodded, I am now a level 2 martial artist. As soon as he finished speaking, apart from Paming and Tian Sheng, the other 5 looked at each other, their eyes filled with disbelief. In just one night, his strength increased by a whole major realm. This reward alone is truly terrifying. If he had enough partners, wouldn't Subai have a chance to break through his limitations and become a martial artist above level 13? If the level 13 warriors are above that, wouldn't the battle of 10,000 races end prematurely? The reason why all races are accumulating the number of S-level talents is because the level 13 martial artist is an insurmountable bottleneck. The moment the idea popped into their heads, everyone's eyes lit up with excitement. Xiong Zhan suddenly stood up, looking at Subai with excitement. Is this a reward from the system? Subai didn't speak, but his gaze kept glancing at the 2 martial artists beside him. That kid. Li Padian chuckled inwardly, then raised his hand and pointed at the 2 men, introducing them as follows. Subai, these 2 are Sea King Poming and Battle God Tianqing. If it weren't for the 2 of them guarding the border, Great Xia wouldn't be so safe and stable. Upon hearing Li Potion's words, the 2 snorted coldly, but their expressions softened considerably. Greetings, Your Excellencies. Subai greeted him neither humbly nor arrogantly. Even without Li Padian saying anything, Subai already had a guess in his mind. The aura emanating from these 2 individuals was comparable to that of Li Padian and the others. They could only be the 2 guarding the border. You're Subai? A voice rang out, and he looked Subai up and down, raised an eyebrow, and continued to ask, I heard you awakened a system? Subai glanced at Li Padian, who nodded slightly. Then Subai turned back to look directly into Paming's eyes and nodded, yes, senior. Nonsense. After receiving Subai's reply, he sneered and unleashed a powerful aura of a level 13 martial artist towards Subai. In an instant, Subai's face turned pale, and his body was lowered slightly. He raised his head, a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. "My lord, you don't believe me?" He felt a surge of anger. He had clearly spoken the truth, yet this person had indiscriminately used their imposing manner to intimidate him. Snort! Lipatian snorted coldly, waved his hand, turned his head and looked at Paming with hostility, his tone unfriendly. "Sea King, Subai is the hope of our human race, and also our junior. Is this how you treat him?" Paming took a step back, came to his senses, and snorted coldly. "What kind of bewitching potion did this kid give you?" The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became much more tense. "My lord, it doesn't matter if you don't believe me." Subai felt much more relaxed. He stretched his limbs and said calmly, "In that case, I'll wait until you two leave before taking out the system's rewards." His tone was unfriendly. These two had never trusted him at all from the beginning and had been putting pressure on him at every turn. He wouldn't tolerate them forever. "You little brat, you're asking for it." Tianxing stood up, and a powerful pressure swept over him like a landslide and a tsunami. Subai was frozen in place, and didn't even have the thought of resisting. This is the strength of a level 13 martial artist. You've overestimated yourself. Subai stood there, stunned, and gave a bitter smile. But just then, a tall figure appeared in front of him as if by teleportation. The figure was Xiongzhan. He simply raised his right hand, and the oppressive aura that had completely extinguished Subai's will to resist vanished without a trace. His body was filled with murderous aura, and his eyes were filled with fierce intent. He looked at Tianxing with hostility, and his hands, which were as big as palm fans, suddenly clenched, and his 5 knuckles squeezed hard. Click, click, click. The crisp cracking of bones, like popping beans, echoed through the silent hall, sending chills down one's spine. "Tianxing, hasn't it been a long time since we sparred? Let me see how much you've improved in the Northern Territory these past few years." Chapter 16. The true dragon liquid reappears, shocking the entire audience. Tianxing is only known as the God of War, but Xiongzhan's title is God of War. He has awakened an S-level talent and can evolve infinitely. This is the most powerful enhancement talent in the world today. With the blessing of this talent, the Bear Warrior's stats can be said to be the strongest among humans. Even when facing the demon race, which is known for its physical strength, it is not inferior. Apart from Lipatian being slightly stronger than him, no one else dared to say they could defeat Xiongzhan. Upon hearing Xiongzhan's words, Tianxing's expression changed drastically, and a fierce fighting spirit instantly ignited in his eyes, causing his murderous aura to surge into a tangible form. He clenched his fist, his knuckles cracking, and said in a deep voice, "Xiongzhan, you were lucky to beat me last time. But these past few years, you've been holed up in headquarters enjoying your retirement, while I've been fighting tooth and nail against alien races in the Northern Territory. I'm not the same person I used to be." Two powerful auras belonging to level 13 experts clashed in the hall, sparking a battle and filling the air with the smell of gunpowder. Paming's face was as solemn as iron, and no one knew what he was thinking. The Sword Saint wore a playful smile, looking like he was watching a good show. The Beast King was even more eager to fight, his eyes burning with desire, wishing he could rush up and fight the two of them himself. Bang! Lipatian slammed his hand on the round table, causing the heavy solid wood surface to crack instantly. His angry roar reverberated throughout the hall. "Stop it, all of you. This is the headquarters of the Martial Arts Alliance, not a place for you to run wild." Tianxing snorted coldly, suppressing his anger, and plopped back down in his seat, though the murderous aura around him had not completely dissipated. Xiongzhan also toned down his imposing aura, turned around, patted Subai on the shoulder, and said in a bold tone, "Don't worry, brother Subai. With me, old Xiong, around, you can do whatever you want within the Great Xia territory." Subai was very grateful to Xiongzhan for helping him out, but he didn't know how to respond to such blunt words. Before Subai could speak, Xiongzhan raised an eyebrow, his gaze falling on him, and asked, "Besides the increase in strength, are there any other rewards?" His tone even carried a hint of pleading, making him seem completely different from the menacing Xiongzhan from just moments before. "Have." Subai nodded, and with a thought, 3 bottles of potions, shimmering with a faint golden light and containing pure life energy fluctuations, instantly appeared in his hand. Upon seeing the familiar medicine, the entire room instantly fell silent, with only the sounds of breathing and heartbeats audible. "This is." Paming and Tianxing were also stunned for a moment, staring blankly at the potion in Subai's hand, their eyes wide with disbelief and astonishment. They didn't understand pharmaceuticals, but as top martial artists of the Great Xia dynasty, their perception of energy potions far surpassed that of ordinary people. The 3 bottles of True Dragon liquid in Subai's hands are absolutely treasures far surpassing ordinary items. Looking at Subai again, their expressions became much more serious. Could it be that this person really has a system? After a while, the old doctor stood up. Due to his excitement, his whole body trembled slightly, his breathing became rapid, and his chest rose and fell continuously. 3 bottles of True Dragon liquid meant that it could create 3S level talent martial artists. Originally, they had given up hope on True Dragon liquid, but unexpectedly, Subai took out 3 bottles in one go. He raised his hand, pointing tremblingly at the potions in Subai's hand, his voice trembling. Could these 3 potions all be True Dragon elixir? Before Subai could answer, Paming couldn't help but ask, I heard that this potion can improve a martial artist's talent level? His expression was slightly strange, but mostly excited. If Subai could really produce such a miraculous potion, then Subai will be the most precious strategic weapon of the Great Xia. Yes, these 2 potions can indeed enhance talent. The old doctor was agitated, completely lacking his usual composure. He shouted outside, call Zhou Cheng over here. The training room is on the 2nd floor of the Martial Arts Alliance. Bang! 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 The dull thuds of impact continued one after another. A muscular young man, shirtless with bronze muscles as smooth as cast steel, was frantically unleashing his power at the fighting stake that was taller than a person. Upon closer inspection, a layer of dark golden light would occasionally emanate from his body. With each punch, the light would flash, and the power of his punch would become increasingly violent. This was Zhou Qing. Since his talent level was upgraded, his status in the Martial Arts Alliance has also risen sharply. He came from an ordinary family and only awakened AB level talent. Through hard work, he managed to leave a slight impression on the higher-ups. What truly changed his fate was the martial artist in the conference hall that day. Zhou Qing had a guess in his mind that the powerful potion was taken out by the mysterious martial artist. Afterwards, he wanted to thank the martial artist in person, but he couldn't even see the martial artist. Zhou Qing. Just as Zhou Qing was vigorously striking the fighting stake, a hurried voice came over. Zhou Qing abruptly pulled back his fist, the dark golden light instantly receding into his body. He turned around, sweat streaming down his angular face, dripping onto the ground and leaving water stains. What's wrong, Captain? The captain at the door walked over quickly, his gaze sweeping over Zhou Qing's bronze-colored, muscular physique. The master has informed you to go to the top-floor conference room. Zhou Qing was stunned for a moment. Could it be that mysterious martial artist again? Thinking of this, his eyes lit up, and he nodded emphatically, I'll go right now. Looking at Zhou Qing's retreating figure, the middle-aged man couldn't help but reveal an envious gaze. What incredible luck this kid has! He actually awakened his A-level talent a second time. More importantly, it is surprising that those important figures valued him so much. On the other side, Zhou Qing had already arrived at the door of the top-floor conference room without any hindrance. He took a deep breath and gently pushed open the conference room door. Li Padian sat in the main seat, flanked by the top experts of the Great Xia dynasty, and even had 2 more faces. He looked closely and was instantly stunned. The Sea King and the God of War, who guard the border, have returned. His heart was racing for no apparent reason. What could be so important that it would bring so many powerful figures together? His gaze unconsciously swept behind him, and then Zhou Qing saw the figure he could never forget, the mysterious martial artist from that day. His eyes welled up with tears, and he cast a grateful glance at Subai. Zhou Qing, drink this potion. Before he finished speaking, Li Potion's fingertips twitched slightly, and an invisible stream of true energy enveloped the jade bottle on the table, steadily delivering it to Zhou Qing's hands. Remember, your talent level can be improved thanks to Lord Subai. From now on, you will be responsible for his safety. So this martial artist's name is Subai. Zhou Qing dared not be negligent in the slightest, and quickly reached out his hands to carefully take the warm jade bottle. He looked down and examined it closely. The pure energy fluctuations swirling around the bottle were incredibly familiar. His heart skipped a beat, and he almost stopped beating. This is the same potion that helped him break through his talent last time. Chapter 17 Level Up, S Rank. If he drinks another bottle, wouldn't his talent level jump directly to S level? S rank talent. That's a top-tier talent that's extremely rare within the Great Xia dynasty. Martial artists with this talent can at least grow to level 12 and join the ranks of top experts. Thinking of this, Zhou Qing froze, his mind reeling, while the blood in his chest boiled wildly. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his surging emotions, bowed deeply towards Subai, clasped his hands in front of his chest, and spoke in a firm and resounding voice. Yes. Your subordinate will protect Lord Subai with his life and will not allow him to suffer even the slightest harm. Without hesitation, he pulled out the stopper from the jade bottle, and instantly the pure life energy contained in the true dragon liquid enveloped the entire conference room. Just by sensing this aura, everyone felt their meridians become much smoother. This potion is definitely superior to S grade. The two figures, Tianqing and Poming, suddenly froze, their restrained auras exploding instantly. Their gazes were fixed on the jade bottle in Zhou Qing's hand, their eyes surging with disbelief like a raging storm, and even their breathing became heavy. Li Padian, who was standing to the side, naturally noticed the two's reactions. Seeing that the two had lost their composure to this extent, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, revealing a playful smile. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhou Qing tilted his head back and drank the golden liquid in the bottle in one gulp. Gurgle. With a movement of his throat, the golden medicine entered his body. The next instant, a bead of cold sweat appeared on Zhou Qing's forehead, and his skin uncontrollably emitted a dark golden light. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him, and they held their breath. Beneath that layer of dark golden light, Zhou Qing's skin cracked inch by inch at a speed visible to the naked eye, with fine beads of blood seeping out, yet they were firmly locked to the surface by the golden light, a sight both eerie and shocking. The next moment, a powerful surge of life force exploded within his body. Bang! With a muffled thud, a new layer of skin appeared on his body. It has a striking bronze patina, with a cold metallic luster on the surface and fine, cast patterns that give it an indestructible and powerful feel at first glance. Beneath that bronze-colored skin, a dark red, molten lava-like light was slowly surging. An S-rank talent, the Bronze Throne. Xiongzhan suddenly sat up in his seat, his mouth agape in an O shape. As a top-tier enhancement-type martial artist, he was extremely familiar with this type of talent. This talent hasn't appeared for a long time. If it is fully mastered, it won't be weaker than my infinite enhancement. Upon hearing his words, all the powerful figures froze on the spot, a surge of excitement coursing through their veins. They naturally sensed the immense power contained within Zhou Qing's new talent, and knew that Xiongzhan wouldn't joke about this. Poming and Tianqing exchanged a glance, both seeing deep shock in each other's eyes. The others were somewhat prepared, but just 5 minutes ago, those two had been itching to expel Subai from Great Xia. Zhou Qing slowly clenched his fists, and his bones instantly emitted a series of dense cracking sounds. A powerful sense of strength rushed from his arms straight to his limbs and bones. He suddenly raised his arm, and his bronze muscles instantly bulged, the lines becoming even more exaggerated and knotted than before, every inch of his muscles as if cast in bronze. He had just heard it: if he grew stronger later on, he might even be no weaker than that person. Feeling the earth-shattering power within his body that was about to burst forth, Zhou Qing couldn't help but grin, his eyes gleaming with wild joy. Go down, Zhou Qing. Li Padian waved his hand. Remember, this matter must not be known to anyone. Yes. Zhou Qing cupped his hands in greeting to everyone, then cast a grateful glance at Subai before striding out of the conference room. As the door closed, the huge conference room fell into a deathly silence. Poming and Tianqing blushed instantly under the gaze of the crowd, wishing they could return to the border of Great Xia right now. Subai's abilities are simply too extraordinary. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he represents the future of humanity. The two felt a burning sense of shame as they recalled how foolish they had been, with faces full of doubt and even probing words. Especially Tianqing, thinking about how he almost hurt Subai, felt like slapping himself twice. Li Potion's lips curled up slightly as he looked at Poming and the other man with a hint of amusement. Gentlemen, do you believe us now? Cough cough. Clearing his throat, Poming said, Subai is truly the hope of our human race. Right. Tianqing, who was standing to the side, nodded heavily, his head bowed, and said in a low voice, we will do our best to find a high-scoring partner for Subai in the future. Seeing the two back down, the others exchanged smiles, shook their heads helplessly, and said nothing more. If it were them, they would probably have many guesses if they encountered such a thing. After all, this was simply too unbelievable. No one would believe it unless they saw their talent level increase with their own eyes. Subai silently thought to himself, as expected of a top expert of the Great Xia dynasty. Li Padian looked at Subai and his gentle voice rang out, Subai, are there any other rewards? There is also an S-class weapon, the sky-splitting Tiger Soul Axe. Subai nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone raised their heads and stared intently at him. Buzz! A deep hum suddenly exploded, and a giant axe with a cold metallic luster appeared out of thin air in his hand. The moment the giant axe appeared, a deafening tiger's roar suddenly resounded throughout the entire arena, as if a primordial tiger had broken free of its seal, making everyone's eardrums buzz. A terrifying killing intent swept out like a cold wave, instantly filling the entire room, making the air stagnant, and even breathing carried a bone-chilling cold. Everyone's pupils contracted sharply as they stared intently at the giant axe. It was about 1.5 meters long, with a broad axe blade as wide as a door panel, covered with ferocious tiger stripes, and the tip of the axe gleamed with a cold light, as if it could split the heavens and the earth. Just one glance was enough to send chills down the spines of the powerful figures and make their hearts pound. Tianxing, in particular, stared intently at the giant axe, his entire body trembling involuntarily. This is. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Tianxing suddenly stood up, his usually calm voice now tinged with urgency. Young friend Subai, may I have a closer look at this giant axe? Subai nodded slightly, his tone remaining neither humble nor arrogant. Okay. As soon as he finished speaking, Tianxing suddenly flipped his wrist, and a gentle yet extremely refined true energy quietly surged out, like an invisible silk ribbon brushing across Subai's palm. Subai felt a lightness in his hand, and the next second, the giant axe, which was still faintly emitting a tiger's roar, fell steadily into Tianxing's hand. Chapter 18 S-Rank Weapons, S-Rank Formations. Tianxing stared lovingly at the giant axe in his hand, while his other hand trembled as he caressed the axe's blade, his fingertips tracing the menacing tiger stripes. Feeling the icy touch and immense pressure emanating from the axe, he even became careful with his breathing. He could even feel a throbbing deep within his soul, as if he had developed an indescribable resonance with the weapon. This weapon was tailor-made for him. However, this was Subai's after all, and besides, he had almost hurt him just now. He was even less likely to humble himself and ask Subai to give him this weapon after all. He was the god of war and Subai's senior. Despite his reluctance, Tianxing smiled and said in a relaxed tone, "This weapon is not bad. The system is really a good thing. Here you go." The room full of top experts naturally noticed Tianxing's interest in the sky-splitting tiger soul axe. It's not that the great Xia dynasty underestimated Tianxing, but Tianxing was the youngest among these powerful individuals, and S-grade weapons are extremely rare. Finding a suitable weapon is even more difficult. Subai shook his head helplessly. As a level 13 martial artist and the guardian of the Great Xia border, he didn't even have an S-grade weapon. But he still guarded the border of the Great Xia, that extremely cold land. If he wants to take it, I'm afraid no one can stop him. These guardians of the Great Xia dynasty were truly righteous. They suspected the headquarters order to search for the prodigies and immediately rushed back. If you realize you've made a mistake, you can also apologize publicly. The displeasure he felt at Tianxing's oppressive force had long since vanished, and Subai let out a barely audible sigh. Looking at Li Padian, and seeing the latter nod slightly, he immediately understood and said, "Lord War God, I am not yet proficient in using this weapon. Why don't you keep it for me for now?" Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Subai with even greater admiration. Subai is a good kid, he understands the bigger picture and knows people's hearts. They truly deserve to be called the elite of their martial arts alliance. Tianxing was visibly stunned for a moment, then suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with disbelief. "Young friend, is this really true?" He naturally understood Subai's meaning, saying it was alone was actually a gift to him. That kid. Subai patted his chest, "Really?" He paused for a moment, then continued, "Thank you, God of War, for guarding the border and protecting the safety of the people of Great Xia." Upon hearing this, Tianxing was visibly taken aback. He hadn't expected Subai to be so broad-minded and so sensible. If Subai were to protect Great Xia in the future, it would be a great fortune for Great Xia. No, judging from Subai's abilities, he is not without a chance to rule over all races. Call. He let out a long breath, looked at Subai seriously, and said solemnly, "Thank you, young friend. If you ever need my help in the future, I will go through fire and water for you." He made this promise in his own name. The room fell silent upon hearing this. Everyone knows the weight of the God of War's words after all. The God of War, Tianxing, is a man of his word. Snort. Paming glanced at the beaming Tianxing and the indifferent Subai, letting out a disdainful snort and pursing his lips, inwardly thinking, "This young Subai, though not very old, is quite adept at winning people over." Despite his inner grumbling, he had to admit that if it were anyone else, they would have kept such a heaven-defying weapon to themselves and would not have given it away so easily. What's more, the gift Subai gave was the heavenly punishment, a weapon that guards the border and is willing to risk its life. Such magnanimity and vision are something that not only people of the same age might not have, but even many old monsters who have lived for hundreds of years might not have. Li Padian smiled with satisfaction and said, "Subai, bring out any other rewards you have." Subai didn't hold back and said, "As for items, there's only one formation left." Formation? Upon hearing those two words, the old doctor instantly perked up. His hand, which had been stroking his beard, suddenly stopped, and his eyes lit up as he leaned forward. Quick! Show it to me. Good. Before Subai finished speaking, with a thought, a smooth, ancient jade tube, covered with ancient patterns, appeared out of thin air in his palm. The moment the jade tube appeared, an extremely pure energy suddenly spread out, rippling across the entire area like water. Everyone felt a sudden tremor in their hearts, as if their very souls had been gently cleansed by this energy, and every pore on their body felt comfortably open. The old apothecary's gaze sharpened, and he asked in a deep voice, Subai, what kind of formation is this? Subai lightly tapped the jade tube with his fingertip, his tone calm, yet every word was like thunder. This is an S-rank formation, the profound water-sealing heaven formation. This formation can draw up thousands of acres of seawater to form towering waves that can cover thousands of miles of sea. When the formation is activated, the sea capsizes and ships shatter. Its immense power is invincible. Any sea monsters that touch it will be instantly pulverized. Even more miraculously, it can also imprison the spiritual energy of the entire sea area, causing the combat power of enemy cultivators within the formation to plummet by 30%. Boom! These words struck everyone like a thunderbolt, leaving them all stunned and bewildered. An S-rank formation. Looking across all races, there are only 3 known S-level formations, and all of them are incomplete versions dug out from ancient ruins, which are difficult to repair even after consuming countless resources. But Subai, on the other hand, casually produced a complete S-level formation. Paming, in particular, leaned forward unconsciously, his eyes fixed on the array in Subai's hand, his hands clenched into fists so tightly that he didn't even notice his knuckles turning white. If this formation were used in the Eastern Sea, he would no longer need to guard that place every day as before. Subai placed the jade tube on the table and gently pushed it, causing the formation to slide in front of Yao Lao. The old apothecary carefully picked up the jade tube, his voice brimming with barely suppressed excitement. Excellent! Excellent! With this profound water-sealing heaven formation in hand, the defense line of our great Xia Sea region is as solid as a rock. Our strength can also reach a new level. Aquaman, stop putting on airs. Lipatian picked up his teacup and took a sip. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that Paming's gaze was practically glued to the jade tube, yet his body remained ramrod straight, without the slightest movement. He couldn't help but chuckle softly, his tone tinged with a hint of teasing. I entrust this profound water-sealing heaven formation to you. You and Elder Yao should study it carefully and make sure to set it up in the Eastern Sea. Upon hearing this, Paming's feigned indifference vanished instantly, his eyes gleaming with barely concealed cunning. Yet, he stubbornly scoffed, I merely believe this formation will be useful for the sea defense line. Having said that, he took the formation from the old doctor's hand, his joy barely concealed. An S-level formation is enough to guarantee the safety of the Eastern Arctic Ocean. Don't worry, young friend Subai. There are many ethnic groups near Dongji Island. I will definitely capture a few with high ratings for you. Chapter 19. What? SS level mental talent? This. Subai's forehead was covered in black lines. That was really blunt. But he still cupped his hands in thanks and said, Thank you, Sea King. Paming slowly closed his eyes, his head drooping slightly, his face still calm and composed. He casually waved one hand, his tone completely unwavering, not at all. Suddenly, Subai spoke up, the effect of this formation is enough to resist the alien races of the East Sea. His voice was slow, as if he was afraid that the people wouldn't understand. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then looked at Subai, their brows furrowed as they looked thoughtful. Why did Subai suddenly say such a thing? Subai shook his head helplessly and said patiently, with this formation, we don't have to worry about facing the alien races of the East China Sea after the fall of the Sakura Kingdom. As soon as he finished speaking, Paming slammed his hand on the table. Good lad. Let's see how little Sakura can still righteously ask us for help now. Everyone suddenly realized what was going on, and knowing smiles appeared on their faces. The Sakura Kingdom harbors wolfish ambitions and has always harbored the idea of seizing the top position among the great Xia human race. Every time they fought against the sea monsters, they tried to shift the blame eastward. Considering that the fall of Sakura would mean facing a large number of sea monsters in the Eastern Sea, the great Xia dynasty had no choice but to send troops to rescue Sakura each time, even if it meant holding their noses. However, Sakura only feigned gratitude on the surface, but in her heart she believed that this was something that great Xia owed them. Even the common people believed that Sakura was resisting the firepower for great Xia. Good. Li Potion's light tapping of the table was filled with joy. Sea King, return to the East Sea as soon as possible and set up the formation. He then looked at the Sword Saint and said, "Sword Saint, send someone to inform Sakura about the S-level formation set up in the East Sea. Next time, I'm going to make Sakura bleed. They seem to have quite a few female prodigies over there." A sharp glint flashed in Li Potion's eyes, revealing the domineering aura of the Great Xia Martial Arts Alliance president. "Yes." Neptune and Sword Saint responded in unison, their voices brimming with barely concealed excitement. They had long harbored resentment towards the Sakura Kingdom, and if it weren't for the sake of overall stability for humanity, they would have already dealt with these ungrateful wretches. "Tsubai, is this all the harvest we've gained this time?" the old apothecary asked cheerfully from behind. "This reward is more than enough. Yes, getting an S-level formation, an S-level weapon, and 3 bottles of true dragon liquid is already incredibly powerful. This is practically free, it's just 3 near S-grade betrothal gifts." A chorus of agreement rose from the crowd, clearly indicating that everyone was extremely satisfied with their haul. This doesn't even include the fact that the Great Xia dynasty has gained a Snowfox Saintess who has awakened an S-level talent, as well as the unborn child. Tsubai scratched his head, paused, and said with a hint of shame, "There's another reward." He should have said everything at once, which left these powerful figures feeling quite uneasy. "What?" The entire room fell silent for a moment. Tsubai cleared his throat and declared firmly, "In addition to that, I have also awakened an SS-level mental talent, Myriad Manifestations." Buzz. The room, which had been somewhat noisy, instantly fell silent. Everyone felt their heads buzzing, their gazes fixed on Tsubai like searchlights, their eyes wide with disbelief. SS-level talent? The Beast King broke the silence first, his voice trembling. "This is impossible." The Sword Saint's brows furrowed, his tone grave. "In the history of martial arts, the highest talent is S rank. There has never been a record of SS rank." The old man gasped. To date, only one ancestor in the human race has awakened an S-level mental talent while in seclusion. Li Padian took a deep breath and looked at Tsubai. "Tsubai, are you telling the truth? Can you prove it to us?" His voice was trembling. If what Tsubai said was true, then it was only a matter of time before Tsubai surpassed the level 13 martial artist. The difference in levels between martial artists cannot be bridged by sheer numbers, not to mention that Tsubai actually obtained a heaven-defying mental talent. This type of talent has a revolutionary effect on low-level martial artists. If a level 14 martial artist appears among the human race, he will be able to witness the end of the war between all races and the unification of all races in his lifetime. As soon as Li Pujuan finished speaking, everyone pricked up their ears and looked at Tsubai expectantly, waiting for his answer. Although they had some doubts, they were already half convinced. After all, that so-called system was simply too overpowered. "It's true. I'll show you right now." As he spoke, Tsubai activated his Myriad Manifestations talent, and in an instant, his pupils turned completely black, as if they were obsidian. The group of powerful figures felt as if Tsubai's eyes had turned into a black hole, with no end in sight. Yet, they still wanted to see what was behind it, and their consciousness was unknowingly plummeting. "Wrong." The strongest one reacted first, holding firm to his mind, and uttered a low shout, "Break." The next moment, he felt his consciousness return to clarity, and the things around him became real again. However, he was still in a state of extreme shock when Tsubai actually made him lose his senses for a moment. Tsubai's spellcasting was interrupted. He groaned and took half a step back, his face somewhat pale. This wasn't caused by Li Pujuan, it was simply because he was too incompetent, and activating this talent was too taxing on his energy and spirit. Simply put, this skill consumes too much mana. As he withdrew his talent, the group of martial artists also emerged from Tsubai's fantasy, their eyes still filled with deep shock. Is this what SS-level talent is? If Tsubai were a powerhouse of the same level as me, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to resist him at all. Gasps of shock filled the air, and the group of powerful individuals felt a lingering sense of fear. This SS-level talent is simply too overpowered. Excuse me. Tsubai bowed and clasped his hands in apology to everyone. The reason he could trap such a powerful being with myriad manifestations was not because they were weak, but because they were completely unprepared for Tsubai. Otherwise, with Tsubai's current strength, he would have no chance of trapping these people. Tsubai, if you marry a female prodigy, will the system give you a higher level of talent than she does? The old doctor then shared his guess. That's right. Tsubai nodded. Good. Li Padian stood up excitedly, his chair scraping against the floor with a screeching sound. Everyone, get moving and continue searching for a high-scoring partner for Tsubai. How powerful would someone be if they possess 10, or even 100, SS-level talents at the same time? No one dared to think about it anymore. In the conference room, the group of powerful figures continued to discuss their plans for the future, while Subai took his leave early and returned to his room. He has already collected quite a few high-scoring female prodigies, and now he is just waiting for Li Pujuan and the others to devise a plan for him to marry one of them. It feels so good to win without even trying. After the children are born, Daxia helps with their upbringing. Subai hummed a little tune happily as he pushed open the door, and the scene before him instantly stirred his heart. Chapter 20: The Shocking Ji Yao. Ji Yao was bending over to clean the room. The warm sunlight streamed through the window, falling on the girl's fair and delicate skin, outlining her soft curves, making her look as beautiful as a meticulously painted scroll. The spacious and bright room was completely free of the mess from the morning. The sheets had been replaced with brand new ones, and the floor was so shiny it could reflect light. "You're back." Hearing the noise, Ji Yao subconsciously turned around. As soon as her blue eyes met Subai's gaze, her cheeks flushed red, like a ripe apple. She hurriedly lowered her head, her small hands tightly gripping the hem of her clothes, no longer daring to look at Subai. The absurd scenes of blushing and heart-pounding moments from last night flashed uncontrollably through her mind. Subai was secretly delighted, thinking to himself that he had really struck gold this time. A smug smile played on his lips as he strode up to Ji Yao in 2 steps, opened his arms, and gave the unsuspecting girl a firm bear hug. Ji Yao struggled symbolically for a moment, then leaned softly into his arms, letting his large hands gently caress her body. Feeling Subai's increasingly hot body temperature and his increasingly rapid breathing, Ji Yao's face burned so hot it could fry an egg. She softly pushed against his chest, her voice low and gentle, "It's still daytime." Subai remained motionless, lowering his head to chuckle softly in her ear, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe. What happened during the day? After their passionate encounter, Ji Yao nestled close to Subai's body, her voice husky with a seductive quality, her face flushed. "Subai, have you reached the level of a second-level martial artist?" Her tone was filled with disbelief. In just one night, Subai's strength had increased by a whole level. Such a thing has never happened before among all the races. Even among the most enigmatic demon race, none of their prodigies have ever displayed such terrifying cultivation speed. To her surprise and delight, after Subai left in the morning, she was astonished to find that her strength had actually increased from a peak level 2 martial artist to a level 3 martial artist. A bold guess formed in her mind: could this be some kind of dual cultivation method? Subai gently pinched Ji Yao's small nose. "My awakened talent is rather special. You can think of it as a dual cultivation method." "Oh." Ji Yao nodded. No wonder Subai said he would marry many wives. However, this kind of life is quite good. Her strength is constantly improving, and the Snow Fox clan can continue to exist in peace. All of this was given to her by Subai. Thinking of this, she took the initiative to hug Subai. The two lingered for a while longer, and soon after, there was a knock at the door. "Someone's there." Ji Yao's face flushed red as she pushed away Subai's increasingly close handsome face and scolded him playfully. "Who is it?" Subai frowned slightly, looked up impatiently at the door, and called out irritably. "Brother Subai, it's me. Paming." Aquaman's powerful voice rang out, his tone filled with undisguised excitement. At the same time, another powerful voice came through the door: "Young friend Subai, and me too. Tian Xing." Ji Yao froze, her head buzzing. It was Sea King Paming and battle god Tian Xing. She had heard of the names Neptune and God of War. Their reputations were even greater than those of Li Pujuan and others. It's because these two are true border-killing gods. Their story was passed down among the demons, and even babies would stop crying when the weak demons heard these two names. Ji Yao quickly got up, not even bothering to cover her naked, delicate body. Seeing that Subai was still staring straight at her, she was both annoyed and amused, and gently patted his head. "Hurry up and get dressed. These two gentlemen have come in person. They must have something important to discuss with you." Subai grinned and said while putting on his clothes, "Come on, come with me to meet the two lords." Me too?" Ji Yao's eyes widened instantly, her voice trembling slightly, filled with nervousness. "Those are Aquaman and the God of War. How could a mere Snow Fox girl like her be qualified to meet such an important person?" Subai put on his shirt, stretched out a hand, and gently patted Ji Yao's pert buttocks. "Of course, you are my first wife." Upon hearing the title first wife, Ji Yao's face, which had just returned to normal, flushed red again. She nodded gently and said, A moment later, the two were dressed. Subai stepped forward, flung open the door, and greeted the two familiarly: "Sea King, battle god." Ji Yao, who was behind her, peeked out and froze when she saw what the two of them looked like. Paming was tall and strong, wearing dark blue armor. Tian Xing was dressed in black, carrying a giant axe of extraordinary quality on his back, and she seemed to faintly hear the roar of a tiger. The murderous aura accumulated from years of killing emanated from the two of them. Even though they tried to suppress it, it still wafted out, making Ji Yao's hair stand on end and sending a chill down her spine. "Brother Su Bai, there's no need to be so polite." To Ji Yao's surprise, Paming stepped forward, patted Su Bai's shoulder familiarly, and said with a look of affection, "From now on, we can call each other brothers." He paused, then got straight to the point, his tone expectant. "We have already discussed it and will set off immediately to the East Sea to set up the formation. Sword Saint and Elder Yao will also go together. Brother Su Bai, would it be convenient for you to accompany me?" After saying that, he looked at Su Bai with anticipation in his eyes. After all, this formation was given to Su Bai by the system, and with Su Bai present, it would definitely achieve twice the result with half the effort. Upon hearing this, Ji Yao was startled once again. S-rank formation? They actually want to invite Su Bai to come along? Upon hearing this news, Ji Yao was stunned. If she knew that Su Bai had brought out this formation, she would probably doubt whether she was still asleep. "No problem, but I need to talk to my wife first." Su Bai nodded, turned around and looked at Ji Yao, but the latter looked blank, her small face full of questions. "Your sister-in-law is here too." "Sister-in-law, Su Bai will be coming with us for the next few days." "Yes, you can go home if you want in the next few days. The Snow Fox clan has changed a lot now." Paming and Tianxing spoke in rapid succession, their voices booming in her ears. Ji Yao felt her head buzzing, as if she were dreaming. After a long pause, she shook her head hesitantly and said, "No problem." In the East Pole Sea, on the turbulent surface of the sea, a bright blue light curtain rose up. The light curtain was clear and bright, like a wall of water made of seawater. Upon closer inspection, one could see countless runes flowing inside. Even more amazingly, the wall does not impede the passage of the waves at all. Even the seabirds in the sky, after testing the waters, easily pass through. The mysterious water-sealing heaven formation is now complete. It's time to test it out. Looking at the fruits of his hard work, the old man stroked his white beard and said with a smile, his eyes full of anticipation. Chapter 21. The mysterious water-sealing heaven formation is complete, providing powerful defense. This old man was none other than the medicine master. Over 3 days, Yao Lao, Jian Shang, Hai Wang, and Su Bai, together with the martial artists guarding the Eastern Sea, finally completed the construction of this S-level formation. If it weren't for Su Bai, we probably wouldn't have been able to complete it so smoothly. After a pause, the old apothecary looked at Su Bai and said with some emotion. Su Bai smiled and said, "Actually, it still depends on everyone's concerted efforts. Otherwise, I alone could not possibly make this formation appear." The system not only gave him this formation, but also poured all the information about the formation into his mind. The Sword Saint rubbed his hands together, looked at everyone, and said eagerly, "Isn't it time to test the defensive power of this formation? Have you been waiting for a long time?" Paming glanced at the Sword Saint with annoyance, his tone full of helplessness. Hey. The Sword Saint smiled. "It's been a long time. Now I'll test the defensive capabilities of this formation. Go!" The old doctor waved his hand. "Now let's see just how powerful the S-level formation given by the system really is. In terms of explosive power alone, no one can compare to him. The reason is simple: the Sword Saint awakened an S-rank talent, the Purifying Judgment. Not to mention that swordsmanship is the most explosive talent." Taking a deep breath, the Sword Saint circulated his true energy and floated in the air, slowly flying to the outside of the profound water-sealing heaven formation. "I'm about to start, so you all stay away." He gripped the sword hilt, and with a clang, the blade detached from its sheath, gleaming with a chilling light in the sunlight. "Can this formation withstand the Sword Saint's attack?" The old apothecary's expression was solemn, his eyes fixed on the Sword Saint above, and his tone unusually anxious. "I don't know." Paming shook his head. Even he had to avoid the full force of the Sword Saint's attack. He frowned slightly and couldn't help but raise his head and shout, "Go easy." Setting up this formation wasn't easy. Seeing Paming's pained expression, Su Bai shook his head helplessly and comforted him, "Don't worry, there's no problem." His tone was full of confidence. After all, it was a product of the system, and he was quite confident in it. Everyone looked at Su Bai and shook their heads slightly. He is too young and does not know how strong the Sword Saint really is. Back then, the Sword Saint had just advanced to the 13th level of martial artist, and with a single sword strike, he killed a demon king who had been at the 13th level for a long time. This battle also made the Sword Saint's fame resound throughout all races. Not to mention, the S-level defensive formation, the Lion Formation, of the Great Xia Martial Arts Alliance headquarters was also broken by the Sword Saint with 2 sword strikes. In the air, the Sword Saint looked at the blue light screen in front of him, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. With a flick of his wrist, the surrounding spiritual energy gathered wildly, transforming into visible vortexes that even distorted the space itself. The next moment, the surrounding spiritual energy converged towards him, forming vortexes that even distorted the air. Drink! With a low roar, the Sword Saint swung his sword, and the surging spiritual energy condensed into a sharp sword aura several meters long. With a sizzling sound as it tore through the air, it slammed into the light screen. Humph, no matter how strong the formation is, it can't stop my purifying judgment. The Sword Saint sneered. But the next second, his pupils shrank. The sword energy, powerful enough to split mountains and shatter rocks, only left a shallow mark when it hit the light barrier. Then, its force was instantly dispersed, turning into ripples that disappeared without a trace, like a pebble thrown into the sea. The mysterious water-sealing heaven formation actually withstood the Sword Saint's attack. The crowd below gasped in astonishment, their voices filled with a mixture of excitement and skepticism. As expected of an S-rank formation, Paming also expressed his heartfelt feelings. It only blocked one attack. What if it's a continuous barrage of attacks? The old man stroked his beard, his brows furrowing slightly. The excitement that had just begun to rise among the crowd instantly cooled down, and they all looked up at the sky. The Sword Saint showed a surprised expression, his expression becoming much more serious, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit, again. As he spoke, he swung his sword again, and in an instant, 2 more sword energies rushed fiercely toward the Xianshui sealing heaven formation. To everyone's astonishment, the Sword Saint's sword energy merely formed ripples on the light screen before disappearing. This formation actually withstood 2 sword strikes from the Sword Saint. We no longer need to worry about the fall of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom affecting the Great Xia. Paming was excited, but from the current perspective, this magic array was far stronger than the defensive array of the Martial Alliance headquarters. It's a pity, this formation can only be used in the sea. The old doctor had also recovered from his shock, and his tone was full of regret. The Sword Saint's hand, gripping his long sword, trembled slightly. He hadn't expected the formation to be so powerful. Taking a deep breath, he shouted down. Everyone, step aside. I want to see just how far this formation can go. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone stepped back, a hint of excitement flashing in their eyes. The Sword Saint was about to get serious. Seeing everyone retreat to a safe distance, the Sword Saint no longer held back. His aura surged, and the energy of heaven and earth rushed towards him. Countless illusory sword shadows appeared around him, blotting out the sky. It's 10,000 swords return to 1, that's the Sword Saint's ultimate move. The Sword Saint is about to get serious. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the figure in the air that resembled a god of war. What will be the outcome of the clash between the strongest spear and the strongest shield? Seeing this, Su Bai clenched his fist. Whoosh whoosh. Accompanied by the Sword Saint's slow roar, several sword energies rushed towards the Xin Tian sealing water formation as if they were courting death. Even the sky changed color. Amidst the tense gazes of the crowd, streaks of sword energy surged toward the magic array. Sizzle! One after another, sword energies powerful enough to tear the sky crashed into the light barrier, leaving marks of varying depths. Before the damage could spread, the formation immediately neutralized the force, and the light barrier only dimmed slightly, remaining as stable as a mountain. After an unknown amount of time, the Sword Saint's roar gradually weakened, and the power of his sword energy diminished. Call! Finally, the Sword Saint sheathed his sword and landed on the ground, panting heavily, his face as pale as paper. Even someone at the peak of level 13 couldn't withstand such a high-intensity myriad swords return to 1 technique, and his spiritual power was almost completely exhausted. The Xianshui Feng Tian array in the sky, apart from being slightly lighter in color, remained intact, with the blue light curtain flowing quietly, as if the previous bombardment was just a tickle. The entire arena fell into complete silence, as everyone seemed still reeling from the thrilling battle that had just taken place. This formation is incredibly powerful. Finally, Poming Sai broke the silence, and his frozen expression slowly transformed into an undisguised smile. Seeing the weakened Sword Saint, he sidled up to him with a sly grin. Brother Sword Saint, have a drink of water and rest for a while. Chapter 22, Selecting a Concubine by the Sea, Japan seeks aid. Stop giving me that. The Sword Saint raised his hand and shoved Paming aside, glaring at him with annoyance. You're secretly overjoyed, aren't you? His words were blunt, but Paming wasn't annoyed at all, still wearing a smiling expression. The Sword Saint was also a little helpless. Was this still the same powerful Sea King? He paused, looked up at the formation, and said sincerely, with this formation, the Eastern Sea will no longer have to worry about invasions from myriad races. After he finished speaking, everyone nodded in agreement. Just then, the color of the Xian-Tian Sealing Water Formation became even more vibrant, and the efficiency with which this formation absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth exceeded everyone's expectations. Holy crap! He recovered so quickly? Noticing the changes in the Xian-Tian Sealing Water Formation, the Sword Saint uttered a rare curse. Everyone stared blankly at the completely renovated formation, feeling as if their worldview had been refreshed. After a long while, Paming came to his senses, his eyes still filled with deep shock. He bowed to Su Bai, his tone sincere. Su Bai, I want to thank you again on behalf of the Great Xia dynasty. With such a powerful formation, there's no longer any need to worry about sudden attacks from alien races. This is good news for the people of Great Xia. There's absolutely no need for that. Seeing Paming bowing, Su Bai was shocked and quickly stepped forward to help him up, saying, "This is what I should do, Sea King, there's no need to be so polite." Everyone who witnessed this scene was deeply shaken. Once upon a time, Su Bai was just an unknown high school student, but in just 10 short days, he has won the hearts and minds of so many powerful people. Su Bai, why don't you stay in the East Pole Sea for a while? Standing up straight, Paming looked at Su Bai and sincerely invited, "There is no safer place than here now." Good. Su Bai didn't stand on ceremony. News of the Xian-Tian Sealing Water Formation spread rapidly, and before long, it reached all the surrounding tribes. However, Su Bai paid no attention to these things. Dongji Island, the Martial Arts Alliance Hall, was also the combat command center for the sea area. In the spacious and bright room, Su Bai, Hai Wang, and others sat around a round table with lifelike 3D images in the center. What do you think of this mermaid prodigy? Paming pointed at one of the pitiful, high-value girls, his tone filled with excitement. Su Bai looked in the direction he was pointing, and his eyes widened instantly. The girl in the video has snow-white skin and exquisite features that make her look like she stepped out of a painting. Her beauty is in no way inferior to Ji Yao's. Her figure is incredibly hot, with an amazing curve in her chest that I'd conservatively estimate is at least a C+. She's definitely a stunning beauty. Name, Yin Shi. Identity, Merfolk Goddess. Talent, S-Rank Azure Wave Elemental Type, draws upon all water within 100 feet radius of the user, transforming it into layers of circular waves. As the waves swirl, dozens of transparent water spirits are born. These spirits can autonomously traverse the battlefield, precisely striking enemy meridians to seal their spiritual power, or attach themselves to friendly weapons, enhancing their water attribute sharpness to cut through steel as easily as slicing tofu. Size, D+. Number of links, 0. Rating, 95. He had just nodded in satisfaction when, a second later, Su Bai's expression froze. This girl. Its lower body was actually a fishtail covered with silver scales. The old medicine master and the sword saint standing to the side were suppressing their laughter, their faces turning red. Su Bai looked up helplessly at Paming. "Brother, can you give me a normal girl?" Paming shook his head helplessly, and seeing the two sword saints struggling to suppress their laughter, he snorted coldly, "Stop laughing, you don't know anything, would I harm Su Bai?" He paused for a moment, then continued, "After female merfolk are upgraded to level 3 martial artists, they can transform into human form. If you like it, I'll reserve it for you. Let me tell you, my spies told me that Yin Shi is a genius that the merfolk race sees only once in a century. It's been so long since we've had someone awaken an S-rank talent like her." Su Bai pondered for a moment, then looked up at Paming. Seeing that the other party's expression was serious and not joking, he said, "Then thank you for your hard work, brother." Her score reached 96 points. Just now, he used the system to give this girl a score of 96 points, making her a rare beauty. He believed that the system shouldn't have any malicious intent. Ha ha. The sword saint finally couldn't hold back his laughter and burst out laughing, clutching his stomach as he did so, while gently patting the table. "Paming, you old bastard. You scared me half to death." The old apothecary chuckled and stroked his beard. "You'd better hurry up and reserve a spot for Su Bai. He might even awaken a Super S-level water-type talent later." "Don't worry." Paming patted his chest. "Once she transforms into human form, I'll pack her up and send her to the Martial Arts Alliance. Quickly check out the others, and try to make brother Su Bai a groom again tonight." The 3D images in the center of the conference table kept changing, and Su Bai looked serious as he continuously used the system to rate the girls. Before long, his gaze was drawn to a familiar figure. The girl in the picture is wearing a red and white kimono, with a white long robe and a scarlet hakama skirt. The cuffs and collar are embroidered with fine red silk cords, and the fabric has a warm luster under the light. It is simple but cannot hide its luxury. She had striking red hair, soft and smooth like the finest silk, loosely tied back with a plain white ribbon, with a few stray strands falling across her rounded forehead. Those eyes were a rare deep rose red, like gemstones tempered with ice crystals, cold and undisturbed, yet they held an indescribable depth, as if indifferent to everything in the world. Name, Yusuji Yakaina. Identity, daughter of the Sakura Yakuza Hanshin Sokai. Talent, S-rank Snowfall in the Mortal World Sword Dao talent. When activating Sword Intent, invisible snowblades will appear around the body, falling like snowflakes in the sky with the sword's momentum. Touching them will injure, cutting them will shatter them. The trajectory of the sword moves is like snowflakes dancing, unpredictable and difficult for the enemy to predict. Height, 167 centimeters. Size, C+. Number of links, 0. Rating, 94. This girl is pretty good. Tsubai nodded in satisfaction and pointed at Yusuji Yakaina before speaking. From the land of cherry blossoms. Paming stroked his chin and said, I heard that the Sakura Kingdom has been at war with the Trench Clan these past few days. Judging by the time, they should be seeking help from the Great Xia soon. He thought to himself, a smug smile spreading across his face. With the Shin Tian Sealing Water Formation, we no longer need to care about the reason why the Sakura Kingdom is drawing fire for the Great Xia, and send troops to help them. Paming stretched out his right hand, his fingers sliding in the air, the 3D images constantly switching. Tsubai, take a good look and see which woman from the Sakura Kingdom has a high rating. Next time we send troops, if the Sakura Kingdom doesn't offer 3 female prodigies, Great Xia will absolutely not send troops to support us. Hearing Paming's words, Tsubai was overjoyed. He rubbed his hands together and said, then I won't be polite. His gaze was fixed on the image of the woman in front of him, and he even drooled inadvertently. Realizing that he had lost his composure, Tsubai pursed his lips without making a sound. He had barely finished speaking when a hurried sound came from afar, followed by a knock on the door. Chapter 23. What's this woman like? And she's the head of the Sakurai family, too? Bang bang bang. A knock sounded at the door. With a flick of his finger, Aquaman made the 3D images disappear completely. He then turned around and said in a calm voice, come in. The door opened, and a young man dressed in the Martial Arts Alliance combat uniform walked in, his eyes filled with anxiety. Lord Sea King, the Sakura Kingdom has sent a message requesting support. Upon hearing this voice, Neptune chuckled, turned his head, looked at Tsubai, and raised an eyebrow. It's as if it's saying, see, I was right. He turned around and instructed, tell the Sakura Kingdom that if they want the Great Xia to send troops to aid them, they must send at least 3 prodigies, and we must be the ones to choose them. What? Upon hearing Aquaman's words, the young man froze on the spot, his expression solidifying. Looking at Aquaman's serious expression, he asked softly, Aquaman, you just said. Not only this young man, but Tsubai behind him was also stunned. The Sea King's words were really too domineering. I said, tell the Sakura Kingdom that if they want our military assistance, they should immediately offer up 3 female prodigies, and let us choose them. The voice of Paming exploded in everyone's ears, its tone filled with an unyielding authority. Yes. The young man nodded and left the room. A soldier's mission is to execute tasks absolutely. The reason you can't understand is because the adults have a much longer term plan. Watching the young man leave the conference room, Paming turned around, flicked his finger, and the 3D image reappeared in everyone's sight. Tsubai, what do you think of this? Tsubai looked in the direction the Sea King was pointing, and the next moment, he couldn't help but swallow hard. This was the best of the best among mature women. The woman in the picture is wearing a well-tailored black business suit that accentuates her near-perfect figure. Black stockings encase her straight and slender legs, and she wears a pair of black high heels. Her long hair was meticulously pulled back, revealing her smooth, full forehead and slender neck. Her features were exquisite, like a work of art carefully sculpted by God, especially her eyes, which were deep and cold, like an unyielding pool. Seeing Tsubai's satisfied expression, Paming continued, Sakurai Matsu is still the head of the Sakurai family in the Sakura country. Sakura Country, the council hall of the Snake Clan. In the spacious and bright room, 8 top experts from the Sakura Kingdom sat solemnly in their seats. The actual rulers of the Sakura Country are these top experts from the Snake Clan. On the large screen in front, recent battle reports are displayed. Now, the Trench Clan is on the verge of attacking the city. In 3 days, they will launch their final attack, and then the Sakura Kingdom will fall completely. Cough cough. A middle-aged man coughed, his face pale and his voice weak. The Trench Clan chief Pajun's strength has actually reached level 13. This is great. His expression became much sterner, and his voice was filled with intense resentment. I've said it before, the main task right now is to develop quietly, but you just won't listen. His gaze swept coldly toward the two martial artists in the corner, their heads bowed, their brows furrowed in a frown. This man is none other than the head of the snake-headed 8 families, and also the president of the Hanshin Sokai, Ueyama Koshi. Yesterday, he fought back against the poisonous stinger, but was defeated in one move and suffered fatal internal injuries. If it weren't for the other family heads risking their lives to rescue him, he would have been sunk to the bottom of the sea long ago. I didn't know that the Trench Clan chief, Poison Sting, had already reached level 13. The warrior who was reprimanded was still somewhat unconvinced and raised his head to argue. I was also doing this for the development of the Sakura Kingdom, it's just that the information was wrong. Still talking. It was obvious that Yu was angry when he went up the mountain. He suddenly stood up, and the movement was so violent that it aggravated his wound. He coughed uncontrollably, spitting out a mouthful of blood, clutched his wound, and sat down weakly in his seat. These people are truly terminally ill. Even at this point, they're still dreaming of becoming the #1 race among all races. With the fall of the Sakura Kingdom, the power he had painstakingly built up would also be destroyed. What's there to worry about? Another burly martial artist suddenly stood up and said solemnly, anyway, Great Xia will come to our aid. After he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the conference hall eased considerably. Yes, the Great Xia dynasty occupies so much territory and resources, yet we are still the ones facing the demon race in the East China Sea. This is inherently unfair. Yes, this is what Great Xia owes us. Soon, voices of agreement came from below, their tone filled with deep resentment. They were jealous of the Great Xia dynasty. Why? The Great Xia dynasty was so powerful and had so many ancient heritages. Ueyama sighed helplessly. These people were truly beyond saving. Beside him, a pretty woman also let out a barely audible sigh. She is none other than the head of the Sakurai family, Sakurai Muir. After a pause, she said helplessly, if it weren't for the Great Xia behind us, we would have been completely devoured by the demons of the East Sea long ago. How could we be where we are today? She shared the same idea as Shang Shanyu, and initially disagreed with taking the initiative to attack the East Sea Demon Clan, but she never expected it would come to this. Now we can only pray that the Great Xia will send troops to our aid. Shamu, how could you think like that? We are destined to become the best among all races. The burly martial artist's tone was full of incomprehension. Sakurai Gyur rolled her eyes at him but didn't say anything. Seeing the disappointment on Sakurai Gyur's face, he suddenly became anxious and said angrily, Gyur, you should know why I did all this. Hearing this, Sakurai Gyur looked at him in confusion, for what? The entire room fell silent instantly, with eyes shifting back and forth between the two. Of course it's for you. Akasaka Gasuk suddenly stood up, I climbed to where I am today step by step. You don't understand. Only by working hard can you get opportunities. Bang! Sakurai Gyur could no longer hold back and slammed his fist on the table. Akasaka Gasuk, I am so disappointed in you. This is no longer a minor skirmish, but a war between nations. Her eyes were filled with disgust. If it weren't for you and Yamamoto Joji ignoring our advice and insisting on attacking the Trench Tribe, how could we have ended up like this? Akasaka Gasuk was speechless for a moment, then took a deep breath and said calmly, Dasha will send troops to help as usual, which is all within my expectations. He glanced greedily at Sakurai Gyur's near-perfect physique, licked his lips greedily, and reluctantly turned back to look at the door of the council hall. By now, news from Great Xia should be arriving soon. Sakurai Gyur is his. From the first time he met Sakurai Gyur, he knew that he would only ever love this one woman in his life. He can never forget the girl reading under the cherry blossom tree, the breeze ruffling her hair, a scene forever etched in his heart like a painting. He will keep moving forward until he becomes the strongest, until he leads the Cherry Blossom Kingdom to unify the human race and become the top powerful race among all races. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps sounded. Xia has replied to the message. Chapter 24. This is too much. The choice of the Sakura country. A message has arrived from Great Xia? Looking at the warrior who came to deliver the message, Akasaka Gasuk asked calmly, his tone filled with confident shrewdness. He had long anticipated that the Great Xia would come to their aid. Still thinking of uniting with the human race? Such womanly compassion. Just obediently wipe his butt. The messenger looked conflicted, opened his mouth, but said nothing. Seeing his reaction, the observant Sakurai Gyur felt a pang of unease and frowned slightly. What did they say? At this moment, everyone realized that something was wrong. Akasaka Gasuk's expression froze, an unnamed rage burning within him. He hissed, "Speak." The Great Xia says that if they want to send troops to aid them, they must send 3 of their most outstanding female warriors, and they can choose one. His voice grew softer and softer as he lowered his head, not daring to look at Akasaka Gasuk's reaction. The atmosphere in the conference room instantly plummeted to freezing point, and all the martial artists stared wide-eyed in disbelief. The Great Xia dynasty would actually make such an outrageous request? Why would they make such a request? This is an insult to us. Discussions rose and fell, a mixture of anger, doubt, and other emotions. Has this day finally come? Shang Shanyu's face turned even paler, his aura suddenly became dejected, and he seemed to have aged several years in an instant. From an objective standpoint, Japan has gone too far lately, treating China as nothing more than a tool to deal with its troubles. Although he was the patriarch, he couldn't withstand the opinions of so many others. He looked at the communications officer and said tremblingly, "De Xia, is that really what they said?" The messenger was trembling all over. He mustered all his courage and whispered, "Yes, that's the information I received." Baka Yoru. A furious roar echoed throughout the conference room. A sudden burst of intense malevolent energy erupted from Akasaka Gasuk, his expression twisted like a demon, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug deep into his flesh, and blood dripped down between his fingers. Affected by the ominous aura, the messenger fell to the ground with a cry, his crotch soaked, yellow liquid dripping onto the ground, leaving a puddle. "That's what they said, I was just delivering a message. Get out of here." With a sharp shout, Akasaka Gasuk scrambled to his feet and stumbled out of the conference room. Watching the messenger's retreating figure, he roared, "Tell Great Xia, it's impossible. My Sakura kingdom will absolutely not agree to such a request." The martial artists behind them also exuded a strong murderous aura. "We will fight to the death. We are not afraid even if the Great Xia dynasty is gone. Better to die a glorious death than live a shameful life. We have survived countless wars. The Great Xia will have to pay this debt sooner or later." The group was filled with righteous indignation, their eyes burning with raging anger. Only Ueyama Koshi and Sakurai Gyur exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with helplessness. This group of people has gone mad. Japan is doomed to perish sooner or later in their hands. The Trench Clan has level 13 martial artists, how can this group resist them? Report. The Trench Clan has launched another attack. The urgent battle reports exploded like thunderclaps. Everyone in the conference room shuddered. The raging anger that had been burning just moments before was instantly extinguished by a bucket of ice water. Those martial artists who had been indignant just moments before were now all deflated, their faces ashen. "How about, we agree to De Xia's demands first?" Yamamoto Joji's cautious voice broke the silence. "That's right. If the Trench Clan invades, we'll all die, and the entire Sakura kingdom will be wiped out. The demon race has always treated humans by sucking their blood and marrow, far more horrific than the demands of the Great Xia. These are just 3 female prodigies, sending them away is better than wiping out the entire race." A chorus of agreement rose and fell, and everyone's tone was filled with fear and resignation. Especially Akasaka Gasuk, whose ferocity vanished instantly, replaced by deep fear. He calmed down in an instant, muttering to himself, "I'm going to die, I'm really going to die this time." The opponent is a level 13 martial artist. Sakurai Gyur glanced at Akasaka Gasuk, feeling even more disappointed. She hadn't expected that Akasaka Gasuk would back down so quickly in the face of danger. He had completely changed. Yusuji Katsuki sighed deeply and stood up. Only then did everyone remember that Yusuji Katsuki was the patriarch, and all eyes turned to him. "Then grant Daixia's request." "No." Seemingly sensing Sakurai's disdainful gaze, Akasaka Gasuk forced himself to say, "The Great Xia Kingdom will definitely not abandon us. Without us, they will have to face the demons of the East China Sea." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's expressions changed, and they began to speculate again. "Yes, we can't agree to Great Xia's demands so easily. De Xia is playing psychological warfare with us, trying to take advantage of the situation to blackmail us. If this territory is occupied by the demon race, even if the Great Xia wanted to take it back, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. This world is teeming with myriad races, and there are certainly behemoths capable of challenging the Great Xia. Every move these great powers make must be made with utmost care, or they will be subjected to concentrated attacks." Thinking about this, everyone felt much more at ease. Akasaka Gasuk's eyes regained their sparkle, and he involuntarily straightened up a bit. Sakurai Gyur narrowed her eyes slightly. She felt that something was not quite right. Was Xia really as naive as they said? Or perhaps, the Great Xia dynasty truly doesn't care whether the Sakura kingdom falls or not, and they've already prepared a backup plan. The thought sent a chill down her spine. At that moment, Yusuji Katsu's pager vibrated. He picked it up, glanced at the message on it, and froze instantly. Everyone! Yusuji Koshi stood up. His aged voice rang out, the Great Xia has successfully created an S-class formation and applied it to the Eastern Sea. This formation, even the Sword Saint cannot break it. Wow! The entire conference room fell into a deathly silence. What? The Great Xia dynasty has actually developed an S-level formation? Impossible. There are only 3 S-class formations in the entire world. How could Great Xia possibly create another one? It's over, it's completely over. If that's the case, whether our Sakura kingdom falls or not is completely irrelevant to Great Xia. This news is fake, isn't it? Your Majesty, are you sure you're not mistaken? Someone asked, clinging to the last glimmer of hope. It's quite possible. The Great Xia dynasty has so many ancient heritages. Maybe they got inspiration from some ancient ruins. At this moment, Sakurai Gyur had a look of sudden realization. No wonder, now everything makes sense. Yusuji's eyes completely lost their light, and his voice was hoarse. The source of the information is absolutely reliable, there's no mistake. Chapter 25 Heading to Cherry Blossoms. After Yusuji finished speaking, the room fell into a deathly silence. No one questioned his words anymore. The attitude of the Great Xia dynasty had already spoken for itself. Patriarch, I agree to the Great Xia's request. Let's reply to them quickly, or we'll really run out of time. We should immediately send people to search for female prodigies and select a large number so that the Great Xia doesn't reject them later. Yes, select more batches. Once selected, award her a first-class merit. The crowd was abuzz with discussion, fearing that if Great Xia was dissatisfied and refused to support Sakura Kingdom, everything they had would vanish. The matter was settled, and after replying to the Great Xia, everyone began to search for female prodigies in the Sakura Kingdom. A day later, a massive, sky-covering spaceship from the Great Xia dynasty tore through the clouds, trailing a piercing whistling sound as it hurtled toward the Sakura Kingdom. Sea King, Sword Saint, and Tsubai sat in the back row of the spaceship. Only after Tsubai's strong insistence did Li Pujuan agree to let Xia go to the Cherry Blossom country, but the Sword Saint had to protect Tsubai at all times. Yao Lao remained in the Eastern Pole Sea to operate the Xian-Tian Sea sealing array and protect the Eastern Pole Sea. The airship was extremely fast, and soon it appeared in the skies above the Sakura Kingdom. They descended slowly, skimming low in the air, and the scene below appeared clearly in Tsubai and his group's eyes. The eastern part of Sakura Island is now a ruin. The cherry trees that once entwined the vermilion torii gates are now just charred broken branches stuck in the rubble. Looking towards the coastal battlefront, Tsubai couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Beneath the turbulent sea, countless dark shadows overlap, resembling a swarm of wriggling black ants when viewed from above. These are naturally the army of the Trench tribe. Before long, they will swarm in and devour this land. Just then, a suppressed shout erupted from the ground. It's a spaceship from the Great Xia Martial Arts Alliance. We're saved. The Great Xia has finally sent troops to our aid. Why didn't they come sooner? We wouldn't have suffered so many losses. Upon seeing the Great Xia airship in the sky, the faces of the Japanese citizens showed a sense of relief, but some even had a hint of resentment mixed in. The people on the airship didn't hear what these people were saying, but they did see the resentful expressions on some of their faces. Paming frowned slightly, his tone full of dissatisfaction. These people really think that Great Xia owes them something. Snort! The Sword Saint snorted coldly, glanced at Paming, and said, I said long ago that we should just take Sakura. Paming glanced at the Sword Saint. Do you think I didn't want to? It was true that we needed the Sakura Kingdom to draw the firepower of the East Sea before. He paused, then glanced at Tsubai. It doesn't matter now. With the Xian-Tian sealing water formation, we don't need to use Little Cherry Blossom anymore. Tsubai nodded. Our next step is to gradually control the Sakura Kingdom and completely eliminate any voices among them that oppose the Great Xia. His voice wasn't loud, but it caused a huge uproar in the hearts of Paming and the Sword Saint. Tsubai's idea was too crazy, too audacious. However, with the system around, none of this seems to be a problem. Soon, the group arrived at their destination. In the open space in front of the Snake Clan's reception hall, a group of Sakura experts frequently looked up at the sky, their brows furrowed with anxiety. Finally, they breathed a sigh of relief after learning that the Great Xia's spaceship had arrived. Shortly afterward, a tremendous roar was heard. Everyone looked up and saw a massive, sky-covering spaceship appear in mid-air, pressing down like a mountain and completely obscuring the sky. The ground was covered in a thick shadow, and so was the hearts of everyone. On the ship's hull, the four large characters Martial Arts Alliance reflected a dazzling light in the sunlight. Boom! With a tremendous gust of air, the spaceship landed steadily on the ground, bringing with it a powerful shockwave that blew the surrounding lawns askew and scattered birds in all directions. The blast of air ruffled everyone's hair, and they instinctively closed their eyes. When they opened them again, they saw the cabin door open and three figures slowly walking out of the cabin. Greetings, adults. The group of Sakura warriors wore smiles, even more respectful than before. It's the Sword Saint and the Sea King. The Great Xia actually sent two peak level 13 martial artists directly, and behind them was a young face. Everyone glanced at him and then looked away. This young man was probably of high status. They thought to themselves. Paming nodded, but a hint of displeasure arose in his heart. After he made his demands, the attitude of these high-ranking officials from the Sakura Kingdom was clearly more respectful than before. He couldn't help but recall Subai's words, the Sakura country is a country that fears power but not morality. We must subdue them in one fell swoop. My lord, the arrangements for the female prodigies of the Sakura Kingdom have been made. Please take a look. As he ascended the mountain, his body became hunched over, and he looked much older. His eyes and brows revealed a sense of weariness, and his tone was extremely humble. Upon hearing this, Akasaka Gasuke, standing at the back of the crowd, clenched his fists tightly, lowered his head, and tried not to let Neptune and the others see the anger in his eyes. Akasaka Gasuke will remember this humiliation and will repay it 100-fold in the future. Good. Hearing this, Paming's expression relaxed a bit. At least this time, his goal had been achieved. We'll make plans for what happens next. In the reception room, Subai sat in the center of the leather chair, with Paming on either side of him. The group of powerful Sakura warriors stood on both sides, their faces bearing ingratiating smiles. Just who is this kid? How did he end up sitting between the Sea King and the Sword Saint? The Sea King and the Sword Saint are both peak level 13 martial artists. Even in the Great Xia dynasty, they are among the highest ranking people. Could he be Li Potion's son? Seeing this scene, the group of Japanese warriors began to murmur amongst themselves. At first, everyone guessed that the young man was of high status, but now it seems that the young man is of even higher status than they imagined. Come in. Sakurai called out towards the door, and soon the door was pushed open, and a row of beautiful and well-proportioned Japanese girls walked in with light steps. Greetings, adults. The girls stood still, bowed to the three people on the sofa, and said softly. They glanced at the three people sitting on the sofa, their eyes gleaming. These proud women of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom also revealed their more feminine side at this moment. In the land of cherry blossoms, a strong admiration for the powerful prevails. The Great Xia dynasty is a gathering place for the strong. They naturally recognized the two people next to them. They were the Sword Saint and the Sea King. The young man in the middle, who received such protection and preferential treatment from these two adults, must have an extraordinary background. Chapter 26. Is this how the Japanese treat people? Not to mention, Subai has handsome features and a tall stature. He sat down in the center of the sofa, his gaze sweeping unabashedly over the row of Japanese girls in front of him. His eyes were so sharp they seemed to strip a person bare, and he exuded an aura of domineering power, as if he were in complete control. That confidence made them a little embarrassed. They lowered their heads, looked at their toes, and waited for fate to take its course. Only one or two of the bolder ones dared to secretly glance up and quickly look at Subai and the others' faces, their hearts pounding. If one could be chosen by these three great men and taken to the Great Xia, it would be like rising to the top in one step, like a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. The elders of the Snake Clan had told them long ago that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Seeing this scene, the group of Sakura warriors were so angry that their chests felt like they had been crushed by a boulder, so choked that they felt like they were about to explode, and they were so heartbroken that they could hardly breathe. That's outrageous. That's fucking outrageous. This is 100 times worse than killing them. In particular, Akasaka Gasuke closed his eyes helplessly, unable to bear watching this humiliating scene any longer. Their frustration was evident to Paming and his two companions. The three exchanged a glance, and a cold smile crept onto their lips. Cool. It was absolutely exhilarating. They are all outstanding graduates of the Capital University of Martial Arts in the island nation's capital. Their looks, talents, and character are all top-notch. Sakurai Gyur flashed his signature smile, and his gentle voice rang out. As she spoke, she subconsciously pursed her lips, her eyes fixed on Tsubai's face, even her breathing became soft. The Capital University of Martial Arts in Japan is the #1 martial arts university in Japan, which shows that Japan has put a lot of effort into it. However, none of these girls seem to be as good as you, sister. Tsubai nodded, thinking to himself. Turning around, he looked at the Japanese girl who was secretly observing him, and his thoughts drifted away. This scene looks so familiar it feels like I've returned to my time on Earth. I came to the psychological counseling center with a few friends. Under the dim lights, rows of young women were quietly waiting to be chosen. Even being pretty was just the threshold for getting to know him. Name, Takeuchi Chizuru. Identity, outstanding graduate of the Capital University of Martial Arts in the island nation. Talent, a rank vortex water-based talent. Height, 165 centimeters. Size, D+. Number of links, 125. Rating, 83. Name, Miyazaki Mao. Identity, outstanding graduate of the Capital University of Martial Arts in the island nation. Talent, a rank stealth conceal body. Height, 163 centimeters. Size, C+. Number of links, 160. Rating, 80. Name, Kirishima Hiro. Identity, outstanding graduate of the Capital University of Martial Arts in the island nation. Talent, rank B in lightning elemental talent, capable of creating lightning. Height, 167 centimeters. Size, D+. Number of links, 30. Rating, 82. After rating these girls using the system, Tsubai sighed softly. Do these girls really like connecting? What a pity. He shook his head helplessly. These girls were all pretty, but they were still quite a distance from being good enough. That's understandable, though, as the system's scoring is quite harsh. Seeing Tsubai's reaction, the group of Sakura warriors had a bad feeling. How is it, Tsubai? Paming turned to look at him, already having the answer in her heart. The Sakura warriors behind him didn't even dare to breathe, holding their breath and staring intently at Tsubai's mouth, their hearts pounding in their throats. Tsubai spoke calmly, his voice not loud, but it was like a thunderclap in everyone's ears. None of them meet the requirements. Upon hearing this, the girls, who had just been putting on a brave face, suddenly turned completely pale. His head drooped even lower, and the light in his eyes was extinguished instantly. That pride he once had was shattered into pieces. Not selected. They weren't chosen. Shanshan Yu's heart sank heavily. Those already cloudy old eyes instantly dimmed as if covered with a thick layer of dust, and his hunched back slumped uncontrollably, making him seem to shrink by half again. Even when he stood, he exuded a sense of dejection and imminent collapse. Sakurai Muku sighed almost imperceptibly. She had long anticipated that Tisya's requirements would be very strict, but fortunately, a few more girls would be arriving soon. Upon hearing Tsubai's words, Paming's brows furrowed slightly, and his fingers tapped lightly on the table, each tap seeming to resonate in everyone's hearts. If you are not sincere, then we will leave now. His voice was cold and impatient. Sakurai Gyur forced a smile. Sir, please wait a moment, a few more girls will be here soon. Japan is a small country with relatively scarce resources, so these girls are already the elite of the elite. Paming rubbed his temples, his tone impatient. Fine, we'll wait a few more minutes. You may leave now. Sakurai Gyur looked at the row of distraught girls and spoke in a very soft voice. A hint of heartache flashed in her eyes. These girls had suffered a significant blow today. Time passed second by second, and Yusuji Katsu and the others were like ants on a hot pan, glancing at the door every now and then, with sweat beading on their foreheads. The Sword Saint sat upright in his seat, his eyes closed, as if he were asleep. Aquaman leaned back in his chair, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest, lost in thought. Tsubai slowly finished 2 cups of hot tea, still holding the warm teacups between his fingertips. Just then, the sound of footsteps approached from afar, growing clearer and clearer. Chaotic and filled with barely suppressed panic, Patriarch, the female prodigy has arrived. Okay, come in quickly. Yusuji Koshi suddenly opened his eyes and shouted outside. One girl after another walked in with light steps, her eyes filled with pride. However, upon seeing the Sea King and the Sword Saint sitting upright in their seats, he still revealed a trace of obvious panic. They naturally recognized the two as peak level 13 experts. My lord, please take another look at these female prodigies. They are all outstanding individuals from the kingdom of Sakura. Yusuji said, head held high and chest puffed out. This batch of girls was clearly better than the previous batch. Subai nodded slightly, and with a thought, the girl's information appeared on the system interface. Amidst the anxious waiting and expectant gazes of the crowd, Subai slowly shook his head. These prodigies do not meet the requirements either. After saying that, he picked up the teacup, blew the tea foam aside, and took a small sip. Not even these? The swordsman behind him opened his eyes, turned his head, and looked at Subai. Subai put down his teacup and nodded gently. Yes, the highest score is only 88 points. Call. Paming let out a long breath, his face expressionless as he looked at Shang Shanyu, whose face was deathly pale. His voice was icy. We've waited so long. Is this how the Sakura country treats people? Chapter 27 Sakurai Clan Head. You don't want the Sakura country to disappear either, do you? The atmosphere suddenly plummeted to freezing point. The faces of these prodigies from the land of cherry blossoms turned deathly pale instantly, as if struck by lightning, and they stood frozen in place. The hearts of all the Sakura warriors sank to the bottom, and even their breaths were chilled. Yusuji Kitsushi was swaying precariously. If Sakurai Gyur hadn't gently supported him, he probably would have fallen to the ground. He turned his head and glanced at Sakurai Gyur, whose face was also deathly pale. A bitter smile, more painful than crying, tugged at the corners of his cracked lips. None of these outstanding women were selected. Originally, he thought it was an extremely humiliating thing. But to his surprise, even this humiliating situation, which he considered so humiliating, failed to become a bargaining chip to get the experts of the Great Xia dynasty to lend a helping hand. Behind him, Akasaka Gasuk's tightly clenched fists had somehow loosened, the veins on his knuckles gradually receding, and a bone-chilling desolation swept through his entire body. Heavens, the cherry blossoms are doomed. Grown-ups. The cherry blossom warriors behind them seemed to have gone mad, their eyes bloodshot as they roared. These are the most outstanding talents in our Sakura kingdom. They are our hope. We offer them all up. We only ask that Great Xia intervene and save us this once. Dignity is no longer important. Survival is the most important thing. This is already a pledge of allegiance. Sakurai Gyur finally broke down, his voice trembling slightly, a tremor he himself didn't even realize. Time was too short. We really can't find anything better. After saying that, she suddenly raised her head and stared intently at Subai, who was sitting in the center of the sofa. She didn't know Subai's true identity. However, none of this matters. As long as Subai nods in agreement, that's fine. Subai met her gaze, his eyes sweeping over her shapely figure with a detached, indifferent look before he spoke slowly, his voice not loud, yet clearly carrying throughout the room. Actually, there are some that meet the standards. Oh? These words were like a thunderclap, instantly cleaving through the gloom that had been hanging over everyone's heads. The group of Sakura warriors suddenly raised their heads, their eyes flashing with disbelief as they stared intently at Subai, their hearts pounding wildly, forgetting even to breathe. Paming and the Sword Saint exchanged a glance, a hint of mockery flashing in their eyes, and a barely perceptible smile curving their lips. The show is about to begin. You can. Subai's gaze fell on Sakurai Mu's face, his tone as indifferent as if he were talking about a trivial matter. Boom. The entire place was deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. The air seemed to have frozen. After a pause, Subai slowly added, head of the Sakurai family, you don't want to see the Sakura kingdom completely disappear from this land, do you? Sakurai Gyur's mind went blank with a buzz. She staggered back 2 steps, her beautiful eyes wide open, staring intently at Subai, as if trying to confirm whether he was joking. Akasaka Gasuk's eyes widened in fury, and a violent aura instantly surged into the sky. How dare this unknown kid lay a finger on the white moonlight in his heart? Kosoka Akasaka! Back off! Shangshan was so terrified by this fool's impulsiveness that his body stiffened abruptly, and he roared in fury. Didn't this idiot realize Subai's status and position? So noisy! As the cold voice fell, the Sword Saint narrowed his eyes, raised his hand, and pointed lightly at Akasaka Gasuk. The next second, an invisible sword aura tore through the air, accompanied by a chilling whistling sound, and rushed straight towards Akasaka Gasuk. Not good. An overwhelming pressure swept over him, and Akasaka Gasuk's mind went blank. He couldn't even muster the thought of resisting. The Sword Saint is a peak level 13 martial artist, and his fierce attacks are a force to be reckoned with among all races. Sweat instantly soaked his back. Seeing the approaching sword energy, Akasaka Gasuk's eyes widened suddenly. Drink! With a hoarse growl, his true energy surged wildly throughout his body, gathering in his arms to protect himself. Sizzle! With just a casual slash of sword energy, as easily as cutting tofu, it tore through Akasaka Gasuk's defenses. The next second, Akasaka Gasuk was sent flying backward, like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into the wall with a thud, leaving a huge dent. The whole process was completed in an instant. Akasaka Gasuk lost consciousness without even letting out a scream. "If you dare to disrespect Tsubai again, I'll kill you next time." The Sword Saint spoke lightly, looking at Akasaka Gasuk, who was lying on the ground unable to move, as if he were looking at a stray dog on the roadside. The group of martial artists felt their scalps tingle, their ears ring, and their bodies tremble slightly. The experts of Great Xia are so powerful, yet they actually thought of destroying Great Xia before? That's an absolute joke. Cough cough. Akasaka Gasuk struggled to his feet, his face pale and a trace of blood still clinging to the corner of his mouth. His arms were torn open, leaving bloody wounds that dripped onto the ground. He fell silent, too terrified to even look up at Tsubai and the others. The room fell silent once again. "Call." Sakurai Gear let out a long sigh, a bitter smile appearing on his lips. "If I go with you, will you be able to help Sakura? We still need 2 more people, but I can make an exception and help out once." Paming stroked his chin, a troubled expression on his face. After a pause, he continued, "Remember the remaining 2 female prodigies for now." "Good." Sakurai Gear let his arms hang limply, a sense of sorrow rising in his heart. "Zyagure, no." For the first time, Akasaka Gasuk despised his own soul so much he only dared to say this to himself in a low voice. He is still alive, but he is already dead. "Call." The Sakura warriors behind felt no anger, but rather a sense of relief. Sakura Kingdom had been preserved, and they remained the rulers here. As for today's humiliation, if they don't speak of it, who will know? With Sakurai Gear gone, all that's left is Yusuji Katsu, that stubborn old man with different ideas from them. In that case, won't they be the ones calling the shots in Sakura country? Tsubai reached out his hand to Sakurai Muku, who paused for a moment, then understood what was happening. His eyes were lifeless, and he moved forward like a machine. Then, she plopped down next to Tsubai, her heart filled with despair. A single, glistening tear slid down her cheek and disappeared. The next moment, Sakurai Gear's gaze hardened again. She turned to look at Tsubai, who was standing right in front of her. "What do you need me to do?" "Marry me." Tsubai gently put his arm around Sakurai Mu's shoulder, and he could clearly feel the delicate body beneath his arm tremble slightly. Name, Sakurai Gear. Identity, head of the Sakurai clan of the snake-headed 8 families. Talent, S-rank dustless land. The user creates a massive force field centered on themselves, with high-speed airflow flowing across its surface, forming a barrier. In addition to defense, the user can also use their domain to forcefully crush opponents into fragments. Height, 168 centimeters. Size, D+. Number of links, 0. Rating, 95. They made a fortune. Tsubai was overjoyed. He tilted his head back, looked at Paming, and said, "See King, bring out the betrothal gifts." Chapter 28 Dowry? The land of Sakura is about to change. Bride price? The group of powerful members of Sakura were stunned for a moment, then reacted and sneered inwardly. What a pretentious act. It's probably to maintain the so-called peace-loving image of the Great Xia. Sakurai Gear paused slightly, turned to look at Tsubai, who was so close to her. Her beautiful eyes flickered, but there was still no luster in them. "Good," Paming said with a smile, his hand already in his pocket, and the next moment a black, antique ring appeared in his palm. "This ring is of exceptional quality." The well-informed Yusuji Katsushi paused for a moment, his eyes narrowing slightly. Could it be that Great Xia was really preparing to go all out? With a gentle toss, the ring in his hand landed steadily in Tsubai's hand, enveloped by his inner energy. Catching the ring, Tsubai's lips curled up slightly, and the next moment, a thought struck him. Buzz! A pale blue halo suddenly lit up, and a pill, as blue as a deep-sea gem, appeared out of thin air in his palm. The pill floated above the palm of the hand, its surface shimmering with fine light patterns. Wisps of pure spiritual energy emanated from the pill, transforming into a refreshing fragrance that filled the entire room as soon as it appeared. Such rich spiritual energy, could it be a near S-grade pill? This level of pill cannot be bought with money alone. The Seven Seas clan head wanted to buy it before, but in the end he returned empty-handed. How could the Great Xia possibly be willing to spend such a huge sum? The once quiet room was suddenly filled with gasps of surprise. One by one, the Sakura warriors stared wide-eyed at the blue pill in Tsubai's palm, their pupils shrinking and their faces filled with disbelief and shock. Some people couldn't resist taking 2 steps forward, only to be pulled hard by the person next to them, bringing them back to their senses. They stood still, leaning slightly forward, trying to get a better look. The highest level pills they had ever seen in their lives were only grade A, and the aura emanating from this pill was worlds apart from theirs. Looking at Sakurai Gyur again, their expressions became much more complex. As he ascended the mountain, he gasped, his cloudy old eyes fixed on the blue pill, his body trembling uncontrollably. The Great Xia dynasty was also renowned among all races for its alchemy skills. Sakurai Gyur was completely stunned, raising her left hand and gently covering her rosy cherry lips. A flicker of emotion crossed her previously lifeless eyes, her beautiful gaze fixed on the light in Subai's palm, her heart already churning with turbulent emotions. What shocked her even more was that as soon as the pill appeared, the dormant true energy in her body began to tremble uncontrollably, and she could even feel that every inch of flesh and blood in her meridians was yearning for the spiritual power emitted by the pill. She instantly realized that this pill was probably made specifically for her. Could it be that all of this was Subai's plan? Looking at Subai again, Sakurai Mu's gaze became much more serious. It seems that this human prodigy is not a spoiled brat. On the contrary, he is very cunning. Who knows, the idea of having the Sakura kingdom offer up 3 female prodigies might have been his. Sakurai Gyur felt a chill run down his spine as he thought about it. Could this S-rank formation also be related to him? Impossible. This is simply too unbelievable. She shook her head, banishing the thought from her mind. Behind him, Akasaka Gasuk saw the girlish expression on Sakurai Gyur's face, and his heart bled. There is no greater sorrow than a broken heart. Physical pain is not as terrible as the pain in one's heart. He has completely lost Sakurai Gyur. The Sea King and the Sword Saint behind them exchanged a smile. Subai's move of hitting someone with a stick and then giving them a sweet treat was absolutely brilliant. He used both kindness and severity, striking the perfect balance. Is this really for me? Sakurai Gyur couldn't help but speak up, saying that she had been stuck at the level of a late-stage level 12 martial artist for a long time. If she had this pill, she might actually be able to break through this bottleneck. That's natural. Subai reached out his left hand and forcefully grabbed Sakurai Muge's soft, boneless hand, making her palm face up, and placed the pill heavily in her palm. This is a near S-grade pill called the Dust-Free Spirit Refining Pill. It can accelerate cultivation and is perfectly suited to your talent. As soon as Subai finished speaking, Yasuji and the others showed expressions of "I see." Subai had long ago set his sights on Sakurai Gyur. Is the next step to completely control Sakuraji by supporting Sakurai Gyur? Feeling the warmth of Subai's palm, Sakurai Murasaka's face instantly flushed red. What young girl doesn't dream of love? If she were married earlier, she probably would have given birth to Subai a long time ago. However, she carried too much on her shoulders. Back then, her father died young, and with the help of Yasuji Katsu, she successfully took control of the Sakurai family. It was only in recent years that she was able to secure this position. She longed for someone to rely on, but who could offer her a sense of security? Looking at Subai again, Sakurai Mu's gaze softened. She sighed almost imperceptibly to herself. Now that she had become a hostage of the Great Xia, there was no point in thinking about anything else. With her mind at ease, the burden on her shoulders suddenly vanished without a trace, and she felt a great sense of relief. That's fine too. We'll consummate our marriage tonight. After that, you can choose to go to Great Xia or stay in the land of cherry blossoms, it's up to you. Suddenly, Subai leaned close to Sakurai Muku's ear, his voice low and teasing, as if trying to penetrate her ear. You. Sakurai Gyur's face flushed bright red instantly, so red it looked like it was about to bleed, as if all the blood in his body had rushed to his head. There are so many Sakura warriors watching from the side. She shrank back abruptly, instinctively pointing a trembling finger at Subai, her chest heaving violently, so angry she couldn't even finish her sentence. But as soon as he raised his fingertips, the image of Akasaka Gasuk being blasted away by a sword in his fate unknown flashed through his mind. That bone-chilling coldness shot straight up my spine to the top of my head. She shuddered and quickly withdrew her hand, her fingertips trembling. Out of the corner of his eye, he quickly glanced in the direction of the Sword Saint. The white-robed warrior still had his eyes closed, as if he hadn't heard anything, and remained as steady as a mountain. Looking at Paming beside her, his mouth was practically stretched to his ears, and his face was beaming with a bright, maternal smile. Sakurai Gyur wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground. There was no room for negotiation. She simply nodded. The sound was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Seeing Sakurai Gyur's appearance, the expressions on the faces of the group of Sakura warriors were quite interesting. Yasuji sighed helplessly. After that, the Sakura kingdom would be completely reduced to a vassal state of the Great Xia. That young man named Subai is no ordinary person. As for Akasaka Gasuk, he stood there like a mummy, his eyes unfocused, like a walking corpse. It seems he is already dead. The wails of the loser were as melodious as the cries of stray dogs on the roadside. Subai didn't even bother to glance at him again. Just then, a rapid roar, like a thunderclap, exploded outside the door. Report! The Trench Clan has launched another attack. Upon hearing this voice, the Sakura warriors in the conference room shuddered, and the next moment, their eyes all turned to Subai's direction. Chapter 29 Sakurai Gyure's Devotion. I implore you, sir, to lend a helping hand. The group of Sakura warriors bowed deeply, their waists almost touching the ground, their voices trembling uncontrollably, their hearts pounding in their throats. Tap, tap, tap. The council chamber was eerily quiet, save for the sound of Paming's fingertips lightly tapping the table, each tap striking the hearts of everyone present. This is also part of Subai's plan. In short, we cannot easily agree to any demands from the Sakura kingdom. Every move must come at a price that the Sakura kingdom pays. Sakurai took a deep breath and opened her eyes, as if she had made up her mind. How could she not see that the Sea King and the Sword Saint were deliberately acting so unhurried? But every second that passes, an inch of the land of the Cherry Blossom country is destroyed. Whatever the reason, Subai's goal is to possess her, so what difference does it make whether it's sooner or later? The next moment, Subai felt his hands touch a soft spot, and subconsciously squeezed it. When he came to his senses, he saw Sakurai Gyure's face flushed red. Subai, please ask the Sea King and the Sword Saint to make a move. With that, she moved even closer, and Subai felt his right hand sink completely into that soft hand. He heard Sakurai Muge's gentle voice in his ear, I can give it to you right now. Her tone was a mixture of shyness and displeasure, as if she were complaining that Subai and the others had gone too far, even though they had already agreed to help. But when it comes to the crucial moment, they deliberately make things difficult for them. Behind them, the Sakura warriors had completely lost all sense of dignity. All they hoped for was that the Sea King and the Sword Saint would make their move as soon as possible. Only Akasaka Gasuk seemed to have lost his soul, staring blankly at the scene before him. Feeling the softness in his hand, Subai's lips unconsciously curled up. This result was acceptable. Too much of a good thing could be bad. He had originally planned to wait for Yasuji Katsuji to offer his daughter up voluntarily. Beside him, Paming stopped tapping on the table, a smug smile appearing on his lips. The Sword Saint slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sharpening. Head of the Yasuji family, you and I will fight against the Trench Clan together. After saying that, he stood up decisively and walked towards the door. Well. The group of Sakura warriors hurriedly responded, nodding their heads vigorously, and closely followed the Sword Saint's steps. Only Akasaka Gasuk secretly glanced back, then followed closely behind. After the group of martial artists hurriedly left the council hall, Paming glanced at Subai and Sakuraimu with a half smile and said sarcastically, Subai, the troublemakers are all gone, you guys go and do your own things. Upon hearing this, Sakurai Gyure's cheeks instantly turned bright red, like ripe cherries. At the same time, a question arose in her mind, why would even a powerful figure like Aquaman say such a thing? Could it really be a joke, or is there some secret she doesn't know? Subai gave Paming a thumbs up, grinned, grabbed Sakuraimu's slightly cool hand, and said bluntly, let's go to your room. Sakurai Matsu's sucking was abruptly interrupted. Her eyes were lowered, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and she let out a barely audible hum as Subai led her outside. Aquaman remained in the council chamber, watching the two figures as they walked away, his heart filled with anticipation. What reward will the system give Subai this time? Sakurai Gyure's room was completely different from what Subai had imagined. Instead of the elaborate decorations he expected, it was simply and elegantly furnished, with a faint scent of cherry blossoms in the air. Subai plopped down on the bed without any hesitation and pulled Sakuraimu into his arms. The moment the soft body crashed into his arms, he clearly felt an amazing elasticity coming from his legs, a wonderful sensation. What is your current strength? Sakurai turned his head to look at Subai, who was standing close by, and asked. Based on her senses, Subai's strength wasn't too great. She was currently a level 12 martial artist, and if she accidentally injured Subai, things would get complicated. I am currently a level 2 martial artist, Subai stated frankly. Upon hearing Subai's words, Sakurai Gyure stared intently at Subai, as if asking, are you up to it? Subai scoffed dismissively, are you doubting me? As he spoke, his large hands began to grope restlessly over Sakurai Gyure's body. He possesses an SSS level talent, which grants him many children and great fortune, greatly enhancing his abilities. As Subai explored her, Sakuraimu frowned slightly, a strange feeling arising in her mind. At that moment, Subai blew a breath of warm air into her ear. Sakuraigyur felt a chill run down his spine and goosebumps rise all over his body, and couldn't help but let out a soft groan. She looked at Subai with tender eyes, as if there were pools of spring water in them. She would be careful not to hurt Subai. Cherry blossoms on the east coast. Fleets stood on the sea like steel behemoths. Upon closer inspection, many of the warships had already sustained damage. Above them stood rows of neatly arranged cherry blossom soldiers, but their eyes revealed obvious fatigue. The fierce battles of the past few days have left them exhausted. However, at this moment, a glimmer of hope appeared in their eyes. At the very front of the fleet, a figure dressed in white floated in the air. The dark sea was turbulent, but just as the waves were about to hit the white-clad warrior, they seemed to encounter an invisible barrier and scattered in all directions, splashing water everywhere. The white-robed warrior was none other than the Sword Saint. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at the demon race before him with an air of ease. Behind him, a group of Sakura warriors looked solemnly at the Trench Clan army opposite them, secretly swallowing hard. Black figures kept appearing on the surface of the sea. They moved freely underwater, their occasional terrifying hee-hee-hee laughter sending chills down the spines of the Sakura warriors. These figures are the Trench people. Their eyes were filled with greed when they faced their defeated opponents. Call. The demons beneath the sea annoyed the Sword Saint. I should have sent the Sea King, he's better suited for sea battles. As he was thinking this, a sudden sea breeze arose, and huge waves surged. Suddenly, a powerful whirlpool, obscuring the sky and the sun, rose up on the sea ahead. The next second, a huge black shadow slowly rose from the vortex, hovering in mid-air, stepping on the rolling waves. The monster was covered in hard, dark blue scales, with viscous seawater dripping from the gaps between the scales. Two thick horns on its head curved like scimitars, their tips gleaming with a chilling luster. A pair of scarlet eyes stared intently at the people on the shore, radiating a ferocious aura that sent chills down one's spine. Chapter 30: The Defeated Trench Tribe, and the Generous Rewards. Trench Clan Chief, Poison Sting, looked disdainfully at the crowd before him, but when his gaze fell upon the white-clad figure at the forefront, he paused involuntarily. He vaguely sensed a dangerous aura, but the feeling was fleeting, leading him to believe it was an illusion. Boy, who are you? Poison Sting chuckled, reverting to his usual arrogant demeanor, his tone full of mockery. Sword Saint. Two words were slowly uttered from the white-clad man's lips, light and airy, yet they made him pause, his smile freezing on his face. Not good. He was startled. Could this person be the top martial artist of the Great Xia dynasty, the Sword Saint? This is a level 13 peak martial artist. Even when encountering a strong opponent of the same level, he has never been defeated. Moreover, he has only just been promoted to level 13 martial artist. Retreat. Retreat now. The poisonous stinger was utterly destroyed, its soul scattered and its voice booming. He completely disregarded the bewildered group of subordinates behind him, lowered his body, and plunged into the deep sea like an arrow released from a bow, splashing up towering waves. Everything was accomplished in the blink of an eye, leaving only the Trench Clan soldiers with stunned expressions. What happened? Behind them, seeing that Poison Sting had actually fled, the faces of all the Sakura warriors showed anxious expressions. Sword Saint and Sea King won't stay in Sakura forever. If Poison Sting returns one day, they won't be able to withstand the opponent's wrath. Upon seeing this, Yusuji Kitsushi couldn't wait any longer and warned, Sword Saint, he's about to escape. Once the Trench Clan enters the water, they are extremely difficult to capture. If they were to return later, the warriors of the Sakura Kingdom would be unable to withstand them. The Sword Saint remained expressionless, nodded slightly, and then took a deep breath. With a ding, he drew his longsword and swung it lightly, sending a sharp sword aura slashing towards the direction of the poison thorn. Siege has already escaped, what's the point of attacking again? The Sword Saint is too arrogant. This is the Trench Clan. Once they're underwater, who can catch up with them? The group of Sakura warriors only dared to silently complain in their hearts. Amidst the disappointed gazes of the crowd, the sword light traversed the heavens and earth, carrying a chilling sharpness capable of slicing through everything, and slammed fiercely into the sea. A deafening roar erupted, and the towering wave was cleaved in two by the sword energy. The seawater on both sides was held back as if by an invisible giant wall, and the surging waves were frozen in mid-air. The Trench Clan warriors who hadn't had time to escape were struck by the aftershocks of this unparalleled sword energy before they could even utter a scream. Like chopping melons and vegetables, it instantly turned into a mass of minced meat, and large patches of blood red appeared on the sea surface. Glug! Someone swallowed hard, and the Sword Saint's casual slash had such immense power. Akasaka Gasuk, standing behind, froze in place, having already stopped the Sword Saint's previous attack. If he hadn't been controlled properly, he probably would have been cut in two. It's a poisonous stinger. A gasp rang out from the silent crowd. Yusuji and the others hurriedly looked towards the split sea surface and saw a black figure frantically fleeing into the depths of the water. He didn't even have the courage to look back. He staggered, his back scraped raw by the air currents, and all he wanted was to get as far away from that terrifying sword energy as possible. Snort! The Sword Saint snorted coldly and, to everyone's astonishment, unleashed another sword strike, this time aimed directly at Ducey's back. Ah! With a piercing scream, the poison thorn exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Everyone felt their heads buzzing, and they didn't even have the courage to look up at the Sword Saint. Even S-level talents are divided into different grades, and the top martial artists who fought against them were the best among their peers. You all go and clean up the mess. Leaving behind a single sentence, the Sword Saint, suspended in mid-air, lightly waved his sleeve and slowly flew towards the coast. Kill the remaining demons. Yusuji Katsuki reacted instantly, looked at the trench tribe trembling beneath the surface of the sea, and sounded the charge. Rush! Accompanied by a series of hoarse roars, the group of Sakura warriors, their eyes gleaming with undisguised excitement, charged into the battlefield. The remaining Trench Clan members either fled in all directions, crying and begging for mercy, or were still fighting, but none of them could escape the sweeping away of the Sakura warriors. Before long, patches of severed limbs and gore appeared on the sea surface, and as far as the eye could see, there were large areas of blood. Akasaka Gasuk unleashed all the anger in his heart, crushing the trench soldiers with his bare hands wherever he went, leaving no trace of their bodies. Suddenly, he stopped what he was doing, as if sensing something, and quietly turned around, his expression blank, staring into the distance. Congratulations, host, on successfully connecting with Sakurai-Gyur. 1. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the SS level talent, Glazed Brahma City. This talent solidifies and crystallizes the airflow within a domain, forming an absolute barrier like glazed glass. It possesses super strong defense, domain control, and shared protection capabilities. It automatically predicts incoming attack trajectories, maintains a constant temperature and pressure within the domain, and isolates external toxins, radiation, and mental interference. 2. Congratulations, host, you have received a cultivation boost. Your current cultivation level has been raised to level 3 martial artist. 3. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the SS grade elixir, the Holy Spirit Pill. 4. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the SS level magic weapon, Xian Gang Pendant. 5. Congratulations, host, you have obtained S grade True Dragon Liquid 3. As soon as the system finished speaking, Subai suddenly opened his eyes. With a soft plop, he braced himself with his hands, glanced at Sakurai-Gyur beneath him, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. At this moment, Sakurai was completely naked, her curvaceous body exposed to the air, convulsing in waves. Her eyes were hazy as if veiled in a thin mist, and her delicate lips were gently pursed, exuding an ultimate allure. Subai stood up and stretched his body. The next moment, he brought his 5 fingers together and clenched his fist. In that instant, he felt an unprecedented power, as if he could shatter the heavens and the earth with a single punch. Drink! With a low roar, Subai swung his fist fiercely into the void, and the next moment, a sound of air explosion echoed through the air. Is this the strength of a level 3 martial artist? Subai frowned slightly. This intensity seemed different from what was described in the textbook. He had felt this when he was a level 2 martial artist, but he hadn't paid much attention to it at the time. After becoming a level 3 martial artist, he could feel his extraordinary nature even more. Could it be because of the existence of SSS level talents? Soon, he had a guess in his mind. If that was the case, then everything would make sense. I've actually gained an SS level talent again. Looking at the talent description on the system, Subai nodded in satisfaction. With his talent, he essentially has a shield that can be activated at any time, protecting those around him. There are even SS level pills. The system's rewards were so generous that Subai felt somewhat numb. Looking at the pills standing quietly in the system space, Subai stroked his chin and muttered to himself. Chapter 31. The Yasuji clan head is still missing 2 female prodigies. Holy Spirit Pill. Subai glanced at the description of the pill, his eyes shining with delight. This Holy Spirit Pill can actually extend lifespan, even for those on the verge of death. In addition, this elixir contains the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which washes away the shackles of cultivation and greatly increases the probability of a martial artist breaking through to a higher realm. This is really good stuff. Subai raised an eyebrow, secretly marveling. According to information he recently learned from the Martial Arts Alliance, many patriarchs of the Great Xia dynasty are currently in seclusion, pursuing a realm beyond the 13th level of martial artist. With this elixir, the Great Xia dynasty would very likely gain another level 14 martial artist. With a level 14 martial artist backing him up, even the prodigies of ancient races like the Demon Clan and the Dragon Clan would be at his disposal. Mysterious gang fall? Scanning another reward, Subai couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The system had given him another surprise. This Xian Gang pendant can automatically generate a weapon capable of withstanding the fierce attacks of a level 13 peak expert when he encounters danger. Its defensive capabilities are comparable to the S-level magic array, the Xian Tian Sealing Water Array. What's even more remarkable is that this magic artifact can be carried around and used at any time without the need for laborious setup. With a thought, Subai hung the pendant around his neck, instantly feeling much more at ease and experiencing a strong sense of security. Subai glanced at the refreshed rewards on the system panel, his smile widening. In high spirits, he leaned down and kissed Sakurai Muge's cherry-like lips once more. Sakurai Gyur was still secretly observing Subai beside him, his gaze sweeping over Subai's muscular build and well-defined abs, his thoughts drifting away. Subai, who was clearly only a level 2 martial artist, managed to make her, a level 12 martial artist, lose all her armor and weapons. The next moment, Sakurai Gyur felt the tip of her tongue skillfully pry open her pearly teeth and greedily suck on them. The moment she was kissed, she seemed to lose all strength to resist. She gently stroked Subai's back with both hands and responded to the passionate kiss with fervor. After a long while, their lips slowly parted, and a glistening silver thread dangled down from the corner of their mouths. That's enough for today. Sakurai Gyur felt she had finally regained control of her body. She gently covered herself with the blanket, lowered her head, and dared not look at Subai again. This feeling is so wonderful. Good. Subai nodded. Judging by the Sword Saint's strength, he should be back soon. I wonder what kind of expressions Li Pujuan and the others will have when they learn about the system rewards. The two quickly got dressed and went into the hall. Sakurai Gyur kept her head down and followed closely behind Subai, like a newlywed bride. Hearing the commotion behind him, Paming turned around, looked at the scene before him, and couldn't help but secretly give Subai a thumbs up. Subai, that kid, is really hiding his true abilities. Subai, has the reward arrived yet? He slightly moved his lips, and a voice enveloped in true energy reached Subai's ears. Subai smiled slightly and nodded gently, his eyes filled with joy. After receiving the reply, Paming breathed a sigh of relief, forcibly suppressing his inner joy and curiosity. When he gets back, he will definitely take a good look at the reward. Footsteps approached from the doorway. Bang! The door was gently pushed open, and a group of Sakura warriors escorted the Sword Saint back into the room. Everything is resolved. The Sword Saint remained calm and composed, as if he had done something insignificant. The next moment, he saw the lingering blush on Sakurai Gyur's face, his eyes widened, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. He couldn't help but ask. Subai, is it done? His tone was full of excitement. The cherry blossom warrior behind him frowned slightly, a strong sense of curiosity welling up inside him. What exactly caused the Sword Saint to experience such a dramatic emotional upheaval? Meeting the Sword Saint's expectant gaze, Subai nodded slightly, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. Behind him, Akasaka Gusuk belatedly realized what had just happened, his heart feeling as if it had been gripped tightly by an invisible hand. The next moment, he staggered and grabbed the wall next to him, clutching his chest tightly. His face was ashen, and even his breathing was painful and labored. Why is this simp so dramatic? Subai glanced at it and silently complained to himself. Thank you for your help, sir. Yusuji straightened his hunched back, the wrinkles on his face seemed to smooth out a bit, and his whole energy surged, making him look more than 10 years younger than before. Paming waved his hand casually, his tone indifferent. You're too kind, Yusuji family head. From this day forward, if the Great Xia ever needs me, Yusuji you, and indeed the entire Sakura martial arts world, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Yusuji bowed deeply, his tone firm and his expression extremely solemn, as if afraid that his sincerity was insufficient. Upon hearing this, Paming nodded noncommittally, his fingertips lightly stroking his chin. His tone abruptly shifted, his voice low but each word clear. By the way, the Sakura Kingdom still owes the Great Xia two female prodigies, head of the Yasuji family, please don't forget this. Upon hearing this, Yasuji Katsushi paused, his expression becoming somewhat unnatural. He sighed helplessly, his tone filled with difficulty. The Sakura Kingdom is truly lacking in resources and has no geniuses who meet the requirements of the Great Xia. If there were, we would certainly offer them up with open arms. Paming glanced at Subai, a smug smile playing on his lips. Then he turned to Yasuji Yu and said, "Don't worry about the Sakura family head. We have a choice right now." Oh? Yasuji felt something was off. He had a feeling that he had forgotten something. Your daughter meets the requirements. The sound of breaking through the sea was like a death knell, exploding violently in everyone's ears. How could I have forgotten about this? The head of the Yasuji family probably never imagined that his house would be robbed. Indeed, those so-called prodigies of Japan are worlds apart from the daughter of the Yasuji family. Could it be that Great Xia has other plans? A sudden, abrupt voice rang out from the crowd. The speaker realized something halfway through his sentence, quickly shut his mouth, and cold sweat poured down his forehead. He gently raised his head and saw that neither the Sea King nor the Sword Saint even glanced at him, and he breathed a slight sigh of relief. Yasuji Katsushi was struck dumb, his eyes widened, and he staggered back half a step. The Sakura warriors behind him were also shocked by Harumi's words, and no one even went to help Yasuji Katsuji. After a long while, Yasuji Katsuji's frozen expression finally changed, revealing a smile that was more like a grimace. Alright, then I will send my daughter to Great Xia. It's quite obvious that Xia definitely wants to control the cherry blossoms. When Tianjia was taken away, Sakura's backbone was also removed. He only has this one daughter, whom he cherishes dearly. He never imagined that something like this would happen to him. If Yasuji Yukaina were sent to Dacia, he might never see his daughter again in his lifetime. Chapter 32 Changes in the Kingdom of Sakura, Yasuji Yukaina. The Yasuji family lord is a man of his word, very good. Paming nodded in satisfaction, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Things were progressing step by step according to the preset trajectory. Yasuji Katsuji was originally a conservative and had always been close to Otsuka, making him a key figure worth winning over. Now that his only daughter is going to Dacia, it's like handing over his Achilles heel. From now on, he can naturally feel more at ease with Sakura. All of this was planned before we came to see the cherry blossoms. The Great Xia dynasty sought the unification of the entire human race, and the Cherry Blossom Kingdom was naturally included in this goal. He paused, then softened his tone. Rest assured, the Great Xia will never mistreat your daughter. Upon hearing this, the gazes of the group of Sakura warriors around Yasuji Katsuji towards him immediately became more mocking. Not treating us badly? Who are you kidding? How could the Great Xia dynasty possibly allow the Sakura Kingdom to truly become powerful? Even if Yasuji Yukaina is incredibly talented, she would only be a pretty face in Dacia, and it would be unlikely that she could even cultivate. However, this is actually a good thing for them. Sakurai-gyo has already submitted to Dacia, and Yasuji Etsu is getting old. Even his once-in-a-century genius daughter is going to be sent away. By then, won't Japan be under their control? As long as they develop quietly, they will one day be able to break free from the control of the Great Xia, and may even be able to seize the Great Xia and enjoy its vast resources. At the back of the crowd, Akasaka Gasuk even clenched his fists quietly. He was no longer the man who longed for love now, he was devoid of emotion. He just wanted to become stronger and then take revenge. Then I'll have to trouble you, Great Xia. Yasuji Katsushi managed to squeeze out a sentence, his face extremely grim. After speaking, he lowered his head, trying not to let anyone know his true thoughts. On his shoulders lies the very survival of the entire Sakura Kingdom. Cherry blossoms may have once been very powerful, even able to rival the Great Xia dynasty. However, after the revival of spiritual energy, many things changed. Nowadays, it's already quite good that cherry blossoms can barely exist. If the behemoth that is Great Xia were to become enraged, the entire Sakura Kingdom would be reduced to ashes. In fact, the Great Xia doesn't even need to take real action. A little pressure is enough to make them crumble. Just then, an antique ring appeared before Yasuji Kotetsu's eyes. Clan head Yasuji, I've heard that you've been stuck at the peak of level 12 for a long time. This is a breakthrough pill refined by Elder Yao. Perhaps your strength can reach a higher level. Paming's voice rang out slowly and deliberately, accompanied by a gentle smile. Breakthrough pill? How could the Great Xia dynasty allow a level 13 powerhouse to appear in the Sakura country? That's a nearest grade pill, even more precious than the pills given to Sakurai-gyo. The group of Sakura warriors were taken aback at first, then many thoughts came to mind, and their eyes were filled with jealousy and curiosity as they looked at Yusuji Tsuki again. Yusuji looked up and saw the storage ring in front of him, and heard Paming's words in his ear. Driven by a thirst for power, he reached out and took the ring as if possessed. My head was buzzing, and even my hands were trembling slightly. He subconsciously probed the ring with his mind, and the next second, he froze. A golden pill stood quietly inside, radiating powerful spiritual energy that made his soul tremble slightly. This really is a breakthrough pill. The great Xia dynasty actually gave him such a powerful pill. Even someone as powerful as Yao Lao had a success rate of less than 1 in 10 when it came to refining this pill. Even in the great Xia dynasty, this pill was an extremely scarce resource. If Sakura needs help in the future, Great Xia will definitely do everything in its power to help. Harumi walked to Yusuji Katsu's side and gently patted his shoulder. As he spoke, his gaze swept over the cherry blossom warriors behind Yusuji Kotetsu, a slight smile still playing on his lips. If you are loyal to the Great Xia, then the Great Xia will naturally do its best to help you advance. He paused, then spoke again, his tone turning icy. On the contrary, Great Xia will also eliminate those who damage relations between the two countries. As soon as he finished speaking, the group of Sakura warriors seemed to have their hearts seen through, and many of them even lowered their heads. Snort! Seeing the reactions of these people, Paming sneered inwardly. These Sakura warriors all had ulterior motives. If they remain obstinate, then let Yusuji Ekazan eliminate them all. I will definitely give my full support to Great Xia. And me, my human race should be a unified whole. Yes, the war of all races may begin at any time. The human race must unite as one. I am willing to follow the leadership of the Great Xia. Several voices rang out in succession, breaking the awkward silence. As long as I can become stronger. That old bastard Yusuji Katsuji is too lucky he actually managed to get the breakthrough pill and has a chance to advance to level 13. If they cling to the coattails of the Great Xia, they might still have a chance. As a martial artist, who doesn't want to become stronger? Seeing their reaction, Paming, Sword Saint, and Subai exchanged a glance and a smile appeared on their lips. Things are going exactly as planned. The next step is to eliminate dissidents, but this will have to be done gradually. Yusuji is a smart man. The war of all races may really be coming. There are constant small-scale conflicts around the world. If the Sakura kingdom is willing to submit, that would be fine. If not, the Great Xia would not leave behind such a dagger that could be plunged into its own hands at any moment. Looking at the scene before him, Sakurai Gyur shook his head helplessly. Under the leadership of the Great Xia, at least the Sakura kingdom can be preserved, even if Sakura Island really becomes the battlefield during the war of all races. I believe that Great Xia will also provide a place for the residents of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom to live. In any case, she won't care about anything now. Looking at Subai's back, she felt a strong sense of security. Head of the Yusuji family, go and tell your daughter that the Sword Saint will stay to assist you in your advancement. Paming looked at Yusuji, his tone much gentler. After all, the latter was practically one of their own. We're leaving first, and your daughter will be coming with us. Call. Yusuji Koshi let out a long sigh of relief. He had boarded the ship no matter what. Yes, sir. He paused for a moment, then said, I just want to know, what will my daughter do after she goes there? That's how it is. Yusuji Katsugo gave a wry smile and looked at the red-haired girl opposite him, Yusuji Yukaina, with a complicated expression. Father, do you mean I'm going to marry that man from Great Xia named Subai? Yusuji Yukaina frowned, a hint of surprise and barely perceptible anger flashing in her beautiful eyes. Moreover, we know absolutely nothing about Subai. Yes, that's it. Yusuji Katsu frowned slightly, clearly showing that his daughter was quite dissatisfied. My daughter has always been like this. Once she's made up her mind, she won't change it. What am I going to do? He sighed almost imperceptibly, took out his phone, unlocked it, found Subai's photo in one smooth motion, and pushed it in front of Yusuji Yukaina. There's only one photo of him. Upon seeing this photo, Yukino Yusuji's face immediately turned bright red. Chapter 33 Leaving Sakura, Trouble at the Martial Arts Alliance. Yusuji Yukaina never imagined that she would become a victim of a political marriage. Previously, she was considered the most powerful new force among the younger generation in Sakura country. Her family was the strongest family, and her father, Yusuji Koshi, was the most powerful warrior in Sakura country. The power of fate was too strong, or rather, the behemoth that was Great Xia was too terrifying. Even the proud Sakurai Gyur became the plaything of that Great Xia warrior. Let's just say we can describe it that way. In short, it's a very tragic situation. Perhaps she can only be a canary for the rest of her life, being dominated by someone she doesn't love at all. A hint of despair flickered in her eyes, and a strange sadness welled up in her heart. She let out a barely audible sigh. This is Subai. Yasuji pushed the phone in front of his daughter, lowered his head, and dared not look directly into Yasuji Yukina's eyes. His emotions were extremely complicated. Looking at the boy in front of her, Yasuji Yukina was stunned for a moment, as if her heart had been struck by something. That's how it is. Yasuji Koshi kept his head down, his eyes unfocused, and didn't notice Yasuji Yukina's reaction. He didn't know how to describe the feeling in his heart at that moment. It was as if he were a lone boat adrift on a vast ocean, completely out of control. He let out a long breath, seemingly having made up his mind, and said firmly, "Daughter, if you really don't want to get married, then don't. I've carried enough burdens all these years." Yasuji Yukina lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. After a few seconds of silence, she spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, with a hint of barely perceptible shyness, "Father, I will marry Yasuji Koshi." He looked up at Yasuji Yukina in disbelief, his forehead covered in black lines. Could it be that her daughter has taken a liking to Subai? Didn't he just make it very clear? This is a stud from the great Xia. Father, I have considered it carefully, and it is indeed beneficial for us to be on good terms with great Xia. Yasuji Yukina looked very serious. Upon hearing this, Yasuji Koshi's carefully constructed aura vanished completely, but he still felt that something was amiss. Upon learning that Yasuji Yukina and Sakurai Gyur had left with Subai, the entire Sakura kingdom was in an uproar. The nation was plunged into grief for several days, and the cries of countless Sakura otaku echoed throughout the streets and alleys. On the other side, the Martial Arts Alliance's airship was speeding wildly towards the Great Xia, its hull cutting through the sky and leaving a trail of afterimages. Neptune sat in the driver's seat, Subai leaned back in the back seat, and Sakurai Gyur and Yasuji Yukina sat on either side of him, their fragrance lingering in the air. Subai's large hand occasionally brushed against Sakuraimu's long legs, drawing a slightly reproachful look from the latter, but she did not dodge. "Subai, will I still be able to cultivate after I go to the Great Xia?" Subai turned around abruptly, his gaze meeting Yasuji Yukina's fixed eyes. The moment their eyes met, Yasuji Yukina's face flushed red, and she quickly lowered her head, her ears turning pink. "Girl, why are you blushing?" Cough cough. Subai cleared his throat, looked at Yasuji Yukina's smooth red hair, and said, "Of course you can cultivate, and Great Xia will use the best resources to nurture you." Upon hearing this, Yasuji Yukina suddenly raised her head, her eyes instantly sparkling with excitement, her face full of surprise. Looking at the girl's fair and flawless face with a blush, Subai's heart stirred for some reason, and his eyes softened a little. There are just too many beautiful girls in this world. Thanks to the system, thanks to Xia, he, a single, older male engineer in his previous life, was able to have so many beautiful girls. However, you have to have my children. He paused for a moment, then offered a reminder. Upon hearing this, Yasuji Yukina was only momentarily taken aback before nodding gently, "That's no problem." The Sea King in the front row never turned around, but a smile quietly crept onto his lips. Sakurai Gyur was stunned, glancing at Yasuji Yukina in disbelief. As a woman herself, how could she not see the undisguised love that Yasuji Yukina had shown Subai just now? In my memory, this daughter of the Yasuji family had always been disdainful of love and romance. In the land of cherry blossoms, the number of people who admire Yasuji Yukina could stretch to the land of beauties, yet she has never shown any interest in anyone, let alone taken the initiative to speak to them. Subai was also momentarily dazed. Could it be that my charm value has also increased? Never mind, we'll be consummating our marriage soon anyway, why worry about so much? I'm just a ruthless stallion. The spaceship was moving at an astonishing speed. After an unknown amount of time, Subai slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was a soft, graceful arc. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and realized that he was resting his head on Sakurai Gyur's lap. Meanwhile, Yasuji Yukina was leaning against him, a trace of drool still hanging from the corner of her mouth, looking dazed. "You're awake. We've arrived." Sakurai Muku's voice was as soft as a feather as she gently patted Subai's head with a smile. Subai sat up straight, stretched lazily, his bones cracking softly, and said in a relaxed tone, "That was really fast." This trip to the land of cherry blossoms was short but incredibly rewarding. Not only did they recruit two S-class female prodigies, but they also directly changed the situation in the Sakura Kingdom. Yasuji Yukina, who was next to Subai, was woken up by Subai's movements and rubbed her eyes groggily. The airship landed steadily on the helipad on the top floor of the Martial Arts Alliance building. a hatch slid open slowly, and Subai stepped out first. As soon as he stepped out of the cabin, he saw three familiar figures, Li Pujuan, Xiongzhan, and the Beast King, who were waiting anxiously in the same spot. The three of them caught sight of Subai and their eyes lit up instantly. They quickly stepped forward to greet him, their anxiety replaced by overwhelming joy. A warm feeling welled up inside him. It felt so good to be waited for. I'm back. Good. Li Pujuan stepped forward, patted Subai on the shoulder, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Well done. He followed the whole thing, and didn't even get enough rest. He wished he could fly to Japan and stand next to Subai. We will not fail in our mission. Subai spoke with great enthusiasm, his face full of excitement. He turned his head and looked back. Sakurai Gyuri and Yusuji Setsuna were walking gracefully towards him. Li Pujuan followed his gaze, then smiled gently at the two women and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, Great Xiao will never treat you unfairly." "Thank you, sir." The two women quickly bowed in greeting, their voices trembling slightly. The smiling adult before me is none other than Li Pujuan, a top expert of the human race. Neither of them expected that they would one day come into contact with such a person. After arranging for someone to take Sakurai Gyuri and Yusuji Yukaina to be settled, Li Pujuan, Xiongzhan, and Beast King's expressions instantly became serious, and the atmosphere around them suddenly became oppressive. Subai's brows furrowed instantly, and his heart skipped a beat. He keenly sensed the change in atmosphere. Could something have happened to the martial arts alliance? Thinking of this, he asked in a deep voice, "What's wrong? What happened here?" Chapter 34 The impending demise of the ancestor. I disagree. Well. Letting out a long sigh, Li Pujuan revealed a deep worry between his brows. Subai, come with me to the secret chamber of the Martial Arts Alliance. There are some things I need to tell you. The Martial Arts Alliance's secret chamber is a place with an extremely high level of secrecy. Apart from these few top experts, no one else has the authority to approach it. There was no other reason than that the three patriarchs of the Great Xia dynasty were in seclusion here, attempting to break through to the level 14 martial artist realm. What's wrong? Behind him, Paming's brows furrowed into a deep frown. Aquaman, come along too. Li Pujuan glanced at Hai Wang and sighed helplessly again. Yao Lao was already on his way back. Upon hearing this, Aquaman's expression darkened, his eyes widened, and a rare hint of panic crept into his voice. Could it be the ancestor? The elevator slowly descended, and the atmosphere in the cramped space was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. Li Pujuan's voice broke the deathly silence, carrying an endless heaviness. It's ancestor Shou Wu, whose lifespan is about to run out. As he finished speaking, Paming staggered back half a step, a look of seriousness flashing across his face. I never imagined this day would come so soon. Through the conversation, Subai learned the whole story. Among the several patriarchs of the Great Xia dynasty who were in seclusion trying to break through to the level 14 martial artist, Patriarch Shou Wu, who had the best chance of success, failed to break through the bottleneck and is now exhausted and nearing the end of his life. This is also a great loss for the Great Xia dynasty. Subai had long heard of ancestor Shou Wu. At the age of 60, he became a level 13 martial artist and fought against three top demon race experts in the northern battlefield. That battle was devastating. The mountains collapsed and the earth trembled in darkness. In the end, the three demon warriors perished under the ancestor's blade, and through this battle, the prestige of the Great Xia dynasty was thoroughly established. Without the bloody battles fought by this ancestor back then, the human race would never have achieved its current strength. However, things weren't entirely hopeless. A glint of light flashed in Subai's eyes. Not long ago, the system rewarded him with a Holy Spirit pill. This pill can not only prolong life, but also help people comprehend the ultimate principles of heaven and earth, greatly increasing the probability of reaching the level 14 martial artist. However, this news is too shocking. It's better to wait until we reach the secret realm before taking out the pills. Subai thought to himself. After saying that, Li Pujuan sighed deeply, without stopping his steps. Fortunately, we now have Subai. Given time, Great Xia will surely become awe-inspiring among all races, and the ancestor will not have to leave with regrets. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone nodded. Practicing seclusion in seclusion is an extremely painful thing. In this situation, not only will lifespan be shortened, but one will also suffer greatly every day. If it weren't for Subai's appearance and the hope he brought, they would have been forced into seclusion and death as well. The arms race among all races is truly terrifying. After a pause, Li Pujuan turned to look at Subai, his voice gentle. Subai, don't be nervous. In a moment, don't worry. The elevator stopped at the 5th basement level. The elevator doors opened, revealing a large black iron gate. The heavy black door exuded a sense of antiquity, and was engraved with complex runes. Subai even thought he had come to some ancient ruins. Behind the black iron gate lies the secret chamber of the Martial Arts Alliance. On weekdays, very few people come here. Subai watched as Li Pujuan walked to the front of the Shin Tai gate and placed his right palm on the middle of the gate. With a ding, the runes on the door emitted a dark golden light, and the heavy door slowly opened. A rich spiritual energy wafted over him, making him feel refreshed and relaxed. So comfortable. He couldn't help but sigh. After all, this was where the ancestor had gone into seclusion, so it was only natural that the spiritual energy was abundant. Let's go, the ancestor is already waiting. With his back to everyone, Li Pujuan's heavy voice reached their ears. The next moment, he strode into the secret room without hesitation. Once everyone had entered, the door behind them slowly closed. Subai didn't turn around, but instead carefully looked at the three patriarchs in front of him. The old man in the middle looked emaciated, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness and seemed about to fall off the chair at any moment, making Subai want to go over and help him up. He simply couldn't reconcile the old man before him with the warrior who had slain 3 top demon clansmen in the Northern Territory. The 2 elderly men next to him were much more energetic. Unlike the one in the middle, their hair was gray and their skin looked like that of a 60-year-old. The chairs behind them looked unusually heavy, especially the one in the middle, which resembled the Iron Throne from Game of Thrones. However, the chair is indeed made of a mixture of wood and steel, giving it a rustic feel. Subai glanced back again, where there were 3 rooms, but the doors were tightly closed and covered with vines. Ancestor, Subai is here. Li Pujuan bowed respectfully to the 3 people in the seats. You're Subai? The old man in the middle opened his cloudy eyes and looked ahead, seemingly searching for Subai's figure. Upon seeing the young man next to Li Pujuan, a glimmer of light appeared in his cloudy eyes, and he seemed to have become several years younger. Are you Subai? His eyes were filled with admiration for the younger generation. After hearing how extraordinary Subai's awakened talent was, he was stunned and couldn't wait to see Subai. Now that he sees Subai, his heart has calmed down. It's a pity that he won't be able to see the Great Xia end the War of 10,000 Races. Yes, ancestor. Subai spoke respectfully, keenly noticing that 3 powerful auras were sweeping towards him. However, these 3 auras were extremely gentle, showing no intention of harming him whatsoever. Subai, I heard you've awakened a system? The old man on the left was the first to speak, his eyes filled with disbelief. Yes. Subai bowed and clasped his hands in greeting again, and spoke, without denying anything. The old man on the right stroked his beard. Young friend Subai, you don't need to be so polite. I suppose you have awakened a talent of the miracle type, which is extremely rare. He paused for a moment, then continued, in ancient times, there were people with such talent. Those great Confucian scholars in history could truly make their words law. A hint of longing flashed in his eyes. As a knowledgeable ancestor of the human race, he could even provide an explanation for the system, which made things much easier for him. He was too lazy to prove anything anymore. Cough cough. Overcome with excitement, Xiao Wu coughed violently twice, covering his mouth. In an instant, 2 elderly men appeared beside him. Li Pujuan and the others also took a quick step forward. Under the worried gazes of everyone, he raised his head and said, Subai, my lifespan is coming to an end. The fate of the human race is now in your hands. To everyone's surprise, Subai slowly shook his head. I disagree. Chapter 35 The Holy Spirit Pill shocks everyone. Ancestor. I do not agree to your demise today. You have not yet witnessed the Great Xia ending the War of the Myriad Races, nor have you witnessed the Great Xia uniting all races. Subai's voice was firm and resolute. The moment his words fell, the entire secret room fell into a deathly silence, where even the sound of breathing could be clearly heard. Subai, stop talking nonsense. Li Pujuan's voice suddenly rose, carrying an unusual sternness, but the gentleness deep in his eyes could not be hidden. This kid is quite loyal and righteous. Li Pujuan sighed inwardly, but these words were too inappropriate for the occasion, and he would have to give them a proper talking to later. Ancestor, Subai meant well. Yes, ancestor, he just couldn't bear to see you leave. Beast King and Paming immediately stepped forward and spoke up to defend Subai. Xiao Wu was known for his volatile temper. When they first joined the Martial Arts Alliance, they were taught a lot of lessons. The other 2 elders shook their heads helplessly, their gazes towards Subai filled with impatience. Xiao Wu's time was up, and even they were powerless to reverse it. This kid was far too arrogant. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Wu suddenly burst into laughter, his previously listless spirits lifted somewhat. He looked at Subai with a look of relief in his eyes. Subai, I understand your feelings, but I really don't have time. The speed at which his spiritual energy circulated increased significantly, and his skin became rosy. As soon as he finished speaking, the spiritual energy in his body suddenly accelerated, and an abnormal rosy glow appeared on his gaunt cheeks. A final burst of energy before death. A sense of unease settled over everyone, and a profound feeling of powerlessness washed over them. No! Subai shook his head, and with a thought, an ancient sandalwood box appeared in his hand. Ancestor, this is the system's reward, a Holy Spirit pill. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the sandalwood box that appeared out of thin air in Subai's hand. This wooden box has an antique feel, and it is even carved with some kind of ancient script, so it does not look like an ordinary object. Subai, is this a reward from the system? Later, Paming couldn't help but ask. Back in Japan, he hadn't sought confirmation from Subai about this matter. Yes. Subai nodded, and then, amidst the expectant gazes of everyone, he gently opened the wooden box. Buzz! An extremely rich fragrance of elixir instantly filled the entire secret chamber. Everyone subconsciously took 2 deep breaths and felt completely refreshed. Hiss! Gasps of astonishment rose and fell, and a burning flame ignited in everyone's eyes as they stared intently at the pill in the box. What kind of elixir is this? The 3 patriarchs stared incredulously at the pill in Subai's hand, their hearts pounding. Just now, they even felt that the bottleneck that had bound their cultivation for many years had loosened slightly, and a sense of enlightenment arose in their hearts. A mere wisp of its essence has such miraculous effects. Imagine if one were to ingest the whole pill. Thinking of this, the 3 of them couldn't help but swallow hard, their breathing becoming rapid. Li Pujuan was agitated, unusually losing his composure, and asked anxiously, Subai, what kind of pill is this? This pill is called the Holy Spirit pill. Subai's voice slowly rang out. This pill can not only bring powerful vitality and prolong life, but also increase one's understanding of the meaning of heaven and earth. He paused for a moment, then continued, according to the information I got from the system, the most crucial thing to becoming a level 14 martial artist is to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. As Subai finished speaking, the entire secret room fell silent once again. It turned out that this mysterious thing was called the laws of heaven and earth, and their gazes towards Subai instantly became more serious. The 3 patriarchs slapped their thighs, their cloudy eyes brightening considerably. They had spent decades in seclusion cultivating, but they hadn't grasped the key to a breakthrough. Unexpectedly, Subai solved this problem the moment he appeared. With Subai around, it's possible that the Great Xia might actually produce a level 14 martial artist, or even several. After a long while, Xiaowu finally let out a long sigh. Subai, this pill's medicinal grade has already exceeded S grade, right? A relieved smile spread across his face, and even the wrinkles on his face seemed to smooth out. It's already impossible for me to break through to become a level 14 martial artist. I should leave the opportunity to those who need it more. No. Subai shook his head and said, Ancestor, the appearance of this pill at this time is no accident. I think it is all arranged by the system, and you should take it. Yes, Ancestor. Li Pujuan also stepped forward, cupped his hands in greeting, and said in a serious tone, you should take this pill as soon as possible. Great Xia needs level 14 martial artists, and you have the best chance of breaking through. Xiaowu, stop making excuses. The other 2 elders also spoke up. Once you break through to level 14, who among the myriad races will dare to provoke Great Xia again? At that time, find more talented resources for Subai, and everything will be taken care of. Old ginger is spicier, a single sentence that hit the nail on the head. Xiaowu shuddered, took a deep breath, and a look of shame appeared on his face. All right. I was being pretentious. I'll accept this pill. As a fellow peak level 13 martial artist, Xiaowu has been immersed in this realm for nearly 100 years, and his insights are certainly unmatched by others. Call. Taking a deep breath, Xiaowu also showed a look of shame. Then I will accept this pill. After a quick analysis, he understood the situation. Now, instead of making excuses, he needed to level up to a level 14 martial artist as soon as possible. Hearing him nod in agreement, Subai quickly took 3 big steps and walked up to Xiaowu. Ancestor, here's your pill. I am deeply grateful. Xiaowu solemnly accepted the pill and swallowed it in one gulp. Immediately afterwards, he felt a powerful surge of life force explode within him, nourishing his limbs and bones. The cells in his body also became active, striving to absorb this abundant life force. Everyone stared wide-eyed as they watched Xiaowu's withered body visibly grow stronger, his loose skin gradually tighten, and his originally aged face become much younger. 15 minutes later. Xiaowu exhaled a breath of stale air, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light, and his whole body radiating surging vitality. He stood up, walked straight to Subai, and bowed deeply. Young friend Subai, I am deeply grateful. This pill not only allowed me to survive, but also enabled me to reach the threshold of a level 14 martial artist. Ancestor, you mustn't. Li Pujuan and the others took 2 big steps and came to Xiao Wu, reaching out to help him up. They were all orphans. Xiao Wu had always been like a father to them, and Subai was someone they had long regarded as their nephew. Now, the grandfather bowing to his grandson feels really strange. Chapter 36 System Reward. Can this pendant withstand the Beast King's attack? Ancestor, you mustn't. Subai quickly helped the human giant up, his movements slightly hurried, and a rare hint of panic showing in his eyes. Subai hadn't expected that Xiao Wu would actually bow to him. This is equivalent to you being an ordinary student, but Qin Shi Huang suddenly stepped out of the textbook and bowed to you in front of the entire school. Xiao Wu stood up, patted Subai on the shoulder, and his domineering aura reappeared in his eyes. Subai, don't worry. The 3 of us will do our best to help you search for outstanding women among the myriad races. Yes, just tell us who you've got your eye on. This old man hasn't been out for a stroll in ages. I heard that Japan has been taken over by the Great Xia. Shouldn't the next step be to take action against those hidden families? The 2 elders behind them also chimed in, their voices unusually tinged with excitement. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present except Subai had a hint of eagerness in their eyes. The Great Xia dynasty has a long history, and even before the spiritual energy was revived, it had a continuous tradition of martial arts. After the spiritual energy revived, countless races emerged, and these families also made significant contributions, holding high positions in the Great Xia dynasty. However, over time, some families began to think about increasing their power and expanding their privileges. They even want to overthrow the Martial Arts Alliance, which has already attracted the attention of the high-ranking martial artists of the Great Xia dynasty. That's a story for later. Subai, what else did you gain this time? Later, Paming finally found a chance to interject. I didn't have a chance to ask in the Sakura Kingdom, and I didn't have a chance to ask on the airship with Yusuji Yakaina and Sakurai Gyuri either. Now I can finally ask freely. As for items. With a thought, Subai conjured 3 bottles of pure white potions, each shimmering with faint dragon patterns, into his palm. Wisps of pure spiritual energy swirled around the bottles. The moment they appeared, the air in the entire conference room seemed to become fresher. How did this bottle appear? I didn't see it clearly. The 3 elders' eyes revealed a hint of disbelief. When Subai took out the Holy Spirit pill earlier, they hadn't spared any extra energy to examine it. But now, they watched in disbelief as 3 clearly extraordinary bottles of medicine appeared out of thin air in Subai's hand, their shock beyond words. 3 bottles of true dragon elixir again? Xiong Zhan's gruff voice rang out. Now, Great Xia is starting to mass-produce martial artists with S-level talents. Could this true dragon liquid be the potion that can enhance talent? Xiao Wu was taken aback and blurted out the question. Improving one's talent, that's truly terrifying. Even more terrifying, Subai actually took out 3 more bottles of true dragon liquid. Yes, this is the medicine. Subai nodded and handed the 3 bottles of medicine to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu carefully took it, examined it carefully for a long time, and then returned it to Subai. Within 50 years, my Great Xia will definitely be able to end the war of all races and completely rule all races. His tone was full of ambition, and everyone looked highly motivated. Only Subai raised an eyebrow. 50 years seemed a bit too long. At the current rate, he would become a level 14 martial artist in less than 3 months. At that time, the Great Xia will stand directly at the pinnacle of all races. Subai, you must be careful about your safety now. The thought that Subai had actually gone to Japan in person sent chills down Xiao Wu's spine. If something happened to Subai, wouldn't the future of Great Xia be cut off? Thinking of this, he said, Subai, if you want to travel in the future, you must be accompanied by 3 peak level 13 martial artists. His tone was filled with lingering fear. If something had happened to Subai, they would have been guilty beyond redemption. Li Pujuan and the others nodded in agreement. Their views on this matter had always been consistent. Even if they cause a war when they go to other countries to seize talented individuals, it doesn't matter. As long as Subai's personal safety is guaranteed, that's fine. Actually, this isn't really a problem. Upon hearing this, Subai quickly pointed to the pendant around his neck, and everyone's gaze followed his finger. Around Subai's neck hung an unremarkable pendant. If there was anything different about it, it was that the pendant was made of a nice material. A hint of curiosity arose in their hearts, and Xiong Zhan couldn't help but ask, Subai, is there anything special about this pendant? This is a reward from the system, the Xian Gang Pendant, which can withstand a full force attack from a level 13 peak martial artist, and it activates automatically. Subai spoke calmly, not wanting to completely lose his personal freedom and be strictly guarded every day, even if the guards were well-intentioned. If it weren't for the Xian Gang Pendant, even if he were incredibly bored, he would have waited until his strength improved before going out. However, now that he has the Xian Gang Pendant, even a peak level 13 martial artist cannot harm him, so he naturally wants to live a bold and free life. Upon hearing Subai's words, all the doubts on everyone's faces vanished instantly. Can it really withstand the attack of a peak level 13 martial artist? The Beast King's voice was filled with doubt afterward. Yes, that is how the system describes it. Subai repeated. The Beast King raised an eyebrow and revealed a bold smile. I don't believe it unless I try it. Nonsense. Li Pujuan immediately ordered the Beast King to retreat. What if Subai gets hurt? The Beast King shrugged, a hint of helplessness in his voice. It seems you don't believe in the pendant's function either. Li Pujuan wasn't angry. He turned to Xiongzhan and said, Xiongzhan, you hold the pendant. I. Xiongzhan was stunned for a moment, then raised his finger and pointed at himself, his eyes filled with disbelief. Right. Li Pujuan sighed helplessly, your defense is the strongest. Then he looked at the Beast King again. Beast King, you're in charge of the attack. Don't worry, the Martial Arts Alliance's secret chamber can handle the aftermath of your battle. Okay, give me the pendant. Seeing Xiongzhan wave at him, Subai shook his head helplessly, reached behind his neck to untie the pendant, and threw it into Xiongzhan's hand. Good. Xiongzhan managed to hang the pendant around his thick neck, then beckoned to the Beast King, Beast King, attack with all your might. Good. As soon as he finished speaking, the Beast King leaned forward, lowered his center of gravity, and tensed his back. With arms hanging down behind his body, his hands clenched into a fist, muscles bulging, and beast-like claws slowly extended from his fingertips, each a full 15 centimeters long, radiating a chilling light. Subai, can your pendant withstand the Beast King's attack? Xiongzhan turned around, looked at Subai, and gave a helpless smile. Chapter 37. There are still girls waiting for you, a group of 4. The Beast King awakens his S-rank talent, Beast Transformation. Once the talent is activated, his stamina, speed, and physical strength increase threefold. In addition, his own extraordinary mixed blood physique caused his attack power to soar to a terrifying level, capable of shattering mountains with a single punch. Xiongzhan's talent is also quite good. He is an S-rank enhancement type, and his defense is as solid as an iron wall. Even if the Xian Gang fall couldn't stop the Beast King's attack, he would at most suffer some superficial injuries, and it wouldn't damage his foundation at all. However, pain is definitely unavoidable. All eyes immediately focused on Subai, their gazes anxious as they awaited his answer. No problem. Seeing Xiongzhan's helpless expression, Subai smiled, shook his head, and said with a smile. Fine. I'll trust you this once. Xiongzhan took a deep breath, abruptly turned to look at the Beast King, his eyes instantly becoming incredibly sharp, and roared, Come on. Let me see what you're capable of. Good. The Beast King roared, and to everyone's horror, he slammed his right leg into the ground. Snap. The hard floor cracked instantly, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading in all directions, and debris flying everywhere. The next moment, he transformed into a black shadow, shooting out like an arrow released from a bow, the gust of wind he generated howling and stinging people's cheeks. Xiongzhan's expression instantly turned serious. Just as the Beast King charged to within 3 meters of him. Bite. A crisp ringing sound rang out. The Xian Gang pendant around Xiongzhan's neck suddenly lit up, a faint blue light flashing by. Immediately afterwards, an invisible light screen opened up in front of him with a hum. The air seemed to freeze and solidify, transforming into an indestructible, transparent barrier that firmly protected him behind it. This barrier looks quite formidable, Li Pujuan thought to himself, stroking his chin. I wonder how it compares to the Xian Tian Sealing Water Formation. The scene of the Sword Saint attacking the Xian Tian Sealing Water Formation flashed through Paming's mind. The Beast King's attacks can tear through steel, can this shield withstand it? The crowd was buzzing with discussion, their eyes glued to the scene before them, and some even swallowed hard. The Beast King, grinning maliciously, charged towards the barrier and suddenly raised his arm. Beast-like claws suddenly sprang out from the fingertips, the sharp claw tips growing wildly as the muscles bulged, and the dull claws suddenly burst forth with a chilling light. He formed his 5 fingers into claws, and with a piercing shriek that tore through the air, he fiercely clawed down at the barrier. Clang! A deafening clang of metal resounded throughout the stadium. The Beast King felt as if he were facing an unyielding wall of bronze and iron, and his expression became solemn. A terrifying reaction force suddenly came from the tip of his claws, making his entire arm go numb and causing him excruciating pain in the mouth of his hand. Before he could react, his body was thrown backward uncontrollably, as if he had been hit by a speeding train. With a loud crash, it slammed into the wall in the distance, sending rubble flying. Quiet. The entire arena fell silent. Xiongzhan stared in disbelief at the Beast King flying backwards. After a while, he actually grinned. The defensive power of this Xian Gang pendant is simply too strong. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the Beast King slowly rose to his feet, a nonchalant smile still gracing his face. The slight trembling of his right hand revealed the terrifying power of the collision just now. Wow! This defense is truly top-notch. He grinned at the astonished gazes of the crowd, his tone full of admiration, but also a hint of barely concealed embarrassment. The crowd was still reeling from the shock, even Shou Wu and the others were filled with amazement. These kinds of ritual implements seem to have existed in ancient times, but they have long since disappeared. Even array formations are extremely rare now, so this magical artifact is equivalent to carrying an S-level array with you. Now we can rest assured. Finally, Li Pejuan's words broke the silence. With this protection in place, they no longer needed to nervously watch Su Bai every time. He paused, looked at Su Bai, and continued to ask, "Su Bai, did you receive any cultivation or talent boosts this time?" "Some." Su Bai nodded. After seeing Su Bai display his newly awakened SS-level talent, everyone felt a little numb. After Su Bai mentioned that he was now a level 3 martial artist, Shou Wu slammed his hand on the table, stood up, and his eyes were filled with excitement and regret. This rate of progress is too fast. I shouldn't have taken that Holy Spirit pill. One promotion after another, that's an incredible speed of progress. Su Bai scratched his head awkwardly and said embarrassedly, "I can't improve my strength through cultivation." Shou Wu was stunned for a moment, then realized what he meant and laughed loudly, saying, "Don't worry, Su Bai, you'll have your share of troubles later. I've been there, you'll understand later." Later, Paming couldn't help but remind him. "Su Bai, isn't there still a Japanese girl waiting for you? Hurry up and go, we'll find you a top-tier woman, and she'll be delivered to your room in the next few days." Su Bai. Urged by everyone, Su Bai left the secret room and returned to his own room. He gently pushed open the door and saw the three people talking. Sakurai Gyur, Yasuji Yukaina, and Himiko were huddled together on the soft edge of the bed, whispering secrets to each other, each with a sweet smile on their face. Every now and then a burst of silvery laughter would ring out, and Su Bai felt his heart melt. The sunlight shone on their faces, giving the whole scene a dreamlike quality. They were having a great time chatting and didn't even notice Su Bai coming in. He stood there for a while before Yasuji Yukaina was the first to see him. "Su Bai, you're back." Su Bai nodded slightly, wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, and walked to the bedside in just 2 steps. Ignoring their expressions, he plopped down on the bed and squeezed in between the 3 women. "Su Bai, we want a wedding too," Yasuji Yukaina complained, reaching out to gently pat Su Bai. Su Bai sighed helplessly. Without a doubt, Ji Yao must have said this. He looked in Ji Yao's direction, but she quickly turned her head away. Cough cough. Su Bai cleared his throat, looked at Yasuji Yukaina, and said seriously, "There will definitely be a wedding, but not now. There are more important things to do now." Ah? Yasuji Yukaina paused for a moment, looking at Su Bai's serious expression. "What is it?" Su Bai pounced on the girl on the bed. Of course, it was time to get down to business first. To everyone's surprise, Yasuji Yukaina did not push Su Bai away. Instead, blushing, she timidly asked, "Both of you are here?" She not only didn't reject it, but her tone even revealed a sense of anticipation. "It's okay, let's go together, I'm in a hurry." As he spoke, Su Bai's hands began to wander. Chapter 38: Cultivating Immortality? Gathering prodigies from aristocratic families for Su Bai. Connection successful. The host has successfully connected with 3 partners. Rewards will be doubled. 1. Congratulations, host, you have received a cultivation boost. You are now a level 4 martial artist. 2. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the SS level talent Judgment Swordsmanship talent. 3. Congratulations, host, on obtaining an SS level teleportation array. 4. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the SS level weapon Shura sword. 5. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the SS level cultivation technique, Eternal Green Mantra beginner level. As the system's voice sounded, Subai put the dazed Yusuji Yakina aside and gently stood up. On the bed were three beautiful, naked bodies. Subai took a deep breath and forcibly looked away. The beautiful scenery before us seemed endless. The rewards this time were so generous. As his thoughts swept across the system space, Subai sighed sincerely, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Any one of these three items would be a treasure that could cause a sensation among all races. With this SS-level spatial array, the Great Xia army can appear at any location. His latest talent is also Extraordinary Judgment, is a top-tier swordsmanship talent that combines defense breaking and killing plus continuous blood erosion. Simply put, it has strong attack power and inflicts a continuous damage debuff. This SS-level weapon, Shura, is perfectly suited to his newly acquired SS-level talent. With this setup, Subai was confident that he could easily defeat the Sword Saint without even reaching the peak of level 13. What surprised him most was this SS-level cultivation technique. When the system announced that he had mastered the technique, he felt as if he had been completely transformed. The true energy within his body seemed to have undergone some kind of change without him realizing it, flowing continuously through his body and giving him a sense of transcendence. Information gleaned from ancient ruins suggests that martial arts have seriously declined in modern times. Only some basic cultivation methods have been passed down, and only a portion of the formations have been preserved. The paper documents containing cultivation techniques have long since disappeared in the long river of history. Could it be that only by cultivating this ancient level technique can one break through the shackles and touch the legendary realm of ascension? I've already mastered the Eternal Green technique. How far can this take me? The moment the thought crossed his mind, Subai's heart began to pound uncontrollably, and an indescribable excitement surged through his chest. This is hardly some kind of opportunity in a world of high martial arts. It's already completely touched on the path of cultivating immortality. Just as Subai was feeling agitated, a soft, slightly hoarse voice suddenly rang out. "Subai, what are you grinning about?" He turned around abruptly and met Yusuji Yukina's misty eyes. The girl's cheeks were still flushed, clearly not yet recovered from the passion she had just experienced. Subai's heart softened, and he leaned closer. The girl's fragrance instantly filled his nostrils, making him take a deep breath. He reached out and gently stroked her soft, red hair, damp with sweat, his gesture full of tenderness. Feeling the familiar warmth, Yusuji Yakina couldn't help but let out a soft moan, like a docile kitten, nestling gently into his arms. Subai couldn't help but feel a little guilty. He had indeed been too rough, and had even made this young Japanese girl, who was new to sex, hoarse. Just then, Subai felt a soft, gentle touch on his buttocks. The force was not strong, but it carried a touch of spoiled strength. He turned around abruptly, his gaze meeting a blinding expanse of pure white. Those were Ji Yao's slender, long legs, with skin as smooth as jade. At this moment, they were in a slightly domineering posture, with her toes gently touching his buttocks. The culprit, Ji Yao, was pouting, her red lips pursed, her watery eyes glaring at him, filled with unconcealed resentment, her tone laced with a hint of venomous questioning. "Subai, if Sakurai Nachan and I hadn't come together, who knows what kind of mess you would have made of Yakina Nachan?" Subai reached out and caught the still misbehaving foot precisely, then gently stroked it. Ji Yao was clearly stunned for a moment, then quickly pulled her foot back. Subai's stamina is just too good, she can't withstand any more exertion. Sakurai Gear watched the three of them fooling around from behind, a contented expression on his face. "This life seems pretty good. I have something to do in the council hall. If you need anything, just contact the guards of the Martial Arts Alliance." After saying that, Subai stood up and put on his clothes. This guard team consists of loyal members of the Martial Arts Alliance, with absolutely clean backgrounds. They are made up of both men and women and are specifically responsible for the daily lives of Subai and his wives. At this moment, inside the council hall, 5 martial artists sat upright at the round table in the center, with a lifelike 3D image in the center of the table. The projector showed a series of beautiful figures and their detailed information. The old doctor has already returned from the Eastern Pole Sea. With the Xian Tian sealing array in place, there is no longer any need for them to guard the Eastern Pole Sea at all times. Upon learning that Xiao Wu had actually extended his lifespan thanks to Subai's intervention and was even on the verge of a breakthrough, he was completely stunned, marveling at the discovery, which further strengthened his resolve to continue searching for a high-scoring partner for Subai. "Gentlemen, the Martial Arts Alliance has reached a consensus." Li Pujuan tapped his fingertips lightly on the table, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. "Next, we need to gradually dismantle the power of those long-established aristocratic families that have been entrenched in their respective areas. At the same time, they introduced all the exceptionally talented female geniuses of their clan to Su Bai's side, so as to create greater value for the Great Xia. The people around the round table nodded, their eyes fixed intently on the projected image. The powerful families of the Great Xia dynasty are deeply entrenched and their influence extends far and wide. The families currently on the table are merely those closest to the headquarters of the Martial Arts Alliance. However, these few aristocratic families alone have already gathered quite a few outstanding female talents. Chen Luoshi of the Chen family has quite good talent, with an S-level talent in heavenly evolution. He's a master at alchemy and array formation. The old apothecary stroked his beard, his tone full of admiration. If Su Bai could awaken a higher derivative talent, could he refine an S-level pill? Xia Xiaowei is also good. She has an S-level talent, Frost God, which is an elemental talent. The Xia family hasn't had an S-level talent for decades. Paming also looked on with anticipation, wondering if Su Bai could awaken an SS-level elemental talent. The Lei family is truly hopeless, they don't even have a single female prodigy. Xiongzhan looked at the end of the projection and couldn't help but shake his head, his tone full of disdain. Li Pujuan's gaze swept over the energetic crowd, his heart filled with satisfaction. When was the last time the Martial Arts Alliance had worked together so unitedly on something? Judging by the time, Su Bai should be here soon. When he arrives, let Su Bai check which score is higher, and then we can leave the rest to them. Chapter 39 SS Level Spatial Array, the big shots are excited once again. Su Bai excitedly walked out of the room and headed towards the conference hall. His steps were light and quick, as if carried by the wind. As he pushed open the door, he saw Li Pujuan and others sitting around the round table at the conference. At the center of the round table stood a group of elegant and graceful figures. Su Bai could see their personal information from afar and understood what was going on in his mind. The Great Xia dynasty is really going to take action against these powerful families. These powerful families are all enormous entities. Su Bai had never even met any of their scions before. The reason is simple, the scions of these aristocratic families have achieved reproductive isolation from ordinary people. In their eyes, ordinary people are nothing more than ants, merely servants to them. Intermarriages within powerful families forge close alliances of interests, making them increasingly powerful. They even attempted to gradually take control of the Great Xia dynasty, but the core figures of the Martial Arts Alliance all had impeccable backgrounds and had no connection with these so-called aristocratic families. However, they are ultimately a hidden danger, and the Martial Arts Alliance tends to select the most talented people from among ordinary people for training. However, among ordinary people, S-level talent awakeners are extremely rare. How can they compare to the terrifying reproduction rate of aristocratic families? But now, the situation is different. The Martial Arts Alliance has him as a powerful weapon. Su Bai was genuinely looking forward to seeing how the Martial Arts Alliance would react when their iron fists struck them. Su Bai, you've arrived. All the powerful figures turned around to look at Su Bai, their eyes filled with admiration and anticipation. Su Bai successfully connected with Yusuji Yukaina again, and wondered what reward the system had given him this time. If the system were to grant me another pill to break through to level 13, I would truly be making a fortune. As fellow peak level 13 martial artists, it would be impossible for them not to yearn for further advancement. Of course, they were just hoping, since such items were extremely rare. They were absolutely certain of one thing, as long as Su Bai had enough companions, there would definitely be no shortage of pills and items that could break through limits. They just need to do their best, and leave the rest to the system. Xiongzhan stood up abruptly, took 2 big strides, and walked directly to Su Bai's side, grinning. Su Bai, what reward did you get this time? The group of martial artists behind him were also staring intently at Su Bai, their bodies leaning slightly forward, their hands gripping the armrests of the chairs tightly, their knuckles turning white. Su Bai couldn't help but find it somewhat laughable that these top experts of the Great Xia dynasty were like children waiting for their parents to bring back their toys. Su Bai, show it to everyone. Li Pujuan also spoke, a smile playing on his lips. Su Bai, did you get any Holy Spirit pills this time? How many bottles of True Dragon liquid are there this time? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone couldn't help but ask questions. Su Bai shook his head, but a smile played on his lips. This time there are no Holy Spirit pills, nor True Dragon liquid. Upon hearing Su Bai's words, everyone was taken aback, and a look of regret inevitably appeared in their eyes. That's true, the system can't possibly give them so many rewards every time. They were a little greedy. So what's the reward this time? Xiongzhan's gruff voice boomed in Su Bai's ears, making his head buzz. Su Bai rubbed his head, and with a thought, a jade tube emitting a pale blue light appeared in his hand. The surface of this jade tube is engraved with intricate runes, and just one glance is enough to captivate everyone's attention. Fatally, everyone seemed to feel a strange sensation, as if they were soaring between heaven and earth. Without a doubt, this jade tube is no ordinary object. Xiongzhan withdrew his outstretched hand. He was a rough man and didn't want to accidentally break this treasure. His eyes remained fixed on the jade tube in Subai's hand, and his voice trembled slightly. Subai, what is this again? With a thought, Subai channeled his true energy towards the jade tube, which instantly trembled slightly and emitted a buzzing sound. When he obtained the spatial array, all sorts of information about the array flooded into his mind. It can be said that without him, even with this jade tube, no one could successfully set up this formation. Half a minute later, to everyone's astonishment, the jade tube trembled slightly and emitted a buzzing sound. At the same time, the jade tube emitted a pale blue light that shot into the air, forming a pale blue fluorescent screen. At the very top, 7 large characters were prominently displayed: SS level spatial array. Another SS rank? It's actually a spatial array. I've only ever seen records of this kind of array in ancient books from ancient ruins. If the Great Xia dynasty had a spatial array, wouldn't it be able to reach any location at any time? Upon seeing these words, everyone was completely unable to sit still and stood up, their eyes filled with disbelief. The impact of this was no less than the shock brought by the Holy Spirit pill. With the revival of spiritual energy and the merging of the myriad races, this world has become exceptionally vast. Even with upgraded spaceships, it would take at least a month to make a round trip around this world. To put it simply, even within the Great Xia dynasty, it takes half a day to travel from the central city of Yanjing to the border. It's been so long, by the time we get there, the daylily will be too cold. Everyone held their breath, forcibly suppressing their excitement, and carefully examined the small print below, which was a detailed introduction to the spatial array. The room was unusually quiet, and the sound of everyone chanting was exceptionally clear. Occasionally, the sound of someone swallowing could be heard. The system truly wants the Great Xia to conquer all races. Spatial arrays do not allow you to reach any desired location, while 2 arrays can enable rapid travel between 2 locations. Multiple formations mean you can freely move between multiple locations. Even if this magic circle is stolen by other races, it cannot be used. Forcing its way through will only result in getting lost inside. Subai, you are truly a great hero of the Great Xia. After a long while, Li Pujuan finally spoke, his tone sincere, even with a hint of shame. Since Subai appeared, these people no longer need to worry about any kind of things. He couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. At first, they only regarded Subai as someone they could use. However, Subai always handed over all the rewards given by the system without holding anything back. It can be said that they were completely unprepared for them. President, you flatter me. Subai quickly explained that his relationship with these powerful figures from Great Xia was no longer a simple one of mutual exploitation. I'm just too emotional. Li Pujuan smiled and said, Elder Yao, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you again. In the next few days, you should start preparing to set up the main array of the spatial formation in the Martial Alliance building. His tone became bold again. The stronger the Great Xia dynasty was, the more high-quality partners it could find for Subai, and the stronger Subai would become. Good. The old doctor immediately agreed, his eyes filled with anticipation. By the way, besides this formation, the system has other rewards as well. After a moment's thought, Subai decided to take out the Eternal Green technique first. With a thought, an ancient book, simple and unadorned, exuding the aura of time, instantly appeared in his hand. Chapter 40 is difficult to cultivate. Is there something wrong with this cultivation method? The Eternal Green technique appeared at the same time as Subai. Boom! A vast and boundless power of the laws of heaven and earth, like a colossal beast that had slumbered for billions of years, awakened and instantly swept across the entire venue, completely filling the council hall. Li Pujuan, Xiongzhan, and other peak level 13 experts were frozen in place without even a chance to react, their bodies stiff and their expressions frozen on their faces. This is not a physical constraint, but a suppression originating from the depths of the soul. Feeling this strange power, my soul seemed to be cleansed. The power was so astonishing that even the surrounding aura changed. On the 5th underground floor of the Martial Alliance, in a secret chamber, the 3 human ancestors suddenly opened their eyes, a glint of shrewdness flashing in them. This is the power of the laws of heaven and earth? Could it be that Subai has brought out some treasure again? We need to go check this out quickly. This power is far too strong. We can't afford to cause trouble. If trouble comes, so be it. We can just slap it down if we can't handle it. Before the words were even finished, the three figures, as if they had planned it in advance, transformed into three streaks of light, each bursting through the secret chamber and rushing towards the council hall on the top floor. Subai's expression hardened. He hadn't expected the emergence of the eternal green technique to cause such a commotion. At this moment, Li Pujuan also realized what was happening. With a wave of his hand, an invisible barrier sealed off the council hall. After doing all this, Li Pujuan finally caught his breath, the shock still lingering in his eyes almost overflowing. For a brief moment just now, I felt like I touched upon a higher realm. Level 13 is not the end at all. Pameng and the others also reacted, exchanging glances and seeing deep shock in each other's eyes. Subai. This cultivation technique, what is the origin of this cultivation technique? Li Pujuan swallowed hard, his voice trembling, staring intently at the ancient book in Subai's hand. Subai let out a long breath, raised the ancient book slightly, and his voice clearly reached everyone's ears. This technique is called the Eternal Green Technique. The Eternal Green Technique? This technique feels a bit like an immortal cultivation technique, Xiong Zhan said, stroking his chin. Oh? What kind of cultivation technique? The Beast King looked at Xiong Zhan's serious expression and was also intrigued. It's a novel I read when I was a kid. Xiong Zhan scratched his head sheepishly. Just as everyone was discussing this, a series of extremely hurried footsteps approached from afar. Bang! With a loud bang, the alloy doors of the council hall were flung open, and everyone inside looked up sharply to see three white-haired but vigorous figures striding in. These were the three ancestors of the human race, Xiao and Wu. Even the ancestor has been attracted here. Li Pujuan and the others were only stunned for a moment before they realized that they must have been attracted by the power of the law that had just been released. Fortunately, the power of the law did not travel too far. If other races were to sense this, Great Xia would likely become the target of everyone's ire. Thinking about this, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. The three men walked in excitedly, their eyes darting left and right, their brows slightly furrowed, as if searching for something. Before Li Pujuan and the others could even interject, Xiao Wu suddenly beamed with joy and walked straight to Subai's side. His gaze was fixed on the ancient book in Subai's hand, as if he were looking at an extremely beautiful woman. Subai, was the source of that power of law just now emitted from the thing in your hand? It's this cultivation manual. Subai gently shook the hand holding the cultivation manual. Xiao Wu, however, retained the demeanor of a human ancestor. He swallowed hard, rubbed his hands together, and said, "Young friend Subai, may I take a look at this cultivation technique?" Subai now knew what it meant to be eagerly waiting. He smiled slightly and slapped the cultivation manual into Xiao Wu's hand. "Yes, ancestor." Xiao Wu frowned slightly, his eyes filled with heartache, as he watched Subai's actions become so rough. He gently picked up the manual, as if afraid of breaking it. Looking at the large characters on the cover, he read it aloud in a low voice, "Eternal Green Mantra." The other two elders were not to be outdone, and immediately moved behind Xiao Wu, staring intently at the text above. Letting out a long breath, Xiao Wu calmed himself down and gently opened the book. Li Pujuan and the others followed Xiao Wu's movements with their eyes, not daring to breathe, their hearts in their throats. Could it be that 3 level 14 martial artists will appear in the Great Xia dynasty today? The three human ancestors had lost all sense of the universe. Their attention was completely absorbed by this cultivation technique. Accompanied by the sound of wind breaking, vortexes of energy formed around the three of them. These were extremely dense true energy vortices, almost tangible. Subai had already retreated behind Xiong Zhan. As a level 4 martial artist, he was like a small boat sailing in the waves among a group of peak level 13 martial artists, and could be capsized by a wave at any time. The ancestor is practicing this technique. Could it be that Great Xia is going to have an extra level 14 martial artist today? Quickly form ranks to prevent our presence from being leaked. Everyone started discussing and bustling about. Only Subai narrowed his eyes, looking at Xiao Wu in front of him, feeling that things were not so simple. Are SS-level cultivation techniques really that easy to master? Just then, a look of pain suddenly appeared on the faces of Xiao Wu and the other two, their brows furrowed and large beads of sweat dripping down. His skin had turned red, as if a bomb was buried inside, ready to explode at any moment. What's going on? Is there something wrong with the cultivation technique? It shouldn't be, after all, no one has ever reached the level of a 14th level martial artist, Li Pujuan said, though his tone was far from relaxed. After a long while, under the tense gazes of everyone, Xiao Wu and the other two slowly withdrew from that dangerous situation. With a sigh of relief, Xiao Wu closed the ancient book, gently placed it on the table, and let out a helpless sigh, his eyes filled with desolation. Li Pujuan stepped forward a few paces, his face full of concern. Ancestor, how is it? It won't work, it absolutely won't work. Xiao Wu gave a wry smile and shook his head helplessly. If I force myself to practice this technique, I will only suffer a chi deviation. He paused for a moment, then continued, however, this time I absorbed some weak elements of the laws of heaven and earth, so I should be able to successfully become a level 14 martial artist. After saying that, he sighed heavily. The divine technique was right in front of him, but he couldn't understand it at all. This feeling was too painful. Yes, but we failed to cultivate successfully. However, we still need to study it carefully before we start cultivating again. Another human ancestor spoke with a complex expression. This technique should be fine, perhaps one day someone will be able to practice it. The last old ancestor looked serious, with deep lingering fear in his eyes. He looked at Li Pujuan and spoke in a solemn tone. The three patriarchs' meaning was clear, the dangers of this cultivation technique were unknown, and it should not be practiced lightly. Hearing this, Li Pujuan took a deep breath, looked at Su Bai, and asked somewhat cautiously, Su Bai, is there a problem with the cultivation technique the system gave us? All eyes turned to him. Su Bai understood their concerns, shook his head, and said, there's nothing wrong with this technique, because I've already mastered the basics. Chapter 41 Ancestor, please get up, this junior cannot bear it. Boom! The entire conference hall fell silent. Everyone turned around in disbelief, their expressions frozen on their faces. They carefully observed Su Bai's expression, trying to glean any clues from his micro-expressions. At this point, you can simply ask directly. Su Bai's words were so astonishing that they left these people's minds blank, and they even forgot their status and position. Even the human ancestor Xiao Wu, who had been in seclusion for nearly 100 years, had no clue about this supreme technique. Just observing it for a while almost made me go mad. But Su Bai actually said that he had already mastered the basics. How is that possible? Keep in mind that Su Bai is only a level 3 martial artist. At most, after the system's cultivation initiation, he will become a level 4 martial artist. But that's not enough. The gap between martial artists at each level is enormous. A level 1 martial artist is stronger than an ordinary person, but only to a limited extent. They can barely fight against a fully armed human army, but the chances of being defeated are relatively high. Level 2 martial artists can have a strength of up to 2 tons. Enhanced martial artists have an even greater increase in strength, and their defense and speed are significantly different from ordinary people. With the help of their talents, they can withstand heavy human firepower. A level 3 martial artist can withstand heavy firepower and moves like a ghost. Level 4 martial artists are also known as grandmasters. Their strength far surpasses that of ordinary people. Back then, a level 4 demon almost shattered a heavy firepower regiment. The gap widens even further after that. A peak level 13 martial artist is capable of splitting the heavens and earth. This level of combat can easily level the surrounding mountains and rivers, leaving no land standing. It is a far more terrifying force than nuclear weapons. After all, nuclear weapons cannot move freely like a level 13 peak martial artist. However, Su Bai claimed that he had already mastered the basics of this technique. They stared intently at Su Bai's expression but couldn't detect a hint of lying. Su Bai, are you saying you've mastered this technique? Xiao Wu's frozen expression slowly changed, his eyes still filled with shock, and his voice trembled slightly. His words brought everyone's consciousness back to their original state, but a strong sense of unreality still lingered. Right. Su Bai nodded, gently raised his right hand, and as he turned his hand, a cyan spiritual energy appeared on his palm. The spiritual energy was scarce, even sparse, but it still exuded a strong power of the laws of heaven and earth. In addition, everyone also sensed a continuous life force from this spiritual energy. They had a feeling that with this spiritual energy protecting them, they might truly achieve immortality. Everyone stared intently at the spiritual energy in Su Bai's hand, their shock beyond words. Just now, Xiao Wu was secretly delighted to have once again sensed the power of the laws of heaven and earth. But now, Su Bai casually circulated his true energy, and spiritual energy containing the power of the laws of heaven and earth appeared in his hand. Call. Xiao Wu let out a long breath, a hint of melancholy in his eyes. Could it be that he is really not suited for cultivation? If Su Bai knew about this idea, he would probably be very embarrassed. The human ancestor Xiao Wu relied on his own exploration to reach the peak of the 13th level martial artist and become a god. If he had no talent, then no one in this world would need to cultivate. Su Bai, did you cultivate on your own? Li Pujuan slowly came to his senses and looked at Su Bai with a respect he had never shown before. It was out of respect. Just now, he had treated Subai as his junior, but now, that thought had completely vanished. No one knows how far Subai can go. That place was one that none of them had ever set foot in. In fact, Subai could easily discover the reasons for the spiritual energy revival and the fusion of all races, and even change the situation. Thinking about this, his heart was in turmoil. No, it was instilled in me by the system. Subai shook his head. However, I do have a lot of insights into cultivating this technique, which I will share with you all in a moment. He frowned slightly, a hint of shame in his voice. After all, he hadn't expected that practicing this technique would carry the risk of going into chi deviation. If he had known earlier, he would never have so hastily shown it to Xiao Wu and the others. He could not bear the blame for the human ancestor's death by exploding body. The system gave him the techniques too easily. Subai recalled the cultivation insights that remained in his mind when the system instilled the techniques into him, and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. They've been fed too much by the system and have forgotten that cultivation is an extremely difficult thing. Among S-level talent martial artists, very few can become peak level 13 martial artists, and even fewer can become level 12 martial artists. Talent, opportunity, effort, resources, mental fortitude. Even if you make no mistakes at all, you might stagnate for the rest of your life. Thinking about this, Subai felt a wave of fear wash over him. Thankfully, he had the system. I love you, system. His words, when heard by the crowd, presented a completely different picture. With a bang, Xiao Wu knelt down on the ground, about to kowtow to Subai. Seeing this scene, Subai was completely stunned, his head buzzing. What happened? The human ancestor is going to kowtow to me? He mechanically reached out and quickly helped the old man up, preventing him from kneeling. Sweat streamed down his forehead. Li Pujuan and his group were stunned. When they came to their senses, they couldn't care less about their shock. They teleported to the old ancestor's side, reached out and helped him up, stopping him from kneeling any further. Should the ancestor kowtow to the younger generation? That won't do. The expressions on their faces were extremely conflicted, like they had eaten shit. No one can stand by and watch someone who was like a father to their junior kowtow to them. Ancestor, this gift is far too heavy for me to accept. Subai's face turned as red as if she had been steamed, large drops of sweat seeped from her forehead, and her expression was extremely conflicted, not knowing what to do. Yes, ancestor, this is really going too far. I can't stand it either. Li Pujuan, standing at the very front, had a smile that looked more like a grimace. His tone was a mixture of bewilderment and shock. Young friend Subai, you don't need to feel guilty. Xiao Wu's expression remained unchanged, even showing a sense of relief. Upon hearing this, the crowd loosened their grip, awaiting the patriarch's next words. When I bow, I am bowing to the system. He stretched his arms, gently shook off the crowd, stood up, and said solemnly. A hint of emotion suddenly appeared in his eyes, as if he were recalling the past. Back then, there was a ritual of bowing when becoming a disciple. Since you passed on your skills to me, I naturally wouldn't skip this step. He paused, then continued, I don't know who the system is, but that's not important. This kneeling is for the sake of Great Xia. Chapter 42. A single conversation with you is worth more than 10 years of study. The two elders behind did not stop him. Xiao Wu was older than them, and they no longer had so many complicated formalities. However, they had heard about it before, and there was a hint of emotion in their eyes, as if they had returned to those years. Back then, they could rely on their seniors for help and didn't have to fight for it themselves. But now, they have no one else to rely on, and they also have to take care of the younger generation. Subai, now you can be considered my teacher. Gently patting Subai's shoulder, Xiao Wu smiled and said, Don't worry, before I pass away, I will do my best to remove obstacles for you so that you can go further into the future. Ancestor. Subai was also deeply moved. The older generation was more honest, even pure, than people today. But it is precisely this sincerity that is most touching, and how could he not feel Xiao Wu's true emotions? Behind them, Li Pujuan and the others also looked on with emotion, realizing that Subai's importance had changed again compared to before. Previously, Subai was merely a strategic weapon. Now, Subai is not only the strategic core, but his importance is 100 times greater than that of anyone else present. Perhaps, Subai really is the reincarnation of some powerful being. A startling thought suddenly occurred to everyone. If this were the case, everything would make sense. The system is nothing more than Subai's memories from his previous life. The one the ancestor knelt before was a powerful figure from his previous life, and Subai was worthy of that title. Therefore, even if Subai's strength is not yet strong, he can still cultivate this supreme technique, because it originally belonged to him. Now, Subai has reappeared, leading Great Xia to once again become the pinnacle of the world, at the cost of Great Xia finding a few prodigies. Where else can you find such a good thing? They had silently made up their minds that they would protect Subai even at the cost of their lives. We will do everything in our power to clear all obstacles for Subai. No matter what kind of noble families or races they are, even powerful races like dragons, demons, and elves, they will rush forward without hesitation to snatch away female prodigies. Everything was understood without words. These powerful human warriors, who had fought together for thousands of years, understood each other's thoughts simply by exchanging glances. Thank you, everyone. Subai's lips moved, but all the words he wanted to say were reduced to just this one sentence. He paused for a moment, then said, I will now explain the cultivation techniques to everyone. For the next 2 hours, Subai explained in detail to Xiao Wu and the others the various problems they might encounter during the cultivation process. Everyone looked on with piety, and some even raised their hands to ask questions, which Subai answered one by one. Okay. After Subai finished speaking, Xiao Wu nodded in satisfaction and said good 3 times. Indeed, a single conversation with you is worth more than 10 years of study. If they were to study and learn from Subai's explanation on their own, even after 100 years, they probably wouldn't make any progress. Subai, thank you so much for your explanation this time. Li Pujuan also looked quite emotional, as there were still many things he didn't quite understand. To sum it up, it sounds amazing, but I don't really understand it. Subai looked surprised, then said, that's good. During the explanation just now, he finally understood why it was so difficult to reach the level of a level 14 martial artist. The difference between a level 13 martial artist and a level 14 martial artist is indeed not something that can be changed simply by accumulating health points. The difference between them might truly be the difference between high-level martial arts and immortal cultivation. He didn't know how to describe it. At the same time, a doubt arose in his mind, perhaps the 14th level had really existed before. Why have all these powerful beings disappeared? All that remains are incomplete ancient ruins. What kind of being could have wiped out these powerful beings? This world seems to hold even deeper secrets. Thinking of this, Subai felt a chill run down his spine. But this feeling only lasted for a moment, and Subai quickly recovered. He has a system, he's already cheating, what's there to be afraid of? Young friend Subai, the 3 of us old folks have gone back to cultivate. Xiao Wu and the other 2 bowed respectfully to Subai, their voices filled with emotion. Perhaps, they really can transcend the level 13 martial artist and become a level 14 martial artist. When that time comes, among all the races, whoever Subai takes a fancy to, they are confident they can simply kidnap him. Human relationships and social niceties, and the dynamics between great powers, all cease to exist in the face of absolute power. After Xiao Wu and the other 2 left, Li Pujuan patted Subai on the shoulder. Good lad, you're a level 4 martial artist now. He had met many geniuses, and everyone present was a genius among geniuses. But they could only sincerely call Subai a genius. Lucky. Subai waved his hand, somewhat embarrassed, as his cultivation method was quite unique. He paused for a moment, then continued, I also obtained an SS-level swordsmanship talent this time, Judgment. With a thought, a long sword appeared in his hand, and he immediately felt a weight in his hand, the icy touch spreading throughout his body. Subai felt a sense of déjà vu, as if this sword was made for him. After a moment's thought, he understood that this sword was a weapon specially crafted for him by the system. At the same time, a sword's cry echoed in everyone's ears, startling them. Coming to their senses, they looked at the longsword in Subai's hand, a hint of surprise flashing in their eyes. The sword is about 1.3 meters long, with a slender blade and a hilt made of black iron. The entire blade is covered with a faint shimmering light, as if it contains endless power of change. Most importantly, the sword even made them feel a sense of danger. This weapon must be of a high grade. Xiong Zhan's rough voice rang out. He already had the answer in his heart, S level as a minimum. Right. Subai nodded, and with a gentle wave, the space seemed to be cut in half. Everyone gasped in amazement. This sword is an SS grade weapon, named Shura. Good. Li Pujuan spoke up, saying that Subai had brought too many surprises, and they had become somewhat numb to it. Let alone an SS level weapon, even if an SSS level weapon appeared in Subai's hands, they probably wouldn't find it too strange. Keep this sword for yourself, especially now that you have SS-level swordsmanship talent. After a pause, Li Pujuan continued, if the sword saint asks to borrow you, don't pay him any attention. Tell him to come directly to me. He patted his chest, thinking that if Subai had an SS great spear, he would probably be tempted too. However, they are all elderly people, so how could they compete with the younger generation for weapons? Subai, hurry up and choose the prodigies from the aristocratic families. Just tell us which one you like, and we'll send him to your bed within 3 days. From behind, Xiong Zhan's rough voice rang out, with even a hint of impatience in his tone. Chapter 43. Even aristocratic families aren't doing so well. Previously, in order to maintain stability, the Great Xia dynasty still had to take care of the interests of the aristocratic families and unite with them. But now, the aristocratic families. Oh. It is nothing. If they cooperate obediently, that's fine. But if they refuse to offer up their family's female prodigies, the Martial Arts Alliance wouldn't mind forcing them to agree. The saying goes, one general's success is built on the bones of 10,000. The Martial Arts Alliance has earned its current status through sheer force of fists. The title Violent Machine is not just a casual remark. However, if any family has a good daughter who can see the situation clearly and take the initiative to get close to Great Xia, then Great Xia would not mind making this pragmatic family the head of the aristocratic families, just like in the Sakura Kingdom. Alright, then I'll gladly accept your offer. Subai cupped his hands in a gesture of respect and said with a hint of helplessness. He was also a devoted boy, but for the sake of Xia, he had to keep marrying wives, becoming a ruthless breeding machine. You're welcome. Xiong Zhan waved his hand, and then everyone returned to the round table at the conference. Looking at the lifelike 3D images, Subai couldn't help but secretly swallow. There are so many beautiful women in the world, and each one has her own unique beauty. Any one of them is an unattainable goddess. Based on his experience, real people are even more beautiful than 3D images, unlike the short video apps of his previous life, where even one's own mother wouldn't recognize someone after using beauty filters. It has to be said that the women in this world are 2 levels more beautiful than the women in my previous life. After all, this world is one where spiritual energy has been revived, and the environment for human growth and development is much better than in the previous world. Needless to say, women with a 90-point appearance would be considered goddesses even if they were only 70 or 80 points in terms of looks. It has to be in this world, otherwise, how would he have the opportunity to form relationships with so many goddess-like women? I'm afraid all I'll be able to do every day is scroll through videos looking at the fake beauty filters. Shaking his head, Subai put these messy thoughts aside and swiped his finger again to score these outstanding women. Thinking of the arrogance of these aristocratic families, Subai couldn't help but feel a surge of desire to conquer them. Name, Song Qinger. Identity, heiress of the Hidden Song family, outstanding graduate of the Holy Martial Academy. Talent, S-rank Azure Thunder Domination controls the raging thunder power between heaven and earth, can summon thunder from the heavens in an instant. Purple gold lightning tears through the sky like a raging dragon and strikes the designated target. Height, 165 centimeters. Size, A. Number of links, 13. Rating, 83. It was nothing special. The first thing they did was fix Subai's head. It looked big, but it turned out to be padded. And aren't aristocratic families supposed to be very noble? Who are they connected to? Subai immediately passed over Song Qinger and turned to the next person. Name, Zhao Shuangqi. Identity, heiress of the Zhao family. Hidden family background, outstanding graduate of the Holy Martial Academy. Talent, S-rank Frost God Elemental talent, activates to create a frost domain. The temperature within the domain drops sharply to absolute zero, the ground freezes into millennia-old ice, all targets within the range will be covered by ice, forming an ice cage. Height, 165 centimeters. Size, B+. Number of links, 0. Rating, 90. I just barely passed. I fell a little short, probably because my bra size was a bit small. This is indeed not in line with his taste. After all, no matter how hard life is, he can't let his children suffer. Subai shook his head, looked at the next person, and passed again. After reviewing several papers, all of which barely passed, Subai couldn't help but frown. How is it, Subai? The group of martial artists standing nearby felt a chill run down their spines as they watched Subai's changing expression. It seemed that none of them met the requirements. There are a few who barely passed. Subai pursed his lips, shrugged, and said with a hint of helplessness in his voice. These powerful families in Yanjing usually seem quite pretentious, but I never expected them to be so useless. Hearing Subai's words, Xiong Zhan sighed, his tone full of disappointment. Let's take another look, don't rush. Li Pujuan frowned slightly. These are only some of the prominent families. We have many more that we are optimistic about. He also felt a bit embarrassed. At first, he kept praising how great the aristocratic families were, but later he found that they weren't even qualified to cooperate with them. A thought began to creep into everyone's mind: what use are these aristocratic families of Yanjing to them? Subai kept trying, and occasionally he barely passed the passing grade. If it were before, he would have chosen it right away, but having eaten good meat before, he felt that these were just barely passing grades. They were not bad, but something was missing. If these young ladies from aristocratic families knew about Subai's thoughts, they would probably be so angry they would vomit half a basin of blood. If their sycophants knew that their beloved goddess was being disliked like this, the grove would probably be filled with Terubozu Japanese Terubozu dolls that very night. Yawning, Subai continued scrolling his fingers when suddenly, an angelic face instantly caught his attention. The image shows a tall, slender woman wearing a plain, moon-white dress without any embellishments. She had long, flowing, smooth hair, large eyes that sparkled with gentle light, and fair, smooth skin. Looking down, Subai saw that her chest was surprisingly full, the heavy curves supporting the plain dress in an alluring arc. Subai's heart skipped a beat, and he inexplicably had the urge to reach out and help her support it, to lighten her burden. Li Pujuan and the others noticed Subai's gaze and couldn't help but exchange glances, a hint of relief flashing in their eyes. It's still an S-rank talent rune, not bad at all. Everyone nodded in satisfaction. If Subai could awaken an SS-level talent for array formation and talisman making, wouldn't the array formation of the Great Xia dynasty be taken to a new level? At this moment, Subai had already opened the system's commentary. Name: Guan Xin. Identity: heiress of the hidden Guan family, outstanding graduate of the Holy Martial Academy. Talent: S-rank rune forging special talent. Those who possess this talent have an innate affinity and control over the power of runes in the world. Whether setting up formations or creating runes, they can make the runes follow their will and the power arise from the runes. Height: 167 centimeters. Size: E+. Number of links: 0. Rating: 96. Subai assured that he wasn't attracted to her because of her large breasts, but the system was probably definitely a big breast fetishist. 96 points, which is the highest score among these outstanding women. After glancing once more at the woman with the angelic face and devilish figure, Subai reluctantly looked away and said, Guan Xin is good, the highest score is 96 points. Then it's her. 3 days later, Xiong Zhan and I will go to the aristocratic family to bring the Guan family's prodigy over. Without any hesitation, Li Pujuan immediately spoke. Chapter 44. We've come here to propose marriage to Subai. 1 day later, in the eastern urban area of Yanjing. Rows of luxurious mansions are scattered about, their green tiles and red walls hidden in dense greenery, while the exquisitely carved courtyard walls completely shut out the hustle and bustle. The courtyard is lush with vegetation, and the rockery and flowing water complement each other, with every scene exuding a refined and elegant charm. This is the residence of Yanjing's top families, where land is extremely valuable, and every mansion occupies the most central location in the eastern part of the city. The courtyard was surrounded by high walls and had strict access control. Not to mention ordinary people, even people of some status could not set foot there without an invitation. But today, a Xuanji S1000 sped towards this area. This car looks ordinary at most, it's a top-of-the-line luxury model. Compared to the cars driven by scions of wealthy families, it even appears somewhat understated. In reality, this is a custom-made model exclusively for the Martial Arts Alliance. From the tires to the engine, every part is handcrafted by top weapon refiners and contains hidden secrets. Even more outrageous is that it doesn't need fuel at all. It's powered by high-quality spirit stones. With a tap of the accelerator, the moment it bursts into full power, it accelerates from 0 to 100 km/h in less than a second, as fast as a fighter jet flying low overhead. Hey! What do you want? When the car arrived at the entrance of the villa area, a security guard leaned against the railing, his eyes sweeping over the car with disdain. Do you know where this is? You think you can just barge in without a reservation? The rear window slowly rolled down, revealing a stern face. Martial Arts Alliance, Li Pujuan. Upon hearing the sound, the guard instantly stiffened, his face turned deathly pale, and large beads of sweat streamed down his forehead. This is Li Pujuan, the president of the Martial Arts Alliance, a peak level 13 martial artist. I never expected that he would be able to have such close contact with such an important figure today. He forced a question, his voice trembling. Sir, what brings you here? The elders of the aristocratic families have a rule that anyone who wants to enter must register, even members of the Martial Arts Alliance are no exception. However, the elders of the aristocratic families probably did not expect that Li Pujuan would come in person. Something's wrong. Li Pujuan frowned slightly. Do I need to explain this to you? No need, no need. The guard wanted to slap himself, so he quickly pressed the button for the gate and watched as the railing slowly rose, his back soaked with sweat. Snort! Li Pujuan snorted coldly, and the car window slowly rolled up, blocking the outside view. The black sedan continued to move forward steadily. Watching the Martial Arts Alliance's car disappear into the depths of the woods, the guards at the gate finally breathed a sigh of relief, their backs already covered in a cold sweat. He quickly pressed the paging button on his waist, his voice trembling. Urgent report. Martial Arts Alliance President Li Pujuan is here. All posts be on high alert. Inside the car, the air pressure was frighteningly low. These aristocratic families in Yanjing certainly have quite a few rules to follow. Li Pujuan leaned back in his leather seat, his fingertips lightly tapping the armrest, his tone full of displeasure. Brother, if it were me, I would have just blasted his door down. Xiong Zhan said, barely suppressing his anger. Thinking of the guard's arrogant attitude, Xiong Zhan felt a surge of anger. If this is the case for the guards, what about the noble families inside? I knew before that aristocratic families were a bit arrogant, but I didn't expect them to be this arrogant. Li Pujuan stopped tapping the armrest and clenched his fist tightly. As they spoke, the vehicle entered the heart of the villa area, where the scenery on both sides became increasingly luxurious. After getting out of the car, Li Pujuan and his companion had another good look at the scene on both sides. The path beneath my feet was paved with millennia-old warm jade, which shimmered faintly in the sunlight. Stepping on it felt warm and cozy, and even the spiritual energy around me seemed to become more active. The streetlights along the road are inlaid with deep-sea luminous pearls. Those seemingly ordinary roadside trees are actually fairy fruit trees, priceless, and even the Martial Arts Alliance would find it extremely difficult to obtain them. The two exchanged a glance, both seeing a complex expression in each other's eyes. The Great Xia dynasty has been too lenient with these so-called aristocratic families, but it should stop here. At the same time, news of the Martial Arts Alliance's arrival at the Yanjing aristocratic families spread throughout the area. The room, with its antique charm, was filled with the fragrance of sandalwood. The furniture inside was all made of old mahogany, carved with intricate lotus scroll patterns. In the corner stood a celadon vase with a few dried winter plum blossoms in it, and on the antique shelf next to it were many porcelain vases and jade artifacts, each exuding a simple and elegant charm. In the main seat, an elderly man with gray hair and a thin face sat in a grand chair, holding a thread-bound ancient book in his hands, his fingertips gently turning the pages as he slowly flipped through them. This man was none other than Song Yi, the head of the Song family. The three most powerful families in Yanjing are the Song family, the Zhao family, and the Li family. The most powerful among them is Elder Song, who has already broken through to become a level 13 martial artist. Without even raising his head, his aged voice rang out. What's up? The guard bowed, his back bent in a respectful arc, his head slightly lowered, and his hands hanging at his sides. Patriarch Song, Li Pujuan from the Martial Arts Alliance has arrived. Upon receiving the news, the head of the Song family frowned slightly and put down the book in his hand. Did they say anything about it? No, sir. The guard shook his head, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes. Snort! Song Yi snorted coldly, a weasel offering New Year's greetings to a chicken. They're up to no good. I'd like to see what they're up to. The same scene unfolded in several other prominent families, and before long, the conference hall was packed with people. At the head of the table sat Song Yi, head of the Song family Zhao Lei, head of the Zhao family and Li Feng, head of the Li family, each with a different expression. Below them, the heads of other prominent families, large and small, were also all present, gathered together in a grand assembly. Such a spectacle has not been seen in the elite circles of Yanjing for many years. It was obvious to everyone that these arrogant and haughty family tycoons, despite their outward claims of dissatisfaction with the Martial Arts Alliance, harbored a deep-seated fear of that iron-blooded force. President Li, Brother Xiong Zhan, what brings you here today? Song Yi spoke first, forcing a warm smile onto his old face, but a sly glint flashed in his eyes, and his tone was somewhat probing. Li Pujuan picked up the teacup on the table, took a small sip, and put it down, the bottom of the cup hitting the table with a crisp sound. We too have indeed come here today on important business. His words caused an uproar in the previously quiet meeting hall, with discussions rising and falling in waves. Seeing this, Song Yi slowly raised his right hand and pressed it down lightly. In a short while, the hall fell silent. He raised an eyebrow slightly, looked at Li Pujuan, and his tone became even more probing. Oh? What important matter could it be that would trouble you two to make this trip in person? All eyes turned to Li Pujuan and Xiong Zhan, their gazes filled with curiosity and inquiry. Li Pujuan met everyone's gazes with a calm and composed expression. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly throughout the hall. We've come here to propose marriage to Su Bai. Chapter 45. A family with an inflated sense of self-importance. As soon as Li Pujuan finished speaking, everyone in the hall was stunned for a moment. Su Bai? Who is Su Bai? The thought arose in everyone's mind that such a large-scale operation was being carried out. Could it be that Su Bai is Li Pujuan's illegitimate son? Impossible. If the Martial Arts Alliance had any secrets, they would definitely be the first to know. Or is the marriage alliance a pretense, and the Martial Arts Alliance actually using this opportunity to gradually control the powerful families of Yinjing? Thinking about this, they felt a chill run down their spines. That must be it. This Su Bai either doesn't exist, or he's just an ordinary commoner. I don't know what stroke of luck I had, but somehow I ended up as a minor leader in the Martial Arts Alliance. But what's the point? Is his position hereditary or something else? In the eyes of these ancient families, they are nothing but a fart. The group seemed to have reached the same conclusion, exchanged glances, and made a plan in their minds. Among the powerful women of the prominent families of Yinjing, none are more outstanding than Song Qing'er and Zhao Xuanqi. It's just a matter of whether one of them is more unlucky to be targeted by the Great Xia Martial Arts Alliance. Li Pujuan and Xiong Zhan showed no change in expression, and even picked up their teacups and took a sip of water. It has to be said, these aristocratic families really know how to enjoy life. Their teas are all rich in spiritual energy. After drinking them, I felt my blood and energy flow smoothly. These aristocratic families must live a really good life. They never had to lift a finger to guard the borders and protect the Great Xia. However, the methods of accumulating wealth are endless, especially since the Great Xia dynasty has been making every effort to accommodate the aristocratic families in recent years. Instead, these powerful families began to regard the Martial Arts Alliance as their protector. They have been secretly accumulating their own power in their daily lives. Do you really think the Great Xia Martial Arts Alliance wouldn't know about their sordid deeds? This time we really made the right choice. Otherwise, if they continue to cause trouble like this, one day they might really disregard the millions of lives in the Great Xia and start a ridiculous power struggle within the Great Xia. President Li, the pride of our Yinjing aristocratic families is not worthy of the young talents of the Martial Arts Alliance. Song Yi said with a smile, his face showing humility, but his words revealed a hint of arrogance. His subtext was clear: Su Bai was not worthy of the pride of a noble family. No matter how powerful the Martial Arts Alliance is, even if you, Li Pujuan, are gone, who will remember you? To dedicate one's entire life to the Great Xia dynasty, how laughable, utterly laughable. This is also the essential difference between these people and aristocratic families. Aristocratic families always prioritize their own interests. Oh? Li Pujuan narrowed his eyes slightly, glancing at the others in the conference hall. Can you represent the views of the other aristocratic families? What does this mean? Song Yi was stunned. Could it be that Li Pujuan wasn't interested in the Song family? Could it be the Zhao family? He glanced at Zhao Lei beside him out of the corner of his eye, a smug smile appearing on his lips. They probably backed down after realizing the difficulty. The Song family is not someone to be trifled with. Anyone who tries to take advantage of them should first consider their own character. Zhao Lei didn't expect the fire to spread to him, and his expression instantly became a little unnatural, but he was an old and shrewd man after all. He quickly composed himself and said with a smile, Elder Song can certainly represent the opinions of our other families. I think so too. How can our small families be worthy of the geniuses of the Martial Arts Alliance? The atmosphere in the hall instantly turned cold. Li Pujuan remained expressionless, but a closer look at his eyes revealed a hint of murderous intent. It was murderous intent. He had long harbored resentment towards these powerful families. These powerful families are only thinking about their own interests every day. Just by looking at the mansions and decorations here, you can tell how much wealth these people have amassed. He was incredibly grateful that Su Bai's appearance finally made them determined to take action against these powerful families as soon as possible, otherwise they would become a menace sooner or later. In their hearts, whoever controls the Great Xia will have to rely on their support. Xiong Zhan was not as composed as Li Pujuan. His face was already very ugly, his fists were clenched tightly, and his strength as a peak level 13 martial artist was on full display. Song Yi and Zhao Lei exchanged a glance, neither of them detecting much panic in the other's eyes. They were confident that the Martial Arts Alliance wouldn't dare to openly break ties with them. Unlike the Cherry Blossom country, the aristocratic families across the country, while competing with each other, remain very united. If they are determined not to cooperate with the Great Xia Martial Arts Alliance, the Martial Arts Alliance will eventually have to tolerate it for various reasons. Just then, a beautiful figure appeared at the entrance of the conference hall. She walked briskly to the center of the hall. Upon seeing the newcomer, the hall fell silent. This person was none other than Song Qinger. Her face was so dark it could drip water, her narrow phoenix eyes were narrowed, and a raging fire surged within them. 10 minutes ago, in a luxuriously decorated room at the Wang family residence, a woman was meditating with her eyes closed. Her brows were furrowed, her breathing was erratic, and a hint of pain flashed between her brows. In an effort to improve her cultivation level as quickly as possible, she took pills repeatedly and cultivated tirelessly without sleep, but the results were the opposite of what she hoped for. The spiritual energy surged wildly within his body, but instead of improving at all, it caused his meridians to ache slightly. A moment later, she reluctantly exited her cultivation state, and the spiritual energy around her instantly dissipated. Call. The woman let out a long breath, a heavy, suffocating sigh filled with an unbearable sense of suffocation. Her brows were still furrowed, her face was as pale as paper, and even her lips had lost all color. She opened her eyes, and those once bright and sparkling eyes were now filled with frustration and resentment. She clenched her teeth, her displeasure almost overflowing. Damn it, I failed to break through again. She slammed her fist on the table, making a loud noise. Something terrible has happened, Miss Song Qinger. Just then, a series of urgent shouts came from the doorway, which made her feel agitated again. What's wrong? Why are you shouting like that? Song Qinger raised her head, her voice filled with impatience. Her personal assistant immediately slowed down, stopped at the door, lowered her head, and dared not look Song Qinger in the eye. This young lady has probably failed to break through again. Cultivation cannot be rushed. One should not always think that one can achieve enlightenment in one step. The assistant thought to himself with a hint of disdain. Song Qinger picked up her teacup, took a sip, and calmed down before asking in a low voice, "What is it?" "The Martial Arts Alliance has come to propose marriage." The assistant looked up, his voice filled with anxiety. What? Song Qinger suddenly stood up, a flash of anger in her eyes. The Martial Arts Alliance? They actually came to our aristocratic family to propose marriage? Li Pujuan and Xiong Zhan are already in the hall, and Elder Song and the heads of other aristocratic families are also in the council hall. Snort! Song Qinger snorted coldly and walked towards the outside. I'll go and tell them myself that this is impossible. Chapter 46 Song Qinger's Unrequited Love. Li Pujuan, you are not worthy of Su Bai. Upon seeing Song Qinger, the entire room fell silent as everyone scrutinized her figure. Qinger? What brings you here? Song Yi's expression changed. Song Qinger ignored Song Yi and stared directly at Li Pujuan, her voice icy. You are the president of the Martial Arts Alliance? Li Pujuan sized up the young prodigy of the Song family before him and nodded, indeed. I will never marry a prodigy from the Martial Arts Alliance, so you might as well give up on that idea. Song Qinger's arrogance was completely undisguised, and her tone was extremely arrogant. As she finished speaking, an eerie silence fell over the entire room. Song Yi's face turned ashen. He was about to reprimand them, but then stopped. Although Song Qinger's words were harsh, they did express what he was thinking. Is this Song Qinger? Li Pujuan raised an eyebrow, recognizing the person, then curled his lip, his expression revealing a strange look. Are people from aristocratic families all this confident? Song Qinger didn't even reach the passing grade and was eliminated in the first batch. Xiong Zhan's heart sank, and he was about to lash out, but Li Pujuan stopped him with a look. It's really embarrassing to get into a fight with a child. If you're going to make a scene, you have to make it as effective as possible. Perhaps I didn't explain it clearly. Li Pujuan wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled and said, We're not proposing marriage to you, Song Qinger. He paused, then his tone turned stern. As for you, you are far from qualified to be a match for Su Bai. His gaze towards Song Qinger was filled with disdain and coldness. Upon hearing this, everyone in the conference hall was stunned, strange expressions appearing on their faces, and their gazes towards Song Yi revealed a peculiar quality. None of them expected Li Pujuan to say that. Song Yi's hand holding the teacup trembled, and the teacup almost slipped from his grasp. What? Song Qinger felt like a clown, standing in the center of the stage, enduring the mocking gazes of the crowd, her toes digging into the ground. Looking at everyone's expressions, Li Pujuan couldn't help but find it somewhat laughable. Song Qinger, who suddenly appeared, wasn't entirely useless. Wasn't this just like sticking her face out and letting them slap her? Seeing Zhao Lei's conflicted expression, Li Pujuan felt even more contemptuous. Your precious family prodigy has barely passed the minimum standard. This generation of aristocratic families is really no good. They have nothing but arrogance. Clearing his throat, Li Pujuan spoke calmly. I have come to the Yanjing aristocratic families on behalf of Su Bai to propose marriage to Guan Xian, the daughter of the Guan family. Boom! These words caused an uproar in the entire hall. The Guan family? That disgrace to the aristocratic families? Guan Xin, I remember him. He has good aptitude and has awakened an S-level talent rune, but the Guan family doesn't even have a level 12 expert right now. The Martial Arts Alliance has actually set its sights on the Guan family? The heads of the prominent families in Yanjing whispered among themselves, their faces filled with disbelief. The Guan family was once a prominent family in Yanjing, second only to the Song, Zhao, and Li families in the first tier. However, during the war between all races 100 years ago, almost all the strong members of the clan were killed, and now there are not many people left in the clan. In their hearts, the Guan family was no longer worthy of sitting with them. If it weren't for the Guan family's remaining resources and expertise in setting up formations and creating talismans, they would have been kicked out long ago. Guan Xin, although she has decent talent, is far inferior to top prodigies like Song Qinger and Zhao Shuangqi. In intermarriages between aristocratic families, they were placed in the lowest tier. It's important to understand that marriages between prominent families are not as simple as those between ordinary people. Family interests are often taken into consideration. They are now completely baffled as to what the Martial Arts Alliance's purpose is. Song Qinger was completely stunned. Just moments ago, she had confidently declared that she would never marry the prodigy of the Martial Arts Alliance. But to her surprise, they weren't there for her at all. What did her statement just now mean? Am I just being delusional? Her face turned pale and then flushed, and her chest heaved violently. She was clearly very angry. Song Yi's face turned extremely ugly. He had initially thought the Martial Arts Alliance had come to propose marriage to Song Qinger, and had even refused repeatedly, saying that his words represented the aristocratic families of Yanjing. At the very least, they had their eye on the Zhao family's prodigy. As a result, the Martial Arts Alliance did not even consider them as options. No wonder Li Pujuan asked whether his words represented the aristocratic families of Yanjing. So that's where they were waiting. Zhao Lei clenched his fists tightly, a sense of shame rising in his heart. The Martial Arts Alliance actually looks down on the Zhao family's prodigy. How dare these bumpkins do that? President Li, are you sure you haven't made a mistake? Song Yi's chest heaved, his tone filled with incomprehension. Song Qinger's face turned deathly pale, and her body trembled slightly. She had never suffered such humiliation since she was a child. You dare to insult me? Insult you? Xiong Zhan, who had been silent all along, finally couldn't hold back any longer. He took a step forward, and a terrifying pressure instantly enveloped Song Qinger. He had a fiery temper to begin with, and ever since he entered this prestigious family in Yanjing, he had been harboring a lot of resentment. He tolerated the guards yelling at him at the entrance. Noble families have their own rules. Upon entering this aristocratic family compound and witnessing the extravagance on both sides, he couldn't help but feel somewhat irritable. While the entire Great Xia dynasty was in a state of utter chaos, these aristocratic families were enjoying a peaceful and prosperous life. Upon entering the hall, seeing the arrogant demeanor of these aristocratic families, and Song Yi and Zhao Lei's evasive and hesitant manner, it was clear from their words that they considered outsiders to be less than human. If it weren't for Li Pujuan's repeated signals with his eyes, he would have already been thinking of flipping the table and breaking ties with these aristocratic families. Let them know whose fist is stronger in this Great Xia. A small aristocratic family, and a nobody like Song Qinger, dare to look down on the Martial Arts Alliance? When the Martial Arts Alliance was guarding the border of Great Xia, did you contribute any of your strength? I'm telling you, things have changed. The only reason the Great Xia Martial Alliance is keeping your privileges is because of the sacrifices your ancestors made in the War of 10,000 Races. But that doesn't mean you can do whatever you want, nor does it give you the right to treat people other than aristocratic families as less than human. If you have any further objections to the Martial Arts Alliance, I will raze this place to the ground today. Xiong Zhan, how dare you? Song Yi suddenly stood up, and an aura of power belonging to a level 13 martial artist instantly poured out. The anger in his eyes was almost tangible. This is a noble family, not your Martial Arts Alliance. Presumptuous? Li Pujuan raised an eyebrow, his tone slightly playful. He stood up, and the pressure of a peak level 13 martial artist emanated from his body, pressing down on everyone like a tidal wave. Some of the weaker martial artists turned pale instantly, and even their breathing became labored. They finally remembered that Li Pujuan was the strongest and most powerful force among the human race of the Great Xia dynasty. Chapter 47, The Power of the Martial Arts Alliance, Overpowering the Families of Yanjing. Li Pujuan was covered in blazing white lightning, and the surrounding space was highly ionized, emitting a series of crackling sounds. S-rank elemental talent, Indra. A sudden chill ran through everyone's hearts. Everyone knows that Li Pujuan used this talent to defeat 5 peak demon emperors single-handedly and became a god in one battle. This is widely recognized as the most abnormal and aggressive talent. Standing behind Li Pujuan, Xiongzhan watched the panicked expressions of these once arrogant family heads, a slight smile playing on his lips. Buzz. With a thought, Li Pujuan conjured a long spear, its entire body a deep blue, in his hand, its tip crackling with fine arcs of electricity. This is Li Pujuan's natal weapon, an S-class weapon discovered in an ancient ruin, the Azure Dragon Spear. Li Pujuan casually twirled the spear, and the dragon-shaped patterns on the spear seemed to come alive. The dark blue lightning instantly intensified, generating an overwhelming and unstoppable thunderous pressure. A buzzing sound like a dragon's roar filled everyone's ears, their legs went weak, and they couldn't help but want to kneel down and submit. Li Pujuan actually brought out the Azure Dragon Spear. Could it be that he really wants to take action against the aristocratic families of Yanjing? Among everyone present, the strongest was Song Yi from the Song family, who had just reached the threshold of level 13 martial artist. Most of the others were at level 12. The gap between martial artists' levels is utterly vast. A level 12 martial artist is no different from an ant in front of a peak level 13 martial artist. They were clearly fish on a chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Song Yi's face turned ashen, and he staggered back 2 steps before collapsing into a chair. Cold sweat poured from his forehead and streamed down his face. What kind of gunpowder did the Martial Arts Alliance take today? In the past, when the Martial Arts Alliance dealt with the Yanjing aristocratic families, they were always very polite. Why did you suddenly turn on me? His mind was a complete mess, and he couldn't figure it out no matter what he did. On the other side, Song Qinger was in an even worse state. She collapsed to the ground, trembling like a leaf, her eyes lifeless, as if she had been scared out of her wits. Li Pujuan's imposing aura broke through the council hall and enveloped the entire Yanjing aristocratic mansion. The people in the manor were swept by the aftershocks, and they all looked pale-faced in the direction of the council hall, their hearts filled with unease. Such powerful lightning energy fluctuations, could it be that person from the Martial Arts Alliance? What on earth did the Patriarch and the others do to provoke those lunatics? Don't let us suffer the consequences too. Oh no, this is terrible. These arrogant scions of noble families finally realized their insignificance. They all harbored resentment towards the old patriarchs, who, having lived a life of luxury, did not want to lose their comfortable existence. However, just when everyone thought they were about to die on the spot. Call. Li Pujuan exhaled a long breath, and the earth-shattering power of lightning instantly subsided completely. Seeing that his assertiveness had worked, a gentle smile returned to his face, as if the murderous god of war from just moments ago was not him at all. Gentlemen, let me repeat myself. The Martial Arts Alliance has come here today with the utmost sincerity to propose marriage for Subai. Whom we want to marry and who we don't want to marry is a matter for the Martial Arts Alliance. As for this young lady from the Song family. His gaze fell on Song Qinger. This time, he didn't use the pressure of a peak level 13 martial artist. His eyes were calm, as if stating a fact. You are indeed talented, but your character is too flawed and your vision too narrow. What you think is the end is just the beginning in front of Subai. Everything you are proud of is not worth mentioning in my eyes. You. Song Qinger instinctively wanted to refute, but when she thought of the slight strength that Li Pujuan had shown, she instantly lost her nerve. Song Yi took a deep breath, feeling a wave of humiliation. The atmosphere in the hall immediately eased. The martial artists present seemed to have come back to life, their faces pale with smiles, and cold sweat trickling down their backs. I moved my numb body slightly, and my fingers were still trembling uncontrollably. Li Pujuan's strength was truly terrifying. If he had really wanted to make a move just now, all of these people present would probably have been burned to a crisp. They no longer dared to look directly at Li Pujuan. Instead, they glared angrily at the trembling Song Qinger to vent their dissatisfaction. If Song Qinger hadn't suddenly appeared, Li Pujuan wouldn't have gotten so angry just now. Quickly, go and summon the head of the Guan family. Still shaken, Song Yi quickly called out towards the door. All he wants now is to get rid of these 2 plagues from the Martial Arts Alliance as soon as possible. How shameful. How embarrassing. After this incident, Song Yi's status in the prominent families of Yanjing will plummet. What made him even more uneasy was why the Martial Arts Alliance's attitude towards the aristocratic families had suddenly changed so drastically. Could it be that the Martial Arts Alliance no longer cares about the influence of aristocratic families? So, if the aristocratic families of Yanjing refuse to submit to the Great Xia, will they disappear completely? His mind was in turmoil, and his eyebrows were furrowed. The other heads of aristocratic families were in no better shape, all wearing conflicted expressions. Meanwhile, on the westernmost side of the Yanjing aristocratic mansion, in a simple and rustic courtyard, a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s was sitting cross-legged in front of the desk. A faint golden light swirled around his fingertips as he held a stone carving pen, intently inscribing runes on a pale blue talisman. The pen tip glided across the talisman paper, making a soft crackling sound. Once the talisman was formed, the entire talisman immediately exuded a dignified and righteous aura. This person was none other than Guan Shishio, the head of the Guan family. Call! Guan Shishio let out a long sigh of relief, and with a slight movement of his fingertips, he put the newly refined Heavenly Thunder talisman into his storage ring. He raised his hand to wipe the fine beads of sweat from his forehead, picked up the teacup on the table, and took a small sip. The so-called talisman making is to transform the power of heaven and earth into one's own, and it has great power. Unfortunately, the talismans need to be prepared in advance before each battle. This process was extremely mentally taxing, and even with his cultivation level, he dared not be careless in the slightest. He had also learned from his family's records that he had a talent for making talismans. He could draw talismans directly in the void without any preparation, and use them immediately. Moreover, it took very little time and he could also mass-produce them. Master! Master! A member of his tribe rushed in, interrupting his thoughts. Guan Shishio turned around, his brows furrowed slightly. What's the matter that's causing such a panic? The clansman looked anxious. The head of the Song family has sent someone, saying that a distinguished guest wishes to see you. Distinguished guest? Guan Shishio was taken aback. What distinguished guest? Hasn't the Song family always looked down on the Guan family? How could anything good possibly happen? They look like people from the Martial Arts Alliance. The Martial Arts Alliance? Guan Shishio's expression changed, and he quickly stood up. Quick! Prepare the gifts. Although his cultivation level was not high, his vision was still broad. What is the Martial Arts Alliance? The rulers of the Great Xia dynasty, those powerful figures, are all renowned among the myriad races. For the Martial Arts Alliance to personally visit is an incredibly significant event. Chapter 48 Guan Shishio's Confusion, the Martial Arts Alliance's Dowry. In the council hall, Guan Shishio was completely stunned when he saw the impressive lineup. All the prominent families of Yanjing, those with names and surnames, have arrived. What surprised him even more was that these usually arrogant family heads were now sitting stiffly, like mice in the presence of a cat. When she saw him, she even gave him a fawning smile. A huge question arose in Guan Shishio's mind: what happened here? His gaze swept to the right, and when he saw the two sitting figures, his body tensed up instantly. The person at the very front had a resolute face and exuded an aura of great authority. Next to him was a burly, strong man who sat down and took up all the seats. What are Li Pujuan and Xiong Zhan doing here? He couldn't help but feel nervous. To his surprise, the two seemed to sense his nervousness and gave him a warm smile. Guan Shishio, however, did not relax at all. He merely returned a smile, then turned his head to look at Song Yi in the main seat, bowed slightly, and said with his hands clasped, "Old Song. Patriarch Guan has arrived." Song Yi forced a smile, but it looked worse than a grimace. "President Li needs to speak with you." Guan Shishio quickly stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Guan Shishio greets Chairman Li and the God of War. Li Pujuan nodded. Patriarch Guan, there's no need for such formalities. I've come today on behalf of the Martial Arts Alliance's prodigy to propose marriage to your daughter, Guan Xin. Guan Shishio was completely dumbfounded. A marriage proposal? The Martial Arts Alliance prodigy is going to marry Guan Xin? His first reaction wasn't happiness, but bewilderment. How could such a good thing fall into the Guan family's lap? He didn't know who Su Bai was, but he was surprised to see that Li Pujuan had come over in person. Even a fool could see that Su Bai's status was extremely noble. The heads of various powerful families, including Song Yi, looked at Guan Shishio with eyes full of jealousy. They had a vague feeling that the Great Xia dynasty was about to change. The benefits of being able to latch onto the Martial Arts Alliance are immeasurable. The Guan family is likely to rise to become one of the top families in Yanjing. It doesn't matter if Guan Shishio's cultivation level is low. President Li, you're not joking, are you? Guan Shishio's voice was trembling. I never joke. As Li Pujuan spoke, he waved his hand. I wonder what Patriarch Guan thinks? Of course. This is an honor for the Guan family. It's a blessing that Guan Xin has accumulated over 8 lifetimes. Guan Qixio agreed without hesitation. To put it bluntly, it's only a matter of time before the Guan family is kicked out of the ranks of prominent families in Yanjing. He also considered many possible escape routes for his family, but none of them could compare to establishing a relationship with the Martial Arts Alliance. Over the years, being ostracized by powerful families has allowed him to see more of the world. The Great Xia dynasty still belongs to the Martial Arts Alliance. Let alone just marrying Guan Xin off to him, even if it meant he, the head of the family, had to be a slave to the Martial Arts Alliance, he would be willing. Patriarch Guan, don't rush to agree. Li Pujuan smiled and said, marriage is a matter of mutual consent. Our Martial Arts Alliance will not do anything that forces others to do something against their will. We still need to consult your daughter's opinion on this matter. This. Guan Qixio was dumbfounded. Chairman Li was being far too polite, which left him somewhat confused. His daughter is top-notch in both appearance and talent, and it's not impossible for her to become a level 13 martial artist in the future. She could be considered the hope of the Guan family, but marriage alliances between aristocratic families were basically out of the question. There are far too many complications involved here. To put it simply, at most, his daughter could become a concubine of a second-generation scion of a powerful family. After all, these aristocratic families have never lacked women with outstanding looks. Even if Guan Xin could become a level 13 martial artist, he would still need a lot of resources to cultivate him. These aristocratic families wouldn't be so kind as to cultivate someone from outside the family. He paused, bowed slightly, and said, I can stand up for my daughter, I only hope that the Martial Arts Alliance can treat her well. Good. Li Pujuan smiled slightly and said, please rest assured, Patriarch Guan, after your daughter marries into the Martial Arts Alliance, the Martial Arts Alliance will definitely train her to the highest standards. In addition, this is a small gift prepared by the Martial Arts Alliance. It is nothing but a token of our respect, but we hope that Patriarch Guan will accept it. As he spoke, he flicked his finger, and 5 storage rings slowly flew to Guan Qixio's front. Guan Qixio's hands trembled as he accepted the storage ring. Patriarch Guan, why don't you open it and take a look? Li Pujuan said with a smile, his voice carrying a hint of guidance. Guan Qixio hesitated. Was it too ostentatious to announce the betrothal gifts in front of so many people? Seemingly sensing Guan Qixio's inner turmoil, Li Pujuan said calmly. The Martial Alliance has always acted with integrity and uprightness. This betrothal gift is meant to show the whole world the sincerity of the Martial Alliance in this marriage. Guan Qixio sighed almost imperceptibly. From today onwards, the Guan family would have no choice but to rely on the Martial Arts Alliance. What he didn't notice was that a feeling called jealousy had already ignited in the eyes of the patriarchs of the surrounding families. My mind probed into the first storage ring. The next second, Guan Qixio's body stiffened abruptly, his eyes widened, and his expression went from shock to ecstasy to disbelief. Patriarch Guan? What's wrong? Yes, what's inside that's scaring you like this? The heads of the surrounding noble families were itching to watch and couldn't help but urge him on. Guan Qixio did not answer. He simply took something out of the ring with trembling hands. It was a stone-carved pen made entirely of Uru metal, with intricate patterns engraved on its body. The moment it appeared, an ancient and rustic aura filled the entire hall. Buzz. The stone-carving pen emitted a buzzing sound that resonated in everyone's ears. Guan Qixio was shocked, and his true energy surged, resonating with the stone-carving brush. This is a near S-grade magic weapon. That's right, judging by its quality, it's almost on par with an S-grade magic weapon. The heads of the various aristocratic families leaned forward slightly, their eyes fixed on the stone-carving pen in Guan Qixio's hand, unable to look away. The Yanjing family has a long history of producing such weapons, but in reality, they only possess a handful of these near S-grade weapons. Aside from the heads of aristocratic families, it's practically a pipe dream for any of the disciples to obtain a near S-grade weapon. But now, the Martial Arts Alliance has so casually produced a near S-grade magic weapon. This is an incredibly ambitious undertaking. Song Yi swayed, his heart bleeding. This was just a storage ring. There were 4 more betrothal gifts of this caliber. Chapter 49. How audacious! Who doesn't know that the Guan family are henchmen of my Martial Arts Alliance? Guan Qixio seemed to be terrified. He trembled for a while before taking out the betrothal gifts from the second storage ring. It was a crystal-clear jade bottle. Inside the jade bottle was a drop of golden liquid. The drop of liquid was only the size of a fingernail, yet it seemed to contain a world, radiating a supreme and terrifying power that could suppress all ages. This is a near S-grade potion. This time, Song Yi couldn't sit still any longer. He slammed his hand on the table, making a loud noise. However, no one paid attention to him. Everyone was focused on the medicine in front of them. This is a near S-grade potion. No one but Medicine King Valley and Medicine Master can refine this potion. With this potion, breaking through to level 13 will be no problem at all. The Martial Arts Alliance has really gone all out this time. Sensing the potent life force of the potion, everyone's eyes turned red, and their blood and chi couldn't help but boil. If the near S-class weapon only shocked them, then this drop of near S-class potion had driven them completely mad. To this day, cultivation systems all aim to enhance chi and blood levels and increase vitality. Even aristocratic families would find it difficult to obtain potions of this caliber. After all, no one would give away such a precious medicine so easily. Seeing their expressions, Li Pujuan and Xiong Zhan both smiled slightly, their expressions somewhat playful. If they knew that the Martial Arts Alliance was ready to break through to the level 14 martial artist, they would probably kneel down immediately. Holding that drop of medicine, Guan Qixu felt as if he were holding not just a drop of medicine, but the hope of his Guan family. Admittedly, marrying their most talented daughter to the Martial Arts Alliance is a must. But the Guan family doesn't only have Guan Xin as a prodigy. Even if we take a step back and don't give it to the younger generation of the Guan family, if he were to consume and refine it himself, he would still have a very high chance of becoming a level 13 martial artist. Change the Guan family's current predicament. Not to mention, the Martial Arts Alliance has already promised Guan Xin that he can enjoy the highest level of martial arts treatment within the alliance. He probed the third storage ring with his divine sense and once again felt a powerful pressure. Inside is a pill, and you can vaguely see a pill pattern on the top, indicating that its grade is quite high. There's no need to open it anymore. Guan Qixu thought to himself, and a bold idea popped into his mind. The Martial Arts Alliance is here to support him in becoming the leader of the Yanjing aristocratic families. Thinking about it this way, everything makes sense. He quickly stuffed all the storage rings into his pocket, then bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle, his voice resounding. I, Guan Qixu, and my Guan family will never forget the kindness shown to us by the Martial Arts Alliance. Guan Qixu was so moved that tears streamed down his face, and his voice choked with emotion. He knew that from this day forward, the fate of the Guan family would be completely changed. Li Pujuan nodded in satisfaction. This was exactly the effect he wanted. His gaze swept over all the family heads present, their faces filled with greed and envy, and he slowly spoke. The Guan family is now related to the Martial Arts Alliance by marriage. From now on, anyone who dares to harm any member of the Guan family will be an enemy of the Martial Arts Alliance. Upon hearing this, everyone felt as if they had been doused with cold water, and the greed in their eyes vanished completely. Li Pujuan practically made it clear that anyone who dared to mess with the Guan family should be prepared to face the wrath of the Martial Arts Alliance. Thinking back to the scene of Li Pujuan demonstrating his strength, they felt a chill run down their spines. Even if all the powerful families were combined, they wouldn't be enough to contend with the Martial Arts Alliance. Song Yi was filled with regret. If he had shown a cooperative attitude from the beginning, if Song Qinger hadn't jumped out. Is there still room for things to be resolved? Song Qinger is far superior to Guan Xin, and the Song family's strength is second to none among aristocratic families. Thinking of this, he felt his heart was bleeding. It was all because the Song family had acted too aggressively that the Martial Arts Alliance had considered supporting the Guan family. The heads of other aristocratic families also felt extremely regretful, wishing that their families also had outstanding female prodigies. The Martial Arts Alliance's sincerity is truly remarkable. Patriarch Guan is incredibly fortunate. The head of the Zhao family said with a smile, "This is truly an honor for our prestigious family in Yanjing." Upon hearing Zhao Lei's words, Guan Qixu suddenly looked up and saw Zhao Lei smiling at him, but he felt a chill. Zhao Lei's subtext was clear: this was an honor for the prominent families of Yanjing, meaning that they also received a share of the betrothal gifts. Guan Qixu's expression froze on his face, a trace of sorrow rising in his heart. All of this was because he was too weak, and the other powerful families never gave up any opportunity to plunder the Guan family. Li Pujuan frowned slightly, turned around, and gave Xiong Zhan a deep look. Xiong Zhan understood immediately. He stood up abruptly, releasing a murderous aura that enveloped the entire hall. Snort! He snorted coldly, his tone filled with disgust. Are you even going to stop pretending? Chairman Li has already made it very clear that this is a betrothal gift for the Guan family. What does it have to do with you? Or do you really think the Martial Arts Alliance is stupid? As he spoke, he stomped his foot on the ground, causing it to tremble. A deep pit appeared beneath his feet, with cracks spreading outwards. Everyone felt a tremor in their hearts, and their previous thoughts vanished without a trace. Zhao Lei was even paler, with large drops of sweat rolling down his forehead, and his legs felt weak. Xiang Zhan is known for his fiery temper, so it wouldn't be surprising if the other party attacked him directly. Looking at the scene before him, a warm feeling welled up in Guan Qishou's heart. It felt so good to be protected. What kind of aristocratic family? The identity he had always cherished was now worthless to him, and he even considered shamelessly applying to join the martial arts alliance. Xiang Zhan, let's not ruin the harmony. How could the heads of the families possibly be interested in the betrothal gifts? Li Pujuan pretended to be angry and shouted at Xiang Zhan, but his words sounded only strongly sarcastic to everyone. They're being targeted. Xiang Zhan nodded, his murderous aura slowly receding as he took a half step back. Okay, then we'll be leaving now. Li Pujuan looked at the person in the main seat. I apologize for disturbing you today. The Martial Arts Alliance will come to welcome the Guan family's daughter in a day. After saying that, the two left without looking back. As for Song Qinger, she stood in the center of the hall like a clown, unnoticed by anyone. She bit her lip so hard that her nails dug into her flesh. She was not willing to accept it. On what grounds? Why should a daughter of a fallen noble family receive such preferential treatment from the Martial Arts Alliance? She, the pride of the Song family, was humiliated to her face. Master. She turned her head and looked at Song Yi with a pitiful expression, hoping to find some comfort. Chapter 50 Song Qinger, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Shut up. Song Yi was already seething with anger, and seeing Song Qinger acting all wrong only fueled his rage. He showed no mercy to the young lady and roared. It's all your fault. If you hadn't been so clever, the Song family wouldn't have lost so much face. If she hadn't barged in, he could have easily made up some excuse and gotten away with it, instead of losing face like this. Seeing the Song family in such a sorry state, the other prominent families felt much better. They didn't suffer any substantial losses today. Song Qinger trembled, suppressing her anger, and turned to leave the main hall. She wants to cultivate and become stronger. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. She wanted everyone to know that she, Song Qinger, was the strongest genius. When she becomes a level 13 peak martial artist, the Martial Arts Alliance and Subai will be nothing more than a page in her life that she can turn at any time. Meanwhile, Guan Qishou quickly returned to the Guan family mansion. He let out a long sigh of relief and went straight back to the hall. He sat down on a stool, his heart still pounding. His thoughts swept over the storage ring, and even his breathing slowed down. If the 5 rings hadn't been right in front of him, he probably would have thought he was dreaming. Once he calmed down a bit, he thought of something else. Daughter, I hope you won't blame him for making decisions on your own. Guan Xian has always had a very calm personality since childhood, and even has a sense of being indifferent to worldly affairs. If she were to marry into another powerful family, she would likely be bullied to death. At least, the Martial Arts Alliance is a place that strictly adheres to the rules. Qishou, what are you doing sitting here? Upon hearing the voice, Guan Qishou looked up and saw a voluptuous figure walking lightly into the room. The woman looked to be in her 30s, and her eyes held a hint of reproach. Why are you smiling one minute and looking so worried the next? This person was his wife, Lu Qing. Lu Qing sat in the seat next to him, her gaze still occasionally glancing at him, her eyes filled with curiosity. Well. After letting out a long sigh, Guan Qishou told her everything about the arrival of the Martial Arts Alliance. You think Guan Xian will understand our difficulties? After saying that, he leaned back in his chair, his brows furrowed, looking conflicted. Do we have any other options? Lu Qing gently patted Guan Qishou's back and softly comforted him. Tell Xian now, the Martial Arts Alliance really doesn't give us any more time. Her voice was tinged with bitterness and helplessness. A short while later, a sweet-looking girl walked in. Dad, Mom. Upon seeing Guan Qishou and Guan Xian seated at the head of the table, Guan Xian quickened her pace considerably, a sweet smile spreading across her face. Xian. Lu Qing stretched out both hands in greeting. Guan Xian obediently sat down in the chair next to Lu Qing. Lu Qing turned around and saw Guan Qishou still sitting upright in the chair with a serious expression, not saying a word. He couldn't help but whisper, "Aren't you going to say something?" Well. With another long sigh, Guan Qishou recounted what had just happened. This is the betrothal gift from the Martial Arts Alliance. You, take a look. Guan Xian took the ring, and with a thought, a series of treasures appeared on the table. Even with her cool and aloof nature, her breathing quickened when she saw the treasures inside, treasures that could overturn her understanding and even rewrite the fate of the Guan family. The golden potion exuded such power that it made her blood and chi boil uncontrollably. That stone-carved pen seemed to have been made specifically for the Guan family's talismanic arts. Lu Qing, who was standing to the side, was also startled. Seeing this treasure with his own eyes was a completely different experience from what he had heard from Guan Qixio. As a martial artist herself, she naturally recognized the extraordinary nature of this treasure. Dad! Guan Xian withdrew her divine sense, raised her head, and a glimmer of light finally appeared in her usually calm and still eyes. You mean, as long as I marry that Su Bai, all these things will belong to our Guan family? That's right. Guan Qixio nodded emphatically. Moreover, Li Pujuan personally promised that as long as you marry into the family, our Guan family will be protected by the Martial Arts Alliance. From now on, anyone who dares to touch us will be an enemy of the Martial Arts Alliance. The image of Xiong Zhan's fury flashed through his mind, and his heart was filled with excitement. I'll marry him. Guan Xian spoke, her tone more resolute than ever before. You agree? Guan Qixio suddenly raised his head and looked at Guan Xian in disbelief. I said, I'll marry him. Guan Xian repeated, looking directly at her father, it's much better than marrying some spoiled brat from a wealthy family. Besides, with the Martial Arts Alliance around, no one will be able to bully us. She picked up the jade bottle containing the nearest grade potion and handed it to Guan Qixio. Father, please refine this drop of medicine immediately. Our Guan family cannot be without a strong person to oversee it. As for the rest of the betrothal gifts, they will all remain with the Guan family. At this moment, Li Pujuan and Xiong Zhan were sitting in the VIP 1000, returning to the Martial Arts Alliance headquarters. As soon as they returned to the top floor, Paming and the others came to greet them. So, how's it going? Have any of the powerful families caused any trouble? The old doctor's face was full of worry. He hadn't expected that so many things would happen in the Martial Alliance when he had only been at the border for a few days setting up the spatial array. Aristocratic families have always been very arrogant. Awesome, this is so awesome. Xiong Zhan's tone still revealed a sense of excitement. Just thinking about how those powerful families dared not speak out against him made him feel a sense of triumph. What happened? Upon hearing Xiong Zhan say that, Paming couldn't help but ask. It's done. Absolutely perfect. Xiong Zhan slapped his thigh, you guys didn't see it. When the chairman brought out the betrothal gifts, those old guys from the Yanjing aristocratic families practically popped their eyes out. Especially that old man from the Song family, his face turned green. And that so-called prodigy of theirs, Song Qinger, she dared to look down on our Martial Arts Alliance before, but what happened? We weren't even going to see her. Ah, that scene was so satisfying. Xiong Zhan vividly recounted the events that had transpired in the Yanjing aristocratic family, especially the part where Song Qinger was presumptuous and was publicly humiliated by Li Pujuan, which she described with great enthusiasm and spittle flying everywhere. The powerful figures of the great Xia dynasty present were all smiles and clapped their hands in delight. Good. Well done. The old doctor couldn't help but stroke his beard and speak. That's how it should be. Let them know that our Martial Arts Alliance is not something they can criticize at will. Paming was also very excited, wishing he was there. Chapter 51 Su Bai, this wedding must be a grand affair. The powerful figures from Great Xia present were all beaming with joy, clapping and cheering. The powerful clans have always been a destabilizing factor. In the past, when the Great Xia dynasty faced various problems, it could only appease these powerful clans. Now, with Su Bai around, everything has changed. The Great Xia had become an actively expanding people. Meanwhile, the protagonist of the story, Su Bai, was lounging lazily on the sofa, looking quite content. To his left, Sakurai Gyur leaned gently against his arm, like a docile kitten, quiet and still, her eyes full of dependence. On the right, Yusuji Yakina sat obediently on the sofa like a duck, her slender fingers picking up a plump grape and offering it to Su Bai's lips, her voice soft and sweet, "Honey, have a grape." Su Bai raised his head, opened his mouth and put the grape in his mouth. His tongue inadvertently swept across her slightly cool fingertips, and he even took a small piece into his mouth. Ah! Yusuji Yakina blushed, quickly withdrew her finger, glared at him with a hint of embarrassment and annoyance, and said in a coquettish tone, "You're so annoying." With a creak, the bathroom door was gently pushed open, and a girl wearing a white nightgown came out. Her silver hair cascaded over her shoulders, making her skin appear even whiter. Her face held a mixture of nervousness and barely concealed surprise. Her voice was soft, yet it instantly froze the atmosphere in the living room. Subai, I think I'm pregnant. This young girl was none other than Ji Yao. Her words still echoed in everyone's ears. Yusuji Yukina's hand, which was about to strike Subai, stopped in mid-air. Sakurai Gear's beautiful eyes also flickered slightly, filled with indescribable emotions. Subai was stunned for a moment, then immediately stood up and took 2 steps to Ji Yao, carefully supporting her arm as if afraid that she would lose her balance. He then bent down, pressed his right ear against Ji Yao's flat stomach, and a smile quickly appeared on his face. The baby is kicking me. He knew about Ji Yao's pregnancy from the beginning. After all, with the many children, many blessings system, he could be said to be able to hit his target every time. As Subai finished speaking, Ji Yao's tension eased considerably. She pursed her lips, her face full of smiles, and gently patted Subai's back. It can't be that fast. Subai straightened up, helped Ji Yao sit on the sofa. Sakurai Gear's expression changed slightly, his lips moved, and a hint of nervousness and anticipation appeared on his usually cool face. Subai, could it be that we're pregnant too? She already had a guess in her mind. Subai's physique was extremely special, and his aura surged after the first time he did it. So, pregnancy would probably also be a factor. It is important to know that the higher a martial artist's level, the more difficult it is for them to conceive. Right. Subai nodded, not denying it. They had successfully conceived on their first try. Sakurai lowered her head, gently stroking her lower abdomen. The corners of her mouth unconsciously turned up, and her previous aloofness disappeared completely, her eyes filled with maternal radiance. On the other side, Yusuji Yukina was stunned for a moment, looking at her flat stomach in disbelief, her face suddenly tense. She looked up again, her lips slightly downturned, and kept shaking Subai's arm with both hands. Subai, when can we have our wedding? If they don't have a wedding soon, their bellies will get bigger, and they won't be able to wear wedding dresses. Almost there. Subai gently patted Yusuji Yukina. By this time, Li Pujuan should have already returned from the Yanjing aristocratic family. Just as he was thinking this, his phone vibrated. Subai picked up his phone and swiped his finger across the screen. Upon seeing the message above, a slight smile appeared on his lips. Everything's settled. What's wrong, Subai? Yusuji Yukina pressed closer relentlessly, her gaze fixed on Subai's phone screen. Forehead. Subai put away her phone, scratching the back of her head somewhat sheepishly. You're going to have another sister. Oh. The three of them simply nodded slightly, their faces showing little emotion. Compared to the previous hardships and wanderings, life in the Martial Arts Alliance is incredibly happy. There are ample cultivation resources available every day, and various cultivation venues can be used at will. The lives of their clansmen are much better than before. They have also contacted their clansmen. Both Ji Xian and Yusuji you have successfully broken through. This time I will ask the Alliance to make up for the weddings I owe Sakura and Yukina. Martial Arts Alliance, Conference Hall. When Subai arrived, Li Pujuan and the others were already seated. Upon seeing Subai, everyone smiled broadly. Li Pujuan waved and said, Subai, sit down quickly. Good. Subai quickly walked to the conference table, pulled out a chair, sat down, and cupped his hands in thanks. Thank you all for your help again this time. Xiongzhan patted Subai on the back with his big hand. Subai, why are you being so polite? The old apothecary stroked his beard and said, Subai, you've done a good job. I know about what's been going on lately. During his conversations with the others, Subai learned some details about his trip to the aristocratic families in Yanjing. He showed a strange expression when he heard Song Qinger step forward and take the initiative to disagree with the marriage. It seems this world is not lacking in fairies. I wonder if she silently thought to herself, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Subai, let's go pick up Guan Xin tomorrow. Xiongzhan's gruff voice boomed in Subai's ears. You'll have to work hard again tomorrow night. It's what I should do. Subai waved his hand, his tone full of unwavering fighting spirit. Okay, I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Hearing Subai's words, Xiongzhan was also moved. He patted Subai's shoulder heavily, making him lower his body by half. Cough cough. Subai couldn't help but cough twice to catch his breath before speaking. I have another request this time. I'd like to combine Ingzhe's and Xuanai's weddings at the same time this time. As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions on everyone's faces became more serious. Seeing the changes in everyone's expressions, Subai continued. I want to make this wedding a little more grand. After all, the system can give so many rewards, and Sister Ing and the others have also made great contributions. This The old doctor frowned slightly, and his aged voice rang out. Subai, what we're worried about is that this matter will have a significant impact on you. The aristocratic families knew about Subai, but only within their own families. It wouldn't be right for him to propose marriage directly to them without revealing who he was. After all, the status of aristocratic families in the Great Xia dynasty was far better than that of the demon races in the southern region and the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Once Elder Xiaowu and the others have truly become level 14 martial artists, then proceeding will be completely foolproof. Chapter 52 Subai's plan shocks everyone. Everyone present held their breath. Subai's matter is of great importance. If something happens to Subai, Great Xia will lose its greatest support. Subai naturally understood everyone's concerns. After a pause, he said, I understand everyone's desire to protect me, but this matter cannot be kept secret. The more we try to cover it up, the more people will think it's related to the system. But if we hold the wedding directly, or even announce at the wedding that there are 3 brides, things will be much better. The atmosphere was silent for a moment before Xiongzhan said casually, That's right, we're not scary at all. Besides, Subai's actions will only make all races think he's a spoiled brat. As soon as he finished speaking, the Beast King seemed to understand something and said calmly. Subai's search for a partner can't be kept secret, as long as they don't link the increase in the strength of the Great Xia with the Great Xia's collection of female prodigies. Right. The sound of breaking through the sea also rang out. We never expected that the prodigies of other races would voluntarily marry into the Great Xia. Since it's all about taking them by force, we don't care about reputation. Subai touched his nose. Everyone's understanding seemed to be correct, but why did it sound so strange? Forget it, never mind. Okay, then I agree. The old doctor suddenly understood. If the Great Xia continued to hide things, it would only arouse suspicion from many people. Revealing your hand directly can actually bring unexpected results. It can even lull all forces into a false sense of security, as the relationship between the various races is extremely tense right now. The Great Xia dynasty has been collecting outstanding female talents, and its power has been growing steadily, which inevitably attracts the attention of those with ulterior motives. Li Pujuan's tightly furrowed brows relaxed, and he calmly said, Now that everyone has expressed their opinions, let's make this Subai wedding a grand affair. Subai nodded heavily. Once the Martial Artists Alliance produces a level 14 martial artist, we won't need to propose marriage to each of them one by one anymore. At that time, we can directly release the information from the system. What? Nonsense, Subai, are you crazy? You need to know that you are more important than any of us here. This is too risky. Absolutely not. Subai cannot be harmed in any way, let alone be watched by so many people. Before Subai could finish speaking, voices of opposition rose from the crowd. They would not allow Subai to be harmed in any way. No. Subai shook his head sharply, his tone resolute, I'm not crazy. Once a level 14 martial artist appears in Great Xia, no force will dare to attack Great Xia. With the system added in, other races will only seek alliances with Great Xia and offer up their female prodigies. At that time, things will not develop the way they thought. They will only be able to become vassals of the Great Xia. Subai's voice wasn't loud, but it exploded in everyone's ears like thunder, striking their hearts hard. Everyone shuddered, and when they looked at Subai again, their eyes were filled with shock and emotion. For many years, Daxia has been developing in a stable manner. Of course, that's not wrong either. However, out of habit, even with so many powerful weapons, they still acted in the same way as before. This caused them to overlook the fact that Great Xia now needs to leverage the advantages of the system as quickly as possible to develop and unify all races. They may really be getting old. The group looked at each other, exchanged glances, and understood each other's thoughts. Call. Li Pujuan took a deep breath, stood up abruptly, and spoke in a powerful, resonant voice that made the roof vibrate. Let's have a grand wedding. With a systematic mechanism in place, our Great Xia is destined to stand completely against all other races. The plan from now on will proceed as Subai suggested. Our Great Xia has developed long enough. It's time to unsheath our bayonets against all races. Those who submit to the Great Xia will live, those who oppose the Great Xia will perish. After saying these words, he felt much more at ease, and even had a faint feeling that he was about to break through to the 13th level of martial artist. The others present were also excited. It had been a long time since they had felt this triumphant. Not only other races, but even the residents of Great Xia sometimes wonder if the martial alliance is too conservative. Su Bai's subsequent plan can be described as an open conspiracy, and it is completely unsolvable. We definitely can't win in a fight. With the system's rewards, the Great Xia will be the first to produce a level 14 martial artist. They have no choice but to obediently send over their clan's most talented individuals. Perhaps they can even get some benefits from the Great Xia. But if we go against the Great Xia, snort! Even without the Great Xia taking action, they might be completely devoured by other powerful races, leaving not even a trace of bones behind. More importantly, while they were sending their clan's female prodigies to the Great Xia, the system might have already unearthed many extraordinary treasures. With a consensus reached, the Martial Arts Alliance began to get busy. Meanwhile, news that Su Bai was about to marry the daughter of the Guan family in Yanjing spread among the top powers of the Great Xia Kingdom. What? The daughter of a prominent family in Yanjing actually married a prodigy from the Martial Arts Alliance? Who is Su Bai? Why have we never heard of him before? Could he be Li Pujuan's illegitimate son? I didn't expect Li Pujuan to have this ability. It's the Guan family, that fallen aristocratic family. Does the Martial Arts Alliance really think that a marriage alliance with a weak family can change anything? Ha! The Song family's daughter wasn't even chosen. Song Qinger went to protest and was humiliated? The betrothal gifts included 5 near-S-grade treasures. Could it be that the Great Xia dynasty is about to undergo a major upheaval? Such conversations were repeated several times within the various aristocratic families of the Great Xia dynasty in a short period of time. The Guan family of Yanjing was already among the top families, but even so, they still ended up like this. Many powerful families couldn't help but feel uneasy. What was wrong with the Martial Arts Alliance? Why did it suddenly make such a big move? Not just aristocratic families, but also the Kunlun Mountains. Here, a force even more powerful than the aristocratic families resides. In fact, many people are not even sure if these forces actually exist. Only some of their deeds have survived and been passed down by word of mouth. They are, of course, from an ancient sect. This force, which has been passed down since ancient times, is not lacking in peak level 13 martial artists. Yushu Cave, a cave full of modern style, has a huge electronic screen hanging on it. An old man sat cross-legged on a stone slab in the center of the spring, looking at the large screen in front of him with a slight frown. The cave was extremely quiet, with only the gurgling sound of the spring water. What is the Martial Arts Alliance doing? They are just some minor aristocratic families. Even if they had the guts, they wouldn't dare to lay a finger on our ancient sect. This news was also learned by other ancient sects in the Great Xia dynasty, but they all ignored it. What is the Martial Arts Alliance? What are all races compared to this? This is an era of spiritual energy revival. They must break through the limitations of a level 13 martial artist and achieve that legendary realm. Chapter 53. Are you Su Bai? For 3 whole days, the entire Martial Arts Alliance was immersed in a festive atmosphere. Lanterns and decorations were everywhere, and divine light filled the sky. Countless rare and exotic flowers and herbs were transplanted to the Martial Artists Alliance Hall, and countless elixirs and treasures were sent to the Martial Artists Alliance warehouse. Families from Yanjing, the Sakura Kingdom, nearby demon clans, and prominent figures from the Great Xia dynasty all came to offer their congratulations. The Sword Saint has also returned from the Sakura country, accompanied by Yasuji Koshi and the head of the snake-headed 8 families. Of course, Akasaka Gasuk did not come instead. He used the excuse of guarding the Cherry Blossom country to avoid attending the wedding. The Sword Saint didn't mind and agreed to his request. Tianxing also returned, and with that, all 7 top martial artists of the Martial Arts Alliance were gathered together. For a time, the Martial Arts Alliance was also bustling with activity. Su Bai did not appear in the main hall, but was in a room inside the hall, where Sword Saint and Xiongzhan protected him closely. Su Bai, hurry up and build the tower. Xiongzhan rapidly tapped on his phone screen with both hands, his expression tense. It's already been ordered. Su Bai also looked very serious, his hands almost blurring into shadows. Master Yi, you've gone mad while jungling. At the entrance of the hall, Paming and Beast King, dressed in proper Hanfu, stood at the door to greet the guests. Everyone who arrived at the entrance was taken aback to see these 2 powerful figures standing at the gate to greet them. After realizing what was happening, he quickly offered his compliments. Broken Sea, Beast King, I have long admired your names. Congratulations to the Martial Arts Alliance. They were filled with questions, unable to understand what the Martial Arts Alliance and the Yanjing aristocratic families were really up to with this marriage alliance. But when they saw the Martial Arts Alliance's extravagant wedding and the genuine joy on the faces of Paming and other top experts in the alliance, they couldn't help but begin to have doubts. Who exactly is Subai? To think I could enjoy such treatment in the Martial Arts Alliance. This is a legitimate official organization, with 3 venerable elders overseeing it. It's definitely not something that can be done haphazardly. I don't think so. Everyone was a little unsure. The wedding process was both elaborate and grand. The guests, seated in the lower seating area, kept their eyes fixed on the various entrances to the hall, searching for Subai's whereabouts. Meanwhile, in the small room behind the wedding reception desk, Subai was still playing games enthusiastically with Sword Saint and Xiongzhan. Subai, hurry up. The wedding will start soon. Xiongzhan looked nervous. He rarely played games, but he didn't expect this game to be so fun. Which company operates this game? The matchmaking system is terrible. Even the Sword Saint couldn't help but complain. Subai frantically tapped his fingers, not forgetting to answer the Sword Saint's question. It seems to be run by the Ma family in the south. The timeline has actually converged. Ma Huateng is indeed a remarkable person. Even in a world of high-level martial arts, he can still carve out his own niche. So it was them who caused this. No wonder there were so many problems. Upon hearing Subai's answer, the Sword Saint revealed a look of sudden realization. The wedding has begun, it's your turn to enter, Subai. Just then, Paming's aged voice came over. Good. With that, Subai put down his phone, stood up, and stretched. Seeing that Subai was about to leave, Xiongzhan panicked, his voice filled with resentment. Subai, don't go. We'll be pushing their crystal in 5 more minutes. Don't report me. Subai turned around, left his sentence behind, and turned to leave amidst the regretful gazes of Xiongzhan and the other man. Accompanied by the melodious sound of a piano, Subai walked slowly towards the stage with firm steps. As soon as he appeared on stage, everyone in the audience widened their eyes in surprise. Is this Subai? Aside from being a bit handsome, he's just average looking. I've never heard of this person before, and he doesn't look much like Li Pujuan. The guests racked their brains, but couldn't come up with any information about Subai. When Guan Xan, Yasuji Yukaina, and Sakurai Megumi appeared at the front desk of the lobby, all dressed in bright red embroidered robes. The guests who came to offer their congratulations were all dumbfounded, their minds filled with questions. Is it true, as rumored, that Subai married 3 women at the same time? A spoiled brat, utterly useless. Relying on the Martial Arts Alliance, he has done such absurd things. Could this Subai be Li Pujuan's illegitimate son? Whispers and discussions could be heard from among the guests. In their view, the Martial Arts Alliance was utterly corrupt, capable of doing such a thing. The members of the Martial Arts Alliance, however, remained completely absorbed in their own thoughts, seemingly oblivious to what they had heard. However, this scene appears quite different to people at the level of patriarchs of powerful families. I have met Guan Xin a few times. The other 2 should be martial artists from Japan. The Great Xia Martial Arts Alliance did a really good job keeping secrets. They managed to bring over the female prodigies of the Sakura Kingdom without anyone noticing. That Sakurai Gyur must be the head of the Sakurai family of the snake-headed Hachiman clan. This is a direct attack on their foundation. And that Yasuji Yukaina is the only daughter of Yasuji Etsu, the head of the snake-headed 8 families. The world is changing, it's going to change drastically. Their vision is indeed more advanced. How could they not see that the Martial Arts Alliance is playing a grand game? Now, the Sakura Kingdom has been completely reduced to a vassal state, and the Yenjing aristocratic family will soon follow suit. Other powerful families will likely be gradually brought under control as well. But isn't the Martial Arts Alliance taking too big a step? After paying respects to heaven and earth, the second part of the ceremony involves paying respects to the parents, Yasuji, Guan Shishio, and Li Pujuan. Li Pujuan was alright, he just maintained a polite smile. Yasuji and Guan Shishio did indeed straighten their bodies, and their expressions became somewhat stiff. They exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of panic in each other's eyes. This treatment is entirely thanks to their daughter. Throughout the wedding, everyone was preoccupied with their own thoughts and barely ate anything. However, Subai, the groom, was secretly overjoyed. Cool. This is so awesome. The 3 brides, each with their own unique charm and breathtaking beauty, wore red embroidered wedding gowns and blushed with shyness. Below them are the most powerful people in the Great Xia dynasty, probably wondering who they really are. Most people would probably consider themselves just a spoiled brat, right? When you find out what functions the system has, you'll be so envious. After the couple finished their vows, Subai finally led his bride back to the bridal chamber prepared for them. Honey, go ahead and do your work, don't overwork yourself. Yusuji Yukina rolled her eyes at Tsubai, said something with a hint of resentment, and then reluctantly followed Sakurai Gyura toward her room. My husband will definitely come back to me. 3, 2, 1. She turned around abruptly, but Tsubai was nowhere to be seen. Snort! Stomping her feet hard, Yusuji Yukina returned to her room sullenly. At this moment, Tsubai had already brought Guan Xien into the bridal chamber. The bridal chamber was decorated extremely luxuriously, with festive red everywhere. There were only the two of them in the room, and the atmosphere became somewhat awkward for a moment. Are you Tsubai? Chapter 50 for the Heavenly Scroll. Generous Rewards. The room was dimly lit, with only a warm yellow wall lamp by the bedside casting a soft halo around the edge of the bed. Guan Xien sat upright at the foot of the bed, her long, black hair loosely tied in a bun, with a few stray strands hanging down her neck. As she swayed gently, they brushed against her delicate skin, leaving a faint ticklish sensation. The embroidered dress seemed tailor-made for her, clinging tightly to her body and perfectly outlining her curvaceous figure. Her chest was full and rounded, but her waist was so thin it looked like it could break with a single grasp, and a section of her fair and slender calves was revealed at the slit in her skirt. Tsubai only glanced at it before feeling his mouth go dry. Those legs must feel so moist. She lowered her eyes slightly, her long eyelashes casting a light shadow under her eyelids. Her fingers unconsciously twisted the delicate buttons on her embroidered dress, her fingertips turning red, contrasting with the wine-red fabric, exuding an indescribable charm. She raised her head, her eyes misty with tears, and looked at the spoiled brat everyone was talking about, her voice soft and sweet. Are you Tsubai? Yes. Tsubai plopped down next to Guan Xien and instantly felt a soft sensation, followed by a surge of heat in his lower abdomen. A hand, as if guided by some unseen force, rested on Guan Xien's shoulder, covering most of her rounded breasts. However, you should call me husband now. Tsubai clearly felt the delicate body beside him tremble slightly. The next second, Guan Xien suddenly turned around, her large, watery eyes looking at him with a hint of grievance in them, her voice barely audible. Isn't it too fast? This completely melted Tsubai's heart. It must be so much fun to tease such an adorable and sweet girl. Tsubai rubbed his hands together, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. There's something even faster coming up. Ah! Ding! Detected that the host has successfully established a connection with their partner Guan Xien score 96 and conceived successfully. Number of times, 3. Total duration, 1 hour. The first time only lasted 3 minutes. Analysis shows that the host was too excited. Please note that the host is in excellent health and there is no need to worry. Rating, perfect with minor flaws. Rewards are being processed. System, have you upgraded? Listening to the system's report, Tsubai silently complained in his heart. 3 minutes isn't enough, it can't be an hour every time. Is that possible? Also, the game's summary function is great, so please don't summarize anymore. Congratulations, host, on receiving the final reward. Congratulations, host, on receiving the cultivation boost. Your current strength is that of a level 5 martial artist. 2. Congratulations, host, on receiving a talent boost, an SS level talent, the Heavenly Talisman. 3. Congratulations, host, you have obtained SS grade enchantment armor 10. 4. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the SS grade magic artifact, the Spirit Vein Cultivation Array Plate. Congratulations, host, you have obtained True Dragon Liquid 3. As the system's voice faded, a massive amount of information flooded into Tsubai's mind. At the same time, his aura was also surging, and every inch of his flesh and blood became 100 times stronger than before. The difference between each level among martial artists is extremely large. Tsubai has never fought against anyone, which is a small regret. However, he possesses the Immortal Cultivation Technique, the Eternal Green Mantra, along with 4 SS level talents. Tsubai was confident that he could instantly kill a martial artist of the same level, and even if the martial artist was 1 level higher, he was confident that he could fight them off. Unfortunately, Li Pujuan and the others will definitely not agree to let him take action. Well, what a pity. Enchanted armor can increase defense by 50% and also accelerate health and mana regeneration. This effect is a bit overpowered. No wonder it's an SS class weapon. There are 10 items, and coincidentally, the Martial Arts Alliance also has 10 peak level 13 martial artists. Let's leave the charge to the professionals. The Spirit Vein Cultivation Array can transform ordinary land into spirit fields, increase the concentration of spiritual energy, and cultivate rare and precious herbs. Elder Yao should like this very much. Subai stroked his chin. It's a pity it can only cover 1,000 square meters. The Heavenly Scroll? As his gaze swept over the next reward, Subai's body trembled slightly, from excitement. Is that the Tongtian talisman that abandons the cumbersome steps of traditional talisman casting, allows for instant casting of talismans with bare hands, and can simultaneously stack multiple talismans to enhance their power? This is so awesome! Subai couldn't help but burst into laughter. Being strong is only a temporary thing, but being handsome is a lifelong thing. The talisman faction within the cultivation system is extremely powerful, but unfortunately, due to the extreme difficulty in preparing talismans, this faction has been relegated to a supporting role. He became a tool in everyone's eyes. But with the Tongtian talisman, things are different. In battle, he can throw out all sorts of talismans as easily as scattering beans. Subai, what's wrong? On the bed, Guan Xian clutched the blanket tightly, wrapping herself up completely. Her face was flushed, and she asked in a slightly hoarse voice. Just now, Subai suddenly jumped off the bed and stood there laughing at the air. Still called Subai? Subai pretended to be angry, looked at Guan Xian, and questioned her. Dad. Dad. As she stammered out the words, Guan Xian's misty eyes seemed to well up with tears, and she blushed with embarrassment all the way to her ears. Subai, you're so mean. You're always bullying me. Just call me husband. Subai was also a little embarrassed. This girl's adorable and innocent demeanor was simply irresistible. His gaze fell on Guan Xian's deeply lowered head. He paused, then said, Wife, look at me. As he spoke, he gestured with both hands in the air at the same time. Guan Xian obediently raised her head, completely dumbfounded. Subai. No, it seems my husband is drawing a talisman, but you don't draw talismans like that. You need a stone carving pen that can be imbued with spiritual power. The talismans are inscribed on special paper, a process that requires utmost care. If you make a mistake, all your previous efforts will be wasted, and you'll have to start all over again. But the next second, Guan Xian's expression froze, and her mouth opened into an O shape. Subai swept his hands across the air, and two blue talismans appeared in the void. These two talismans seemed to appear out of thin air. The runes on them emitted a blue light, and the faint phantom image of another talisman appeared behind them. The surrounding spiritual energy converged towards the two talismans, which contained an aura that even she felt was dangerous. A talisman, was it drawn so easily? She covered her mouth, staring in shock at the scene before her, completely unaware that the blanket had slipped down, revealing large expanses of snow-white skin. Call. As soon as the talismans were formed, Subai gathered them up with both hands, and the two talismans, which were inscribed with intricate blue runes, disappeared into thin air. If these two talismans were released directly, they would probably punch a big hole in the wall. I wonder how Li Pujuan and the others will react when they see this reward. Thinking of this, Subai's lips curled up slightly. On the other side, Guan Xian sat blankly on the bed, no longer knowing how to describe her feelings. It's actually the legendary void drawing. How is that possible? Is Subai really a spoiled brat as rumored? Chapter 55. Guan Xian wants to become stronger. Yasuji is overwhelmed with praise. Guan Xian looked at Subai in disbelief, her eyes filled with disbelief. The act of drawing talismans in the void only exists in legends. She had heard Guan Shisho mention it many times. In the end, the latter could only sigh deeply, lamenting the loss of this innate supernatural ability. Unexpectedly, this spoiled brat, as everyone called him, actually possessed this talent. Honey, how did you do that? Her soft, sweet voice rang out again. Subai turned around, looked at Guan Xian, who was looking surprised, and grinned mischievously. Want to learn? Guan Xian's eyes widened instantly, her face filled with the expression, can I do it too? Cough cough. Subai's eyes darted around twice, a sudden inspiration struck him, and he suppressed a laugh as he spoke. Actually, I cultivated dual cultivation technique. If you form a connection with me, there is a chance that you will enhance your talent. Real? Guan Xian expressed his doubts. Of course. Subai looked serious, and he wasn't lying. At least after establishing a connection with him, everyone's cultivation level would improve. This conclusion is based on practical experience. In order to become stronger, Guan Xian cooperated fully, and when she was deeply moved, she even took the initiative to sit on him. All night long, spring was in full bloom, and the only sounds in the room were Subai's heavy breathing, Guan Xian's soft moans, and the sounds of flesh colliding. At this time, the martial artists who came to congratulate the Martial Arts Alliance also left one after another. The martial arts alliance really went all out this time. That's right, the Guan family of Yanjing is really about to soar to great heights. And the Snow Fox clan, who came to the Great Xia to ask to be taken in, can also be considered to have defied the heavens and changed their fate. At this point, everyone sighed inwardly. Having secured a powerful backing from the Great Xia, they certainly wouldn't have to worry about survival anymore. The Great Xia dynasty is among the most powerful of all races, and it is a dominant force in the northern part of this continent. But who exactly is this Su Bai? I just used the power of my family to investigate, but I haven't found any clues. Who says otherwise? I've never heard of him before, it's like he appeared out of thin air. Don't waste your energy. Here, it's easy for Great Xia to hide things if they want to. No need to guess anymore, Su Bai definitely has an extremely powerful background, but this is not a good thing for us. Yes, the reason why Great Xia is so powerful today is thanks to the hard work and dedication of the Martial Arts Alliance. Yes, there are constant conflicts between the various races these days. Who knows when the war between the races 1,000 years ago will be repeated? Everyone keenly sensed that something was amiss, but they couldn't pinpoint the crucial point. After this wedding, people in the world had already decided that Su Bai was a spoiled brat. However, what they didn't know was that this was exactly the effect the Martial Arts Alliance wanted to achieve. By the time they learned of Su Bai's secret, it was too late. By then, the Great Xia would probably have already truly become the leader of all races. Yusuji Katsu and the other Sakura warriors did not participate in any discussion, as it was meaningless to them. Now that Sakura had completely become a vassal state of Great Xia, if Great Xia told them to go east, they could only go east. What puzzled Yusuji was that after the Sword Saint and the Sea King demonstrated their strength in the Sakura country, those warmongers who had been clamoring to replace the Great Xia dynasty completely fell silent. A pang of sadness welled up in his heart. The weak have always only dared to draw their swords against the weaker ones. He had already met his daughter Yakaina and Sakurai Gyur, and knowing that they were both doing well, he was very content. Led by Yusuji Etsu, a group of warriors from the Sakura Kingdom were preparing to return to Sakura Kingdom when a voice came from behind them. Head of the Yusuji family, please wait. The group of Japanese warriors froze on the spot. Hadn't they already bid farewell to the Great Xia experts? Was there something else going on? Warriors from other factions also turned to look, their eyes filled with undisguised envy. Inside the conference hall, Yusuji stood trembling at the door, not even having the courage to look up at the 7 powerful figures. He was worried that his daughter would be mistreated if she married into the Martial Arts Alliance, but Xuanai didn't look mistreated at all. Not only is her complexion rosy, but her figure is also slightly fuller than before, and her aura is much stronger than before. The Martial Arts Alliance truly nurtured Yakaina as one of their own. At the wedding, he was even led directly to the head of the table, a treatment that undoubtedly made him feel like a true in-law. But he did not become complacent. He knew that the Great Xia was only giving him such preferential treatment because it was in accordance with the rules. If it were any other race, even the beautiful nation, which is also human, they probably wouldn't take him seriously at all. Head of the Yusuji family, there is no need to be nervous. A voice rang in Yusuji's ears. He looked up abruptly and met Li Pujuan's gentle smile, feeling somewhat bewildered. Li Pujuan was surprisingly kind in private, which made him feel flattered. Please take a seat. Xiong Zhan's gruff voice rang out, and he personally pulled out a chair from beside him with a loud bang, which made Yusuji's heart tighten. He hurriedly jogged a few steps, looking somewhat comical, with a fawning smile on his face and an extremely humble demeanor. War God Xiong, I can do it myself, please don't be so polite. Seeing this, all the martial artists of the Great Xia dynasty shook their heads helplessly. Actually, they missed the unruly and untamed nature of Japan in the past. Head of the Yusuji family, please don't be nervous. I asked you to stay here because there is something I would like to discuss with you. Li Pujuan smiled and slowly spoke. We will definitely cooperate with Great Xia 100%. Yusuji patted his chest, his eyes as determined as if he were about to join the martial arts league, but a trace of unease swept through his heart, and he quietly sighed. Good. Li Pujuan nodded in satisfaction, his tone slightly raised. That's right, we plan to set up the Xiantian Sealing Water Formation on the coast of the Sakura country. What? Upon hearing this, Yusuji felt his head buzzing. He looked at Li Pujuan, his voice trembling slightly. Is it that S-rank formation? Yes. Li Pujuan took in Yusuji's reaction, picked up his teacup, took a sip, and put it down with a slight smile. That's right, it's that formation. Yusuji Koshi abruptly stood up, his chair sliding across the floor with a jarring creak. His expression was one of excitement as he bowed to the crowd, saying, "On behalf of the people of Sakura country, I thank Great Xia for their kindness." As he spoke, he picked up the tea on the table and drank it all in one gulp. He had long heard of the Great Xia Xian Tian Sealing Water Formation, a formation capable of blocking attacks from peak level 13 martial artists. If the Sakura Kingdom had this formation, why would they need to live in constant fear? The group of powerful figures from Great Xia exchanged glances and smiled in unison. Li Pujuan tapped the table lightly with his fingertips and continued, "In addition, we also plan to set up a spatial array in the Sakura Kingdom to achieve direct communication with the Great Xia." Chapter 56 Spatial Array shocks Yusuji Ekisen, Sakura country completely submits. Why would the Great Xia be so kind as to give the Xian Tian Sealing Water Formation to the Sakura Kingdom? The control center of this formation is naturally firmly in the hands of the Martial Arts Alliance. The plan is quite simple, to completely bring Japan under its control. The key, of course, is the spatial array provided by the system. With this formation in place, the Martial Arts Alliance can reach the Sakura country in an instant. Everyone couldn't help but feel grateful to Tsubai, wondering how he was doing and what reward the system had given him. Thinking of this, everyone felt a surge of excitement. At this moment, Yusuji Kotetsu's expression was exceptionally interesting. His eyes were wide open, his chest was heaving, and he was having some difficulty breathing. The Great Xia dynasty actually has spatial arrays? How is this possible? Spatial arrays actually exist? There are actually people in Japan who dare to dream of replacing the Great Xia dynasty? That's wishful thinking. If anyone ever shows even the slightest thought like that again, he'll slap them to death. If you want to die, fine, but don't drag others down with you. Now, the Sakura Kingdom has no choice but to fully align itself with the Great Xia. With the spatial array in place, if there is any disturbance in the Sakura Kingdom, these mobile nuclear weapons from the Great Xia can instantly teleport to the Sakura Kingdom. They didn't give Japan any time to react at all. However, he couldn't muster even the slightest thought of resistance. Even a fool would know that he had to cling to the coattails of the Great Xia dynasty. The Great Xia dynasty is destined to conquer all races. Making our stance clear now will only benefit Japan, not harm it. No, it should probably be called Sakura Island. In a flash, countless thoughts flashed through Yusuji Kotetsu's mind, and he sorted things out little by little. Call. Yusuji let out a long sigh, his expression becoming even more solemn. He cupped his hands and said, "The Sakura Kingdom fully agrees to this matter. The Sakura Kingdom will wholeheartedly follow the Great Xia, serving it like a dog or a horse, and will obey the Great Xia's every command." The next day, just as dawn was breaking, Tsubai woke up. His gaze fell on Guan Xian, who was fast asleep beside him. Her brows were slightly furrowed, and her breathing was even. She was sleeping soundly. This little girl was unusually energetic last night. Tsubai's gaze softened even more. He moved very gently, as if afraid of disturbing the sweet dreams of the person beside him, slowly propping himself up to sit up, and carefully lifting the covers to get out of bed. After quickly getting dressed, Tsubai glanced back at Guan Xian, then turned and strode towards the Martial Arts Alliance's meeting hall. All the guests have left. Yesterday's liveliness seems like a dream, and the place has returned to its usual solemn atmosphere. With a creak, Tsubai pushed open the door and immediately saw 7 big shots sitting around a round table. Hearing the commotion coming from the gate, everyone knew without a doubt that Tsubai had arrived. Tsubai, the Sakura Kingdom is also going to set up a spatial magic array, and now the area of activity belonging to the Great Xia is even larger. As soon as he saw Tsubai, Li Pujuan couldn't wait to share the good news with him. Previously, spatial magic arrays had already been deployed all over the borders of the Great Xia dynasty. Now, the Cherry Blossom Kingdom is about to be set up as well. He believes that it won't be long before more places are equipped with spatial arrays. Then our subsequent plans will go much more smoothly. Tsubai nodded in satisfaction. The larger the activity area, the easier it would be to plunder the female prodigy. He paused for a moment, then said, "The harvest is in, and it's as bountiful as ever." Upon hearing Tsubai's words, everyone leaned forward slightly, their eyes filled with anticipation. Each time, the rewards given by the system have brought huge surprises. Now, the overall strength of the Great Xia is much stronger than before. First, 3 bottles of True Dragon Elixir. With a thought, 3 familiar bottles of medicine appeared in Tsubai's hand. Upon seeing these bottles of True Dragon liquid, everyone's eyes lit up, as each time they could gain 2 or 3 more S-level talent warriors. If other races knew about this, they would probably be green with envy. It's True Dragon liquid again. Xiongzhan burst into laughter, his tone full of admiration, now you're a martial artist who's supplying S-level talents to the Great Xia in batches. What Subai didn't know was that they had already used this True Dragon liquid on people who were absolutely loyal to the Martial Alliance. If they are all gone later, these people will become Subai's core group. Setting the True Dragon liquid aside, Subai had another thought, and a jade brick radiating a rich life force appeared in his hand. It is called a jade brick because this piece of jade is indeed square, but you can tell from the material that it is no ordinary object. Not to mention it also exudes a rich sense of life. Subai also felt a weight in his hand. It was the first time he had seen the physical form of this treasure. Feeling the soft texture of the jade brick, he was amazed. The treasures obtained from the system are truly all top quality. This was a treasure specifically designed to catalyze the spiritual energy field, and it made him feel that the spiritual energy in his body was much smoother. I couldn't help but look forward to the effect of this jade brick. Everyone's eyes were also burning with anticipation, especially Elder Yao, who was completely stunned. He took a deep breath before speaking. Subai, what is this? This is an SS-grade magic artifact, the Spirit Vein Cultivation Array Plate, which can transform ordinary land into spirit fields, increase the concentration of spiritual energy, and cultivate rare and precious materials. What? The old doctor felt like he was about to suffocate, because he was so excited that Subai had actually taken out such a treasure. Seeing the old doctor's expression, Subai scratched his head sheepishly and said, "It's a pity that it can only cover 1,000 square meters." 1,000 square meters? The old apothecary exclaimed in surprise. No one had ever seen the old apothecary show such an expression before. Even when Subai first took out the True Dragon liquid, the old apothecary had not lost his composure like this. Master Yao, is this magic artifact very powerful? The sword saint next to the old doctor couldn't help but ask, and everyone else looked over, their eyes full of curiosity. It's more than just powerful. 1,000 square meters of spirit fields. In a land as vast as our Great Xia, we only have one mu of spirit fields. No one knows more about medicinal herbs than me. Those high-grade medicinal herbs can only grow in spirit fields. Where do you think the Martial Arts Alliance gets those high-grade medicinal herbs? Do I need to explain what 1,000 square meters of spiritual field represents? As the old doctor spoke, he gestured with his hands, his eyes gleaming. Hearing the old doctor's words, everyone instantly understood the power of this magical artifact, and their hearts were filled with turmoil. This means that the Great Xia Kingdom will produce twice as many high-grade spiritual medicines every year thereafter. Martial arts training is, in fact, a competition for resources. The vast territory and abundant resources are definitely a major factor contributing to the strength of the Great Xia dynasty today. Looking at the other races, those powerful races, such as the dragons and demons, all occupy vast territories. The next moment, Yao Lao teleported in front of Subai, rubbing his hands together as he looked at Subai. May I borrow the Spirit Vein Cultivation Array Plate, young friend Subai? Although he was talking to Subai, his eyes were fixed on the magical artifact in Subai's hand, unable to look away. This was originally meant for you to use. Subai held the Spirit Vein Cultivation Array Plate in both hands and handed it to Yao Lao. Okay. The old doctor had no time to express his gratitude. He steadily accepted the array plate with both hands, his fingertips gently caressing the object, even unconsciously softening his breathing as if he were touching a precious treasure. Is there any reward? Xiongzhan rubbed his hands together, his eyes full of anticipation. Certainly. As Subai spoke, 10 sets of armor gleaming with a cold, sharp light suddenly appeared in the void. Chapter 57 Li Pujuan, Ancestor Shouwu said he has no face to see you if he doesn't break through. In the void, 10 sets of black armor stood in mid-air, exuding a powerful aura. The cold silver lines outlined the sharp contours and edges of the armor, making the surrounding space seem distorted. Everyone stared at the 10 sets of armor that had appeared out of thin air, their eyes glued to the scene, gasps of astonishment rising and falling. Subai, this is... Through the gap between the two suits of armor, he looked into Subai's calm eyes and asked, his voice trembling slightly. Just by sensing the aura of this armor, he felt as if he were facing a powerful opponent who had also awakened an S-rank enhancement talent. This is an SS-grade defensive weapon enchanted with armor, which can increase defense by 50% and also improve recovery speed. Subai explained patiently. Unbeknownst to him, Li Pujuan and the others felt as if a thunderclap had struck their ears, their breathing became rapid, and their gazes toward the armor became even more solemn. Increase defense by 50%? Can it also increase the recovery speed? What does this mean? This is equivalent to everyone gaining another enhancement type talent. If they were equipped with all 10 sets of armor, then even races like the dragons and demons, who are more powerful than the Great Xia, would no longer be a match for the Great Xia. Wait, there are 10 sets of armor here. The Martial Arts Alliance has a total of 10 peak level 13 martial artists, and Su Bai has taken them all out. Could it be that he means each of them will receive a set of armor? Xiong Zhan's eyes widened, and his breathing became much heavier. A 50% increase in defense? He had already awakened the S-rank talent of Infinite Evolution, and his defense value was renowned among all races. With an additional 50% defense bonus, who can break through his defense? Thinking of this, Xiong Zhan wished he could rush forward immediately and put on the armor. He swallowed hard, staring intently at Su Bai, waiting for Su Bai to speak. There are 10 peak level 13 martial artists in the Martial Alliance, and there are 10 sets of this armor. This will allow everyone to be equipped with these items, which will greatly enhance the strength of the Martial Arts Alliance. Su Bai's tone was full of excitement. The stronger the Martial Arts Alliance, the greater the benefits for him. Hearing Su Bai's words, everyone calmed down. Su Bai's meaning was quite clear. He intended to give all 10 sets of armor to them as a gift. Su Bai, I don't need this armor. You keep one set and give the rest to the Martial Arts Alliance. After a brief moment of thought, Li Pujuan spoke. No. Xiong Zhan shook his head, glancing longingly at the armor before him. My defense is the strongest, so I don't really need this armor. I'll pass. Xiong Zhan, you have the strongest defense. This armor increases your attributes by 50%. With this armor, no one among the myriad races will be able to break through your defense. Just then, the old apothecary spoke up. I don't participate in battles very often, so you can use this armor. Don't stand there any longer. Su Bai already gave me an S-grade battle axe last time. Tianxing spoke, glancing at the 10 sets of armor floating in the air before turning away without a second thought. Everyone, there's no need to refuse. Su Bai looked at the group of powerful figures in front of him and shook his head helplessly. This armor enhances percentage-based attributes. It would be most effective for you gentlemen to use it. I already have the Xiangang pendant. He paused for a moment, then continued, besides, I don't usually fight anyone, so this armor is really a bit of a waste for me. Stop making excuses, put it on and try it on to see how it looks. With a wave of his hand, Su Bai placed several sets of armor in front of Li Pujuan and the others. He couldn't help but chuckle to himself. How could these powerful figures from Great Xia act like children? You want it but are too embarrassed to take it. However, Su Bai's thinking seemed to be a case of the well-fed not understanding the hunger of the starving. If the myriad races were to learn of these 10 sets of armor, it might prematurely trigger a war among them. Call. After letting out a long sigh of relief, Li Pujuan was the first to speak. Everyone, stop being so formal. From now on, just focus on finding partners for Su Bai. As he spoke, he reached out and touched the enchanted armor in front of him. Buzz. The next moment, the armor emitted a buzzing sound. Blue light enveloped him like a tide, and countless metal fragments rapidly coalesced and assembled in the air, emitting crisp crackling sounds, exuding a strong sense of technology. The black armor covered his entire body almost instantly. Immediately afterwards, blue energy patterns spread across it like a spider web, shimmering with a cold light. Everyone was stunned. If they hadn't known that the enchanted armor was a reward from the system, they probably would have rushed to rescue Li Pujuan. How about it? The old doctor asked in a trembling voice, his cloudy eyes filled with shock. This. Li Pujuan stood up and stretched. The armor, which looked heavy, felt weightless on his body. He shook his arms, and his movements were not hindered in the slightest. On the contrary, the speed at which the true energy circulated in my body became much smoother. It seemed as if some unseen force was guiding him. With a thought, the armor vanished into thin air before everyone's astonished eyes. Where did this armor go? I don't know, I can't sense its presence anymore. Could it be that this armor has fused with the guild leader? Li Pujuan raised his arms and looked at them. His lips moved twice, but he couldn't make a sound. He only felt a buzzing in his ears and his mind went blank. There wasn't a trace of armor left on him. But he could still clearly sense that the armor was still attached to his body, protecting him at all times. Immediately afterwards, an uncontrollable smile suddenly tore open his lips, and Li Pujuan's tone rose a fraction. The armor is still here, you just can't see it. Everyone, hurry up and put them on. You'll see once you've put them on. He kept everyone in suspense, but no one paid any attention. They glanced at Su Bai with gratitude and then reached out their hands toward the enchanted armor in front of them. Suddenly, streaks of blue light flashed throughout the conference hall. Subai, you're quite the lad. Xiongzhan couldn't stop grinning. We owe them another huge favor. He voiced what everyone was thinking. That's too kind of you. Subai waved his hand. If it weren't for everyone's hard work in finding me a partner every day, I wouldn't be where I am today. He looked at the remaining 3 sets of armor in the air and said, I will send the remaining 3 sets of enchanted armor to Ancestor Xiuwu right away. Forehead. Li Pujuan's eyebrows twitched. Subai, I'll go instead. Ancestor Xiuwu said he wouldn't dare face you if he didn't break through to level 14 in a day. Chapter 58 Ancestor Xiuwu is slow 10,000 Demon Valley. Ah. Subai was stunned for a moment, his mouth agape, staring at Li Pujuan in disbelief. Ancestor Xiuwu said he was too ashamed to see him? He reached up and scratched the back of his head, not quite understanding. That's the situation. Li Pujuan was also somewhat helpless. The old Ancestor Xiuwu was indeed a bit stubborn. Once he made up his mind about something, not even 8 oxen could pull him back. After all, he was able to kneel down before Subai in front of so many people last time. Thinking of this, Li Pujuan's face darkened. Oh well. Subai helplessly shrugged, saying nothing more. The older generation has its own kind of romance. By the way, Subai, what's your current strength? Suddenly, Li Pujuan thought of something, looked up at Subai, and asked. He could sense that Subai's aura was much stronger than before. However, the leveling speed will be slower after each level of martial artist. Back then, it took him a full year to upgrade from a level 4 martial artist to a level 5 martial artist. Upon hearing Li Pujuan's question, everyone stopped studying the enchanted armor's functions and looked up, their eyes filled with anticipation. I am now a level 5 martial artist. Subai seemed to be talking about a trivial matter. After he finished speaking, the conference hall fell silent. The expressions on everyone's faces were somewhat strange, and the atmosphere became eerily awkward. Marrying a wife increases one's strength by a whole level, and one also gains the Eternal Green technique. Subai is now a level 5 martial artist. Everyone frowned slightly and began to ponder. Xiongzhan, in particular, even started counting on his fingers and muttered to himself. Subai is currently at level 5. He gains 1 level for each wife he marries. That means if Subai marries 9 more wives, he will become a level 14 martial artist? Even if the later upgrades are more difficult, it doesn't matter. I can just marry 1 or 2 more. At the current pace of the Martial Arts Alliance, it won't be long before Subai becomes a level 14 martial artist. His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. Everyone curled their lips, thinking to themselves, by the time Ancestor Xiuwu breaks through, Subai will probably have already unified all races. By the way, young friend Subai, did you receive any talent boosts this time? The old doctor's voice broke the awkward atmosphere. He remembered that Guan Xian's awakened talent was rune crafting, which was a branch of the auxiliary talents in forging, specializing in rune crafting. His awakened talent is S-level rune array heart, giving him a natural talent for array formations, alchemy, and medicine making. I don't know much about talismans, but it would be a good thing if Subai could pass on this talent. The power of talismans is still quite strong. There are still talismans in the Alliance's supply depot. They can play an unexpected role in critical moments. It's just too troublesome to make. I remember that the Guan family usually locked themselves in their rooms, ignoring worldly affairs, and focusing on making talismans. It seems there were powerful beings in ancient times who could draw talismans in the air, but that's just a legend. To casually throw out a talisman is just too exaggerated. Yeah, if someone really had that ability, wouldn't that be equivalent to having hundreds of talents? The crowd was buzzing with discussion, clearly not taking it too seriously. Subai's eyes lit up, and a smug smile appeared on his lips. This time I obtained the SS level talent, the Heavenly Talisman, which allows me to draw talismans without those complicated steps. How is that possible? This was everyone's first thought, but when they thought of all the surprises Subai had brought them before, that thought vanished instantly. Subai, are you saying you can draw talismans in the air? The old doctor looked at Subai, his eyes filled with anticipation. Subai, show us what you've got to see. Xiongzhan's rough voice rang out. The others also looked on with anticipation. They hadn't expected that Subai would actually recreate the legendary scene. Good. Subai nodded, gesturing with his hands in the air. To everyone's astonishment, 2 blue talismans appeared in the void. These 2 talismans seemed to appear out of thin air. The runes on them emitted a blue light, and the faint phantom image of another talisman appeared behind them. The surrounding spiritual energy converged towards the two talismans. Blue-purple arcs of electricity surged wildly, and the oppressive force made the air hiss. Lightning ability? Li Pujuan narrowed his eyes, staring intently ahead. No, this is a Five Thunder talisman. The old apothecary stretched out his hand, pointing to the gradually forming illusory image of the talisman in front of him, his voice trembling slightly. Everyone noticed something and marveled at it. Subai, feel free to shoot at me. Xiong Zhan suddenly stood up and went to the open space behind him, his expression excited. Good. Subai naturally wanted to see the power of the Five Thunder talisman, so he didn't hold back any longer. He swung his arm violently, and two sharp arcs of electricity, accompanied by a whistling sound that tore through the air, hurtled towards Xiong Zhan. With a crackling sound, an electric arc exploded in front of Xiong Zhan. This power is comparable to an A+ level lightning ability. Subai is just unfamiliar with talismans. If he were to study talismans more thoroughly, it wouldn't be surprising if he could unleash the power of an S-rank lightning ability. This is insane. It can unleash the effects of hundreds of talents with a casual move. The group of powerful figures from Great Xia were all shocked, their voices filled with surprise. They witnessed the rise of a genius. Good lad. Xiong Zhan shook his hands, the white smoke dissipated, and the blue light of the enchanted armor faintly appeared. If you had reached the 13th level of martial artist, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to withstand a single move from you. This expert, who ranked among the top 3 in overall strength in the Great Xia dynasty, was now completely convinced of Subai's abilities. Well done, Subai. Let's all get moving and continue to find high-scoring partners for Subai. You go ahead and search for it. I'll go and study this spirit vein cultivation array first. Subai brought so many surprises to Xia, and everyone was full of energy, continuing to search for high-scoring women for Subai. At this time, in the south of Daxia, the 10,000 Mountains, deep within the Valley of 10,000 Demons, lies the Palace of 10,000 Demons. The walls of the main hall are made of bronze-colored stone, engraved with dense, weathered animal patterns, like the afterimages of an ancient ritual, appearing particularly ferocious and eerie under the dim candlelight. In the center of the hall, a burly man, no less imposing than Xiong Zhan, slowly set down his teacup and spoke. Lion King, that little bastard from your clan has taken in all those demons now. This is a slap in the face for us. His gaze fell on the middle-aged man with golden brown hair sitting on the stone bench in the middle, his tone full of sarcasm. Chapter 59 The Mad Demon Subai, you've got a score of 90, why don't you just make do? The atmosphere inside the hall instantly became extremely oppressive, and all the demon kings turned their gazes to the golden brown-haired man on the black iron throne. Ao Jin, the patriarch of the Burning Sky Lion clan. Those demon kings at the tail end, who were slightly weaker, didn't even dare to breathe loudly, for fear of angering this tyrannical Lion King. To the left of the blonde-haired man, a sinister-looking man with 2 horns on his head sat expressionless throughout, as if the undercurrents within the hall had nothing to do with him. He slowly and deliberately picked up the celadon teacup in front of him, his fingertips tracing the dark patterns on the cup's surface. He took a small sip of the warm tea, his elegant movements completely out of place with the fierce atmosphere that filled the hall. Some of the demon kings in the front row frowned slightly and narrowed their eyes, while others suddenly opened their eyes wide, their eyes seemingly filled with anticipation. The candlelight inside the hall flickered, and the dancing light particles fell on the face of the blonde-haired man. In the dim light, it was impossible to see his expression at that moment. Only those eyes, without anyone noticing, were now covered by a heavy gloom. The man, whose stature was as large as a small mountain, was subtly observing the reactions of the demon kings in the hall out of the corner of his eye. His body was bulging with muscles, and his bare arms were covered with crisscrossing scars, each scar representing a bloody battle. The man's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile, carrying a hint of calculation and provocation. If Ji Xian, the patriarch of the Snowfox clan, were here, he would naturally recognize this burly man at a glance. Chieftain of the Shaking Mountain Bear clan, Barbarian Butcher. A level 13 peak martial artist, powerful and ruthless. Snort. Ao Jin snorted coldly, Barbarian slaughterers, isn't occupying so much territory enough? Now they're even eyeing the Great Xia? Ha ha. When the barbarian's thoughts were exposed, he was not angry, but instead laughed loudly. Lion King, there are too many monks and not enough porridge in the Valley of 10,000 Demons. I don't care about territory, and my brothers under me don't agree either. Besides, who would complain about having too much territory? Lion King Ao Jin also took in everyone's reactions, and a surge of excitement ran through his heart. He had recently learned a lot of news from the Great Xia. Man 2 is right. The 10,000 Demon Valley is indeed in a situation where there are too many monks and not enough porridge. There are 5 top forces in the main hall now, and each of them has more or less a few peak level 13 warriors. Among them, the Burning Sky Lion clan is the most powerful, with 3 peak level 13 warriors within its ranks. The Mountain Shaking Bear clan and the Shadow Poisonous Flood Dragon clan are next, each with 2 peak level 13 warriors. Other demon races each have only 1 peak level 13 martial artist within their clan. Which of these top powers hasn't annexed other demon races? The weak have no chance of survival here. If it weren't for the fact that the remaining few demon clans were relatively powerful, and that they were afraid of a mutually destructive conflict that would allow other demon clans to take advantage of the situation, they probably would have already started a massacre. On the surface, the Valley of 10,000 Demons seems to have achieved a balance, but this balance is far too fragile, like a huge wave lurking beneath a calm sea. It's hard to say what will happen when this undercurrent reaches the surface of the sea. However, the Great Xia forces are still quite powerful, with as many as 10 peak level 13 martial artists alone. More importantly, the Great Xia Martial Arts Alliance is a cohesive unit, and the number of peak level 13 martial artists in the 10,000 Demon Valley is no less than that of the Great Xia. However, once on the battlefield, the number of Demon Kings cannot be used as a sole criterion for comparison. After a brief moment of thought, he spoke. I should have slapped that kid to death back then. Who would have thought he'd actually run off to Great Xia? Upon hearing the Lion King's words, the Demon Kings lowered their heads slightly, a hint of disappointment in their eyes. It seems the Lion King still has no intention of attacking Great Xia. Man 2 frowned slightly, and after only a brief moment of thought, he continued to embellish the story, saying, in the end, he is a troublemaker. You killed the old Lion King back then, but you were careless and let that human woman take Ao Lai back to the Great Xia. If Ao Lai were to return one day and challenge you for the position of Patriarch of the Burning Sky Lion clan. Upon hearing this, Ao Jin slammed his hand hard on the marble table in front of him. Bang! A loud bang shook the entire hall, and the hard marble tabletop shattered instantly, sending shards of stone flying everywhere. Immediately afterwards, the large pieces of rock, under the impact of the remaining force, further disintegrated into dust, which fell to the ground in a flurry. His heavy breathing echoed in the hall, his face, covered in golden mane, suddenly contorted, veins bulging on his brow, and his scarlet pupils surging with a murderous glint. How dare he? How dare a mere bastard set his sights on the position of Patriarch of my Burning Sky Lion clan? Upon hearing this, the eyes of the Demon Kings gleamed with undisguised anticipation. Lion King, although Great Xia has many powerful individuals, Great Xia is a vast territory. By the time they arrived, we had already occupied the Jueyuan mountain range in the southern part of Great Xia. Yes, not to mention that Piming has been guarding the eastern sea, and Tianxing has been guarding the northern border. Those 3 human ancestors rarely appear in the world, and it is unknown whether they are dead or alive. I also have a letter from spies from aristocratic families. The Great Xia is now corrupt and rotten, and they are constantly plundering female talents from all over the country, which has aroused dissatisfaction among the people. These words struck a chord with the Lion King. He abruptly raised his head, a wide grin spreading across his face, revealing 2 rows of sharp fangs. His breathing became heavy and rapid, his chest heaving violently. All right, I agree to attack Great Xia. What do you all think? After saying that, his gaze swept over the other people in the hall. The cold-blooded man to his left, Yusha, the Patriarch of the Shadow Poison Dragon clan, revealed a cruel smile. I also agree to attack Great Xia. There's still a branch of the Dragon clan there. Seeing that the 3 Demon Kings all agreed to attack Great Xia, the Demon Kings below leaned forward, their eyes burning with fervor. Some instinctively rubbed their claws, while others frequently swallowed their saliva. Their impatient greed filled the entire hall with a bloodthirsty desire. The Blood Wolf clan of the Ferocious Wind has agreed to attack Great Xia. The Shattered Mountain Demon Ape clan has agreed to attack Great Xia. The Molten Lizard Royal family has agreed to attack Great Xia. The top floor conference hall of the Martial Arts Alliance headquarters. The group of powerful figures continued to tirelessly select the most outstanding talents from among all races. After searching through a group of prodigies for a long time, most of them were female prodigies who scored just over 90 points, and those who scored over 95 points were extremely rare. Subai, why don't you make do with this 90? The reward might be a little less, but you're just sitting around doing nothing anyway. Xiang Zhan's gruff voice rang out as he looked at Subai with a playful expression. All right. Subai looked at the graceful figures in the center of the round table and nodded reluctantly. If it were in my past life, seeing these figures would probably have made me lose control immediately. After all, I've eaten good meat before, so when I see this, I can't help but feel that it's not quite there yet. However, for the sake of Great Xia, we should just accept the loss. There are a few high-scoring female prodigies in this valley of 10,000 demons. Why don't we just go over and plunder a few of them? Chapter 60 Urgent Report from the Southern Region. The Demon Clan delivers themselves to our doorstep. The speaker was none other than the Beast King Ao Lai. He lightly tapped the table with his fingertips, his gaze falling on the illusory image of the demon race's prodigy on the light screen. His tone was calm, yet it concealed a subtle, almost imperceptible thought. As he finished speaking, everyone cast a complicated look at him. Su Bai keenly observed the scene, and after a moment's thought, he realized something. I feel it's okay. Xiongzhan slammed his hand on the table, his rough laughter filled with restlessness, his eyes surging with an intense, unyielding fighting spirit. I've heard that the mountain-shaking Bear Clan savages are incredibly powerful, so I'll just have to test the power of this enchanted armor. I have no objection. Tianqing sat upright to the side, still with that expressionless expression. But deep in his eyes, a flame of excitement ignited, just like Xiongzhan's. The Sword Saint remained silent, as if the discussions in the hall had nothing to do with him. However, the occasional glimpse of sharp sword energy emanating from him revealed his attitude. Seeing their reactions, Ao Lai clenched his fists under the table, his heart pounding, and a glimmer of anticipation flashed in his eyes. The old apothecary stroked his beard, his brows furrowing slightly, his expression showing obvious hesitation. It is too risky to send troops rashly. The number of experts in the 10,000 Demon Valley is even greater than that of the Great Xia. This matter needs to be carefully considered. Paming sat on the other side, his fingertips unconsciously stroking the jade pendant at his waist, his brows slightly furrowed, clearly weighing the pros and cons. Li Padian didn't say much, but simply stretched out his right hand and silently swiped the screen. One by one, the illusory figures of female demon prodigies appeared in the center of the hall. He looked at Su Bai and said, Su Bai, what do you think of these? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes turned to Su Bai. Especially Ao Lai, whose claws unconsciously extended and dug deep into his palms without him noticing. Su Bai didn't use the system to score him at all. He took a deep look at Ao Lai, and the image of Ji Yao looking out the window with a lonely expression unconsciously appeared in his mind. Now, these powerful figures in Great Xia are all equipped with enchanted armor, which has boosted their strength to a whole new level. Furthermore, Great Xia possesses spatial arrays. Even if we are fighting on multiple fronts, there will be absolutely no problem. He let out a long breath and finally made a decision. There are quite a few high-scoring female geniuses in the Valley of 10,000 Demons. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Pujuan nodded slightly. Just then, a sharp alarm sounded in the hall, and everyone looked up. After quickly glancing at the message, a cold smile curled at the corners of everyone's lips. For so many years, the Great Xia has never taken the initiative to attack other races. I never expected that the 10,000 Demon Valley would become so arrogant as to take the initiative to invade. Li Pujuan looked up at everyone, a hint of relief on his face. Now you don't need to think of any reasons to go to the Valley of 10,000 Demons. 15 minutes ago. The Jueyuan Mountains are filled with dew-laden spiritual herbs enshrouded in spiritual energy, creating a tranquil and peaceful atmosphere. But at the edge of the sky, several dark shadows that blot out the sun were rapidly approaching. The enormous spaceship resembled a floating mountain range, its hull engraved with ferocious beast patterns, exuding a suffocating demonic aura that blocked out most of the sunlight from reaching the entire mountain range. On the deck of the airship, 5 demon kings stood at the front, greedily watching the scene below. 5 demon kings went here this time. They are Mantu, Aotsong, the great elder of the Burning Sky Lion clan, Yuhi, the great elder of the Shadow Poison Dragon clan, Langley, the clan chief of the Wrathful Wind Blood Wolf clan, Yuanshur, the clan chief of the Shattered Mountain Demon Ape clan, and Shi Yen, the clan chief of the Molten Fire Lizard King clan. Ha ha ha. The spiritual energy in the Jueyuan Mountains is even more abundant than rumored. The savage snarled, his sharp claws rubbing against the ship's hull, his eyes greedily scanning the forest below. Those idiots from the Great Xia dynasty actually left such a good place to a bunch of stray dogs. The shadowy abyss beside him seemed to echo his sentiment, toying with a still pulsating demon core in his palm, a prize he had previously plundered. It's more than just spiritual energy. I've heard that this mountain range is home to many spiritual herbs and immortal plants, as well as resources left behind by martial artists from the Great Xia dynasty. Once we've pacified this place and captured those bastards to refine into flesh pills, our strength will definitely increase even further. The demon race is extremely poor at both alchemy and array formation. For them, the most direct way to become stronger is to plunder, devouring warriors of other races as flesh pills to extract their source power to nourish themselves. This is an instinct etched into their very bones, and it is also the root cause of the 10,000 Demon Valley's long-term harassment of various races and its bloodthirsty and warlike nature. The demon soldiers on the deck were all eager to fight, their fangs bared, and their eyes bulged with bloodlust, as if they could already see the devastation that would ensue below the mountain. Deep in the mountains, several demons who were picking spiritual herbs suddenly froze, and the herbs in their hands fell to the ground. When they saw the familiar emblem of the 10,000 Demon Valley on the skyship, they trembled violently, their faces turned ashen, and their teeth chattered uncontrollably. It's a spaceship from the Valley of 10,000 Demons. A demon woman screamed in despair, her body curling up uncontrollably behind a rock, her hands covering her face as the painful memories of her clan's annihilation surged back like a tidal wave. 6 months ago, in order to seize territory and resources, the 10,000 Demon Valley slaughtered the entire Howling Moon Wolf clan overnight, sparing no one, including the old, weak, women, and children. If she hadn't escaped to the Great Xia and been taken in by the Beast King Ao Lai, she would have long since become the flesh pill in the mouths of the demon generals. Have they come to slaughter the entire clan again? A fox demon with a severed left arm was tense all over, its knuckles digging into the soil, its nails breaking and bleeding, yet it was completely unaware. He vividly remembered that his tribe was razed to the ground by the barbarian chieftain and his bear army simply because of a single insufficient offering. The screams of his people and the sound of bones breaking still echoed in his mind. On Ice Soul Peak, Ji Xian keenly sensed several powerful auras approaching. After advancing to the 12th level of martial artist, his perception had greatly improved. He stopped cultivating, pushed open the door and went outside. When he saw the sky-covering flying ship, he was frozen in place, his pupils filled with fear and hatred. Call! Ji Xian took a deep breath, his chest heaving violently, the cold air rushing into his lungs, barely suppressing his surging emotions. He raised his hand and placed it on the communication jade talisman at his waist, his fingertips turning white from the pressure. His voice trembled almost imperceptibly, yet remained unusually firm. All the elderly, weak, women and children in the clan must hide and not come out no matter what happens. The rest of you, assemble immediately and follow me to the Martial Arts Alliance branch. Hurry! At this moment, the other demon clan leaders in the mountains who had been taken in by the Great Xia also noticed the strange movement in the sky. The fears and anger of the past intertwined, almost threatening to consume them. After a fierce internal struggle, they all ultimately made the same choice as Ji Xian. With the protection and trust of the Great Xia, the tribe was able to survive, but if the Great Xia no longer took them in, then extermination would truly be the only option. At the southern region branch of the Martial Arts Alliance, Li suddenly opened his eyes. This aura is definitely no less than that of a level 13 martial artist. When his gaze fell upon the spatial array subarray hidden in the mountains and forests not far away, his anxious heart felt a little more at ease. Without hesitation, he immediately pressed the pager button. Chapter 61, The Enemy at the Gates, the imminent shattering of the myriad blades of azure waves formation. Li Yi's voice carried an undeniable urgency, the border is in dire straits. All members of the Martial Arts Alliance must assemble immediately. The signal pierced through the dense forest of Nanyu, and within a short quarter of an hour, the sounds of clashing steel armor and hurried footsteps converged into a torrent. The dark mass of people quickly formed ranks on the open ground, their momentum overwhelming. Captain Li. We're here. A familiar voice called from behind. Li Yi turned around and saw Ji Xian, holding the Ice Soul Profound Snowspear, rushing towards him with dozens of corps members. His battle robes fluttered and the weapons in his hands gleamed coldly. Many demon leaders also rushed over upon hearing the news, their beastly eyes filled with solemnity. Seeing this scene, Li Yi was also moved. These demon leaders were unaware that the southern region was equipped with spatial arrays. In short, they were truly prepared to fight to the death. Don't worry, everyone, the leaders from the Martial Arts Alliance will be here soon. Time was of the essence, so Li Yi simply said one sentence and headed towards the border without looking back. How is it possible that the leaders of the Martial Arts Alliance will arrive so soon? This is the southernmost point, it will take at least an hour to get there. Hopefully we can hold on. The demon leaders looked at each other, sighed helplessly, but still rushed forward without hesitation. The tremors of the battlefield drew ever closer, and a sense of unease settled over everyone. This attack was on a massive scale. Enemy attack. So many people. Demons who had gone out to gather medicinal herbs kept returning from the forest, their faces filled with panic and panting heavily. The Myriad Blades Azure Wave Formation has dominated the southern border of the Great Xia dynasty for hundreds of years. It is a near S-level formation personally set up by the top experts of the Martial Arts Alliance. Since its completion, this formation has been like an iron wall spanning the heavens and the earth, preventing the demons of the 10,000 Demon Valley from daring to cross the line. But at this moment, the heavy stench of blood mixed with the smell of gunpowder had completely polluted the fresh air around the formation. The fleet of flying ships from the Valley of 10,000 Demons blotted out the sky, their bow cannons spewing crimson flames, and a dense barrage of shells poured down like a torrential rain, each bombardment causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Attack! Aotsong's furious shout, amplified by spiritual energy, clearly resounded throughout every airship. Clang! A deafening roar erupted as the cannonball, carrying earth-shattering force, crashed into the array's light barrier. In an instant, the dazzling array of light, as brilliant as the rising tide of a blue sea, shook violently, and ripples spread wildly. The once ever-flowing golden array patterns dimmed at a visible speed, leaving only a faint layer of white light clinging to life. Spider-web-like cracks spread out densely along the veins of the array. Attack! Aotsong gave another stern order, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. The airships unleashed a barrage of fire, a new wave of artillery fire crashing down on the light screen like meteors chasing the moon. Outside the formation, four incredibly powerful figures hovered in mid-air. They were the 5 top experts of the 10,000 Demon Valley. The Shadow Poison Dragon Clan's Grand Elder, Yoha, was surrounded by surging black mist, while the Blood Wolf Clan's chief, Linely, stirred up a howling gale. The Shattered Mountain Demon Ape Clan chief, Apestone, swung a massive boulder weighing 1,000 pounds, while the Molten Fire Lizard King Clan chief, Lizard Flame, was surrounded by flowing magma. 5 top experts from the 10,000 Demon Valley also occasionally unleashed their innate divine abilities, impacting the light curtain that spanned the heavens and earth. As the light barrier grew dimmer and the cracks became more numerous, the 5 powerful figures all revealed relaxed and mocking smiles. This broken formation will surely shatter within a quarter of an hour. Yuan Shi pounded his chest, his voice like muffled thunder. Once the Martial Arts Alliance reinforcements arrive, this place will already be ours. Aotsong licked his lips, his eyes filled with greed. The Jueyuan Mountains are the homeland of my Wanyao Valley. Even if Li Pujuan comes in person, do you think he can take it back from us? That's just wishful thinking. Lang Li's voice was full of arrogance. Just then, a disdainful sneer rang out. Ha, look who's here. Isn't this our defeated foe? Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw that on the other side of the formation, the Martial Arts Alliance army, led by Li Yi, was ready for battle. Advanced martial artists have eyesight far exceeding that of ordinary people. Through the shaky light barrier, their gazes clashed fiercely, and invisible sparks instantly exploded in the air. When Ji Xian saw the imposing figure, as tall as a small mountain, at the very front of the spaceship, he was struck dumb, frozen in place. Barbarian! Barbarian slaughter! His voice trembled uncontrollably, his body shook violently, his pupils suddenly shrank to the size of pinpoints, and his eyes surged with extreme fear and deep-seated hatred. His enemy was right in front of him. Even though he had successfully broken through, he still couldn't avenge himself when he saw that imposing figure. That was his lifelong nightmare. In that battle, he was severely injured by a single blow from the barbarian, and almost died. Most of his clansmen also perished in that war. Now that his enemy is right in front of him, even though he has successfully broken through, fear still dominates his fear when he sees his enemy again. Barbarian slaughter? These 2 words resounded like thunder within the army led by the demon chief. Gasps of shock rang out as everyone's eyes turned to the burly figure, their faces instantly turning deathly pale. And there's Aotsong, the great elder of the Burning Sky Lion clan. Yoha, the old monster of the Shadow Poison Dragon clan. Wolf Fury, Apestone, Lizard Flame, they're all here. These 5 people are all peak level 13 martial artists. The gasps were tinged with an undisguised despair. Unlike the chaos caused by the demon army, the warriors of the Martial Alliance remained firmly gripping their weapons, their faces expressionless. Li Yi naturally recognized the 5 demon kings. He remained expressionless, but his heart sank heavily. Call! He let out a long breath, forced himself to calm down, looked at the chaotic demon army, and shouted sharply. Calm down. Everyone, stay calm. The Alliance's leaders are on their way. Our objective is to protect the southern border before they arrive. After he finished speaking, the demon leaders calmed down considerably, though their hearts were still pounding. It would take the Martial Arts Alliance at least 2 hours to get here. In 2 hours, they would probably have been drained of their lifeblood by these demon kings. Seeing that everyone had calmed down, Li Yi turned his head and looked at the increasingly dim formation and the figure with an extremely strong martial arts aura. His hands clenched unconsciously, his fingers turning bluish-white, and he gave a bitter smile. "Sir, you'd better hurry up and come over." Snap! A faint, almost imperceptible sound suddenly pierced the deafening roar of artillery fire. Chapter 62: A moment of life and death, the Sword Saint saves the day. Everyone froze, turning to look in the direction of the sound. On the already dim and lifeless 10,000 Blades Azure Wave Array light screen, cracks were slowly breaking apart. Oh no! The Myriad Blades Azure Wave formation is about to collapse. A piercing scream instantly ignited the pent-up panic. A commotion erupted, but no one turned to flee. The warriors of the Martial Alliance guarding the southern region gritted their teeth, gripped their weapons tightly, and fixed their resolute eyes on the bloodthirsty Demon King in mid-air. This time, we'll be facing our enemy in close combat. This is fate, and we cannot escape it. The Great Xia has protected us for so long, it's time for us to do something in return. Faced with a life-or-death moment, the Demon King's inherent ferocity was fully unleashed. Ji Xian's turbulent heart gradually calmed down. He glanced back and saw that the Snow Fox clan's lineage was still preserved in the Jueyuan Mountains. Further north is the headquarters of the Martial Arts Alliance, where Ji Yao is safe. Good. With a roar, Li Yi's demon-slaying sword hummed and trembled, its sharp light reflecting on his resolute face. He took a sudden step forward, his voice booming like thunder. "Southern warriors, follow me." Before the words were even finished, a series of ear-piercing clicks suddenly erupted. The light curtain that stretched across the sky was now covered with cracks of all sizes. He. Just one last hit. A mocking, wild laugh echoed through the sky. Amidst the horrified gazes of the crowd, a towering figure, as imposing as a mountain, wielding two heavy hammers weighing thousands of pounds, crashed down upon the broken formation like a meteorite falling to earth. Bang! A deafening roar erupted, the earth trembled violently, and the last barrier of the Myriad Blades Azure Wave formation was shattered by a single blow. The barbarian descended from the sky and crashed heavily to the ground. The terrifying impact caused the ground within a radius of several miles to collapse, and spiderweb-like cracks spread in all directions. Amidst the billowing smoke and dust, he slowly straightened up, his crimson eyes sweeping over the human army before him, a cruel smile curving his lips. Kill! With a series of angry roars, the demon race's airship slowly descended, its enormous shadow like a deathly curtain, instantly enveloping the entire mountain forest. The demon soldiers roared as they charged out of the ship's cabin, their claws tearing through the air as they rushed toward the army guarding the southern region. Unwilling to be outdone, the major demon kings unleashed their weapons, transforming into streaks of black shadows as they pounced down, their fangs gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. The battles of a level 13 peak martial artist never involve any fancy techniques. Only the purest clash of forces, the most ferocious slaughter and carnage. Even compared to those massive warships that blot out the sky, it is several times more terrifying. The shadow of death suddenly loomed over the entire southern region. The demon soldiers of Demon King Valley are already eager to start a massacre. The barbarian at the front immediately targeted Li Yi in the center. Even before breaking through the 10,000 Blades Azure formation, he had already noticed this human soldier. Without this human soldier, the remaining people were even more scattered and disorganized. A figure as massive as a mountain crashed down, accompanied by howling winds and billowing dust. He is a notorious ferocious beast among the demon race, born with thick skin and flesh, possessing immense brute strength, and has awakened the S-level enhancement talent, Wan Jun. In a pure contest of strength, even Ao Jin, the chieftain of the Lion Clan, would be no match for him. Among all the races, he even dared to challenge the dragons. "Captain Li, run! You can't withstand his attack." Upon seeing this scene, the demon leaders and human warriors quickly spoke up to warn others, and some even closed their eyes, unable to bear watching what was about to happen. Without anyone reminding him, Li Yi naturally saw the figure that appeared in front of him as if it had teleported. He knew all too well that if the other party struck him with a hammer, he would be smashed into a pulp. There is a huge gap between each level of martial artists. At this moment, the oppressive aura emanating from Man 2 was like a mountain collapsing, causing his bones to creak and his legs to feel as heavy as lead. He used all his strength to barely support his swaying body. Kill! A low shout, hoarse yet resounding. The honor of soldiers and their unwavering commitment to protecting others erupted in this desperate situation. Li Yi's eyes were bloodshot as he gripped the demon-slaying sword tightly in his hand, and defiantly raised the sword against the overwhelming pressure. An overconfident ant. Upon seeing this, the barbarian's eyes blazed with murderous intent, and he felt utterly humiliated. How dare a mere ant-like human draw his sword in front of him? Die! A violent roar shook the mountains and forests, and an even more terrifying killing intent suddenly erupted. An invisible wave of energy swept in all directions like a tsunami, breaking all vegetation in its path. The massive hammer, carrying a devastating force, crashed down on Li Yi. Li Yi could even smell the strong stench of blood on the hammer, and the shadow of death instantly enveloped his entire body. At this critical moment, call out! A sword cry of extreme sharpness suddenly tore through the heavens and earth. Immediately afterwards, an extremely sharp sword aura pierced through the air, heading straight for the barbarian butcher's face. What? Danger, extreme danger. Mantu's pupils suddenly contracted. He could clearly sense that the sharpness of this sword energy was enough to pierce through his protective demonic energy. If he insisted on killing Li Yi without taking any precautions, he would surely have his head pierced by this sword today, ending up seriously injured and on the verge of death. Even though he was unwilling, he still made his choice. With a roar, the barbarian shrunk his muscles and twisted his mountain-like body. He abandoned his killing move to blast Li Yi, and instead exerted all his strength in his arms, crossing the pair of heavy hammers in front of his face. Bite! A deafening clang of metal clashing exploded, the sound waves spreading out like ripples. The shockwave made everyone around feel a sharp pain in their eardrums, and they could barely stand, so they quickly covered their ears. The sword energy slammed into the twin hammers, unleashing a terrifying impact. Barbarian Butcher felt an overwhelming, irresistible force surge wildly into his body through the hammer. They forced him back, sending him flying backward for more than 10 meters. With a loud thud, his foot landed heavily, instantly cracking the ground beneath him and sending dust billowing into the air. An eerie silence fell over the scene. The demon soldiers who were just moments ago shouting and killing, displaying their ferocious nature. They all froze on the spot, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. The bloodlust and arrogance on his face were instantly replaced by terror. Well done! A clear, cold voice suddenly rang out from the rear of the battlefield. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a white-clad swordsman walking through the air, his white robes fluttering in the wind. He gracefully landed beside Li Yi, his gaze sweeping over Li Yi's hand tightly gripping the demon-slaying sword, and he sincerely praised him. "This is my duty, sir." Li Yi was completely exhausted, his face as pale as paper, yet he still stood tall, his voice hoarse but powerful. The sword saint's lips curled slightly as he stepped forward and stood in front of Li Yi. In an instant, an unstoppable, chilling killing intent erupted from his body.